Welcome in, folks. This is the 450th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody who's tuning in today, I really appreciate you so much for being here. Today's a pretty exciting day. Our Jubilee video finally dropped upwards of 4 hours ago. It's close to 500,000 views. It's me versus 20 Trump-supporting women on Jubilee's YouTube channel. If you haven't watched it yet, go check it out. It's super duper exciting. Now, for all the people who are tuning in as a first-timer, which I'd assume we probably have more of today compared to usual because of that Jubilee video dropping, welcome in. These live streams are crazy. You're in for a treat. Here, we debate Trump supporters for 4 hours a day. We debate Republicans for 4 hours a day, and we try to change their minds on the issues that matter the most, like their support of the presidency, like their support of Republican policy, and like their support of anti-progressive social issues, like being anti-gay, anti-immigration, so on and so forth. So you're definitely going to see some very interesting conversations. We already have the first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. We're going to hop into that debate with him here momentarily. Before we do, I quickly want to spend around 30 seconds going over the breaking news, as we like to do on a daily basis. Donald Trump posted some weird shit on Truth Social. Take a look at what Donald Trump posted. He posted this photo of this random woman, this random girl. We don't know who she is. And then the text that he added on top of it was, "Great daughter, my honor, President DJT." Taking a closer look at this photo, there's a couple things that we could identify from it. First and foremost, we see on this blanket, it says Office of the State Presidency. Something is over there. So it seems like it's okay. It's definitely going to be related to the government. And then over here, right here, we can see a picture of what is called a presidential button that different presidents will use to call different things to where they're at. And for instance, Donald Trump uses this button to order bottles of Diet Pepsi to the Oval Office. Now, we have no clue who this woman is. Is that Donald Trump's daughter? Because he's saying great daughter? No, that is not Donald Trump's daughter. So is he calling somebody else's daughter great? What is his honor? We genuinely don't know. The leading hypothesis is that this is a photo from Camp David under the Clinton administration, because the pillows that you see in this photo match pillows seen in Camp David under Clinton, not to mention that the photo just looks a little bit older. So it's an old photo. He's saying, "Great daughter, my honor." The leading hypothesis is that maybe he meant to send this as a private message to this woman who now likely has a daughter, saying that she has a great daughter. I don't know, but that's also really weird. It seems like he accidentally posted this on Truth Social compared to a feed post, and no one really knows for sure. Just super weird, honestly. We're going to go ahead and hop into that first debate of the day. We got Travis connected to the live streams. Travis, I sent you an invite to turn your mic on. Just hit accept in the middle of your phone screen. And go ahead and take it away and tell us why, if the election was held tomorrow, you'd support Trump over somebody like Kamala Harris.
I mean, I just think personally, someone's gonna like a guy like Trump instead of a woman like Kamala. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and be sexist. All I'm saying is that we've gone through a consecutive amount of presidents who were males. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. And look how far we came so far. No woman.
Who's to say that we wouldn't have gotten farther if we had women serving as our president in the past?
Sorry, say that one more time. My audio went out.
Who's to say that we wouldn't have come farther if we would have had women serve as our president in the past?
Can you reform that question?
If you don't get the question, I'll just come up with a different one. You said, well, look at how far we've come with only men being our presidents. And I said, well, who's to say we wouldn't have come farther if we had a couple women in the mix? Listen, let me ask you a question. Do you think that I just
think that they will lead worse choices than Trump already has like that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that white people are better at leading than black people?
I never said that.
I know you didn't say that. That's why I'm asking you it as a question.
You think I think white people are better leading than black people?
I'm asking you if you do. If you do think that white people are better
no, not really. But if we go back to Obama, I mean, he was pretty good. He had some bad.
What do you mean by not?
Really, a lot of people didn't like him.
I feel like not really is a really questionable answer there. Not really?
What is Rohan?
I was just expecting like a no to that. What do you mean not really? What do you mean not really but?
I don't really know how to put it, man. I'm not gonna lie.
So you can't just say no?
How am I racist, bro?
Yeah, you can't just say no?
If the only African American
dude, Travis, listen.
Obama and he did
Travis,
a bad decision.
Travis.
How does that make him a good what?
That was That was a softball question. I'm just asking you if you think that generally white people are better at leading than black people. Frankly, I was expecting you to say no. And then the follow-up from that would have been, well, your argument that men are better at serving as the president than women is that every president we've had throughout history has been a man. 0 of them have been women. So how would you respond to a crazy white supremacist that said in 2007, you shouldn't vote for Obama because white people are better at leading than black people? And my evidence is that every president we've had throughout history has been white. None of them have been black. Because it seems like your argument, insofar as why men are better at leading than women, also would have entailed the conclusion that in 2007, white people were better at leading than black people. So do you affirm that in 2007, white people were better at leading than black people?
If the information has it laid out and says yes, then yes. But in my personal opinion, no, because they had all those civil rights acts. They had all those the boycotts. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit out of my mind right now. I can't really think of a lot, but
Travis, you aren't making any sense. You just said, yeah, white people are better at leading than black people, but like, no, white people are not better at leading than black people.
What?
That's what you just said. You said, yes, they are, but no, they aren't.
I mean, I flipped it onto Obama. I was talking about the Obama thing, and then you kind of flipped it on that. I'm kind of confused.
Okay, follow me here. I'll repeat it. I asked you why you think that men are better at leading than women, and you told me because every president we've ever had has been a man. None of them have been women, right? That was your argument, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So in 2007, had we ever had a non-white president?
No, because we didn't have Obama then, no.
Okay, so in 2007, because every president we've ever had been white, do you think that this means that in 2007, white people were the best leaders out of all races? Better at leading than black people, better at leading than Hispanic people, better at leading than indigenous people, better at leading than everyone, because there had never been a non-white president that had served as president in history up until that point.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to think of my answer real quick.
Yes?
Hold up.
So you think that white men are better at leading than black men?
I never said yes. What? No,
I
never said that.
You just said yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to think of my answer.
No, you said yeah. Let me think about my answer.
Hold on, I said, yeah, you're right, because of the thing that you said last, that no non-white man has entered the office.
Just give us a straight answer, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know the question.
Okay, Travis. Listen, there's going to be some minimum criteria that has to be met by the Trump supporters who join the live stream to have dialogue with us. And that minimum criteria is going to be a brain. So I understand that there's a lot of Trump supporters that lack a brain that are out there. Unfortunately, folks, I'm going to have to ask you to stay out of that queue so we can focus on the Trump supporters and maybe have a little bit of one. If you can't comprehend, if you can't comprehend spoken language and effectively communicate with me, listen, folks, just stay out of that queue for me. Make my life easier. Make everybody's life easier. If I have to repeat an argument 5 times for you to say, Dean, I don't even know what you're asking me, unfortunately, we just kind of move on. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Trace?
Did you miss me, Dean?
All right, like I said, folks, we're looking for some American adults that support Trump as president. I would expect there to be quite a few trolls today because that's how the cookie seems to crumble, but I'd appreciate it if you guys would try your best to not troll. Sir Duke, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says the 4th wall breaks on Jubilee? We're sending me LOL. Keep it up, dude. Appreciate you, Duke. Yeah, I was having fun with that camera.
Would you let Charlie Kirk eat your bum?
Wow. What an interesting question. Hey, do you support Trump?
Would you let Charlie Kirk eat your bum?
Probably not. No. What about you?
Would you let Charlie Kirk eat your bum?
I thought I just told you. Probably not. No.
Would you let Charlie Kirk eat your bum?
We're going to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Lit Proof connecting. Only hop inside of the box if you're MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? No. Welcome in. Sorry. Do you support Trump? Whoa.
I want to talk about why I don't support Democratic.
Yeah, the election was held tomorrow. Would you support Trump over Harris?
I wouldn't support either of them.
All right, man. I do appreciate you for coming up today. We're just looking for some Trump supporters, though, man. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest connected. We got Ethan loading up. SJ, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. SJ asked me to keep her message to myself, so I will. Just know that I appreciate you. Let's get 100 SJWs down below while we're looking for the next guest. Ethan, do you support Trump?
Why are you so chopped?
Why am I chopped?
Yeah, what happened, man?
I bet $100 that I'm less chopped than you.
Yeah.
Let's get that camera on.
I don't know how.
I'll send you an invite.
How?
Accept the invite. Turn your camera on. Yeah, he left. Nice. You owe me $100. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you, folks. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest Colt connecting. Hey, listen, Shula, thank you for the $4 over on PayPal. I appreciate you. Lexington, thank you for the 5. X, thank you so much for the $5. He says, hail to the grifter. Watch you debate on Jubilee and it's crazy. Oh, I appreciate you, X. And then Ronald, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, man. Who says, I felt like I had to let you know that I showed my dad the second clip of Haley on your stream and she's currently in volunteer work for 2 weeks. We love that, Ronald. Thank you for the update. Good to hear that Haley's going to have to start earning her keep. Thank you so much for the $25. You're awesome, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get 300 Ronald W's down below. Welcome in. You support Trump, Colt?
Yes.
Yeah. How old are you?
18.
Yeah. What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
August.
Okay. All right, buddy. Sounds good, pal. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, and I'll pass that mic and the floor off to you. EM, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 EMWs down below. Thank you so much. Genuinely, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Ian with the 20 says, just watch your Jubilee video. As a lesbian, it makes me so sad to see people talk about pedos, DJT, and then Republicans turn it around and randomly start bringing up gay people. Thank you for speaking out against this. It's refreshing to see a young man do this. Happy Pride Month. Well, happy Pride Month to yourself, EM. Yeah, that was a very frustrating conversation. I know exactly the one that you're talking about. Thank you, M, for the $5 and Brianna for the $5. I appreciate you guys. Lucy, thank you for the $10. She says, Dean, you're so great. Thank you for everything that you do. Oh, appreciate you, Lucy. Kelly, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much. I just want to let you know that your work is incredibly important. Thank you so much for that love and support, Kelly. Show some love to Kelly. Cheryl with the $10. She says, love you and Jubilee, but TBH, it was such a hard watch. Dude, it was such a hard debate. I get it. Don't worry. Thank you for the $10. Julia, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, love you, dude. Been watching since 2023. Could you wish my dad, JR, happy Father's Day? Happy Father's Day, JR. It sounds like you got a great daughter. Shout out to you, JR. Shout out to Julia. Happy Father's Day. Thank you for the $20. And then M, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. I've been trying to get my MAGA mother to debate you forever. She's finally in your queue right now. Her name is Beverly Foster, and her username is just basically her name. Okay, Beverly Foster. I will look for her. Colt, I appreciate you for your patience. The mic and the floor is yours to take it away and tell us why you're
one
MAGA.
question and one question only.
You need to come up here for debate?
How much do you bench?
Well, I don't do flat bench anymore. So my chest day is decline bench, an incline dumbbell bench, and then dips. So I stopped doing flat bench. So I don't even know.
Dips for lower chest?
Yeah. Well, I mean, dips for like mid wall, like middle and middle wall. That's what I'm going for with the dips.
Remember Hudson?
No. I appreciate you for coming up, I guess, but I'm going to ban you because we're looking for some Trump supporters. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Yeah, man, flat barbell bench is actually like pretty unproductive. Not too beneficial. All right, we're looking for somebody in the queue by the name of Beverly Foster. Oh, wow. I found her. No way. That was actually really easy. It's usually really difficult for me to find. Actually really easy. Hey, welcome in. You support... Well, actually, I know that you support Trump. Hi.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Hi.
Welcome in.
Well, and this has been hysterical listening this morning, but yesterday was even more hysterical. The guy that started the Beaver Party.
Oh yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty good. Hey, well, listen, I appreciate you for being here. It looks like your daughter. She sent me or
my son.
Or son. Sorry, yeah, son.
Yeah.
It looks like your son sent me a $10 donation. Saying that he's been trying to get you to debate me forever. We finally got you on the live stream. All right, listen, I'm going to do my best to be polite,
Nice.
to be honest, and to hopefully change your minds with reason, fact, and logic. So just keep in mind, my goal here is not to demean you, not to ridicule you, but is to get you to see the light in the sense that I believe that what you believe is false. And if you were to believe different things, your life and everybody's life would be much better. The mic and the floor are yours. I won't interrupt you. Tell us all why you support Trump.
Well, let me give you a little background of myself. I'm 79 years old. So I've been around. Where'd you go?
Don't worry, I'm right here. When I lean off
There
screen,
you
I can
are.
still hear you. I'm just
Okay. I was
my
afraid you were
anxiety
being swatted again. I'm sorry.
that's
And that was horrible. Good God. People have lost their minds. I just. And then I heard, does your cat play with the squeaky toy? There was something that was playing with a squeaky toy yesterday.
Yeah.
You had my search dog looking for it.
that's funny.
So
Yeah.
anyway, I'm 79 years old, so I've been around the block a couple of times. I am a retired Leo, and I'm a current SAR canine handler and trainer. I am retired from 60 years of civil design drafting. I was a business owner of an engineering company for 20 years. I've lived in 5 states, 2 territories, and Saudi Arabia. So
Wow.
I think I have a little bit different take on things going on than the majority of your people who call in.
Yeah, and just SAR, you said that you're retired SAR? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, I do SAR now.
And that's search and rescue, right?
Yes.
You do
I
search
am,
and rescue at 79?
Yes, I do.
Wow, you know what? Pretty impressive.
I'm-
I really hope that I
I'm
can
a
change your
canine-
mind.
Canine handler and trainer. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Right. Retired Leo. So
Yeah.
I look at things a little bit differently than a lot of people do.
Yeah, okay.
So-
Well, let's see. Let's see here why you support Trump. Because it seems like, oh my goodness. Angry anti-theist with a $5 in Super Chat says, hey, Dean, Arwen from TikTok lost her home today in a fire. She has a post up, just hoping that you could help spread the word. Bible Guy DM'd you, appreciate you. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry for interrupting you, ma'am.
Oh, that's okay.
Arwen is a lady who does debates about religion, and I watch her a lot. And apparently she lost her home today. Wow. Okay. Well,
Holy cow! Was
probably
it
gonna.
was it accident
probably gonna-
or arson?
I don't know. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, that's really sad. I'll look into that. Trust me. For the person who sent me that dono, I will look into that. You'll hear about that from me again. For right now, the attention is all yours, Beverly. Let's hear it. Why do you think Trump is a good president?
Well, there are things. If we could duct tape his mouth, it would make him much better. But because I can't stand to listen to him talk, but then I couldn't stand to listen to Harris talk either. Obama was a wonderful speaker, and actually so was Clinton. But being a good public speaker doesn't make you a favorite of mine.
Okay.
I like
so
the-
you don't like the way that
so
he
I
speaks. What
like-
do you like?
I like that he did pull us out of the JCPOA, and hang on. I understand that Obama put us in it in 2015. First of all, that would have sunsetted everything within the next 3 years. And in the meantime, they would have had billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. Sorry, not daughters, dollars. The fact that when Biden went in, he could have put us back in, but the JCPOA was still in effect. We just weren't in it.
You're right
All
about
the rest
that.
of the rest of the people were still in it.
That did effectively terminate it, though, because the largest incentive for Iran to enter into the JCPOA was the U.S. lifting our sanctions on them as a nation. So when Donald Trump pulled us out, he re-implemented those sanctions. The contract was essentially broken and terminated because the terms of the contract were broken and terminated. But listen, I don't agree with you at all. I think that I might be able to change your mind on this, but just by sharing some very basic information with you. So
Okay.
you claimed that you liked that Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA because it was going to sunset in 3 or 4 years from now, and it gave them billions of dollars. So here's the thing. First and foremost, you're right. The JCPOA was going to sunset in 2030. But the answer to its sunsetting was not to pull us out like 7 years premature and then start a war to try to get us back in it. The answer to it sunsetting would be reopening those same diplomatic channels that we used to achieve the agreement in the first place to then renegotiate an extension of the JCPOA after upholding our end of the agreement for the first 10 years of it. 15 years of it. That is how you're supposed to renegotiate contracts on the basis of how long the length of the contract is. Anybody who works with contracts knows about this very well. You make a contract with, an employee, for instance. They give you their services for a specific amount of money for a year. It's not like you don't need their services after that year there. So at the end of the year, if they uphold their end of the bargain, you uphold your end of the bargain, you just renegotiate and extend. And because you already have that year of that contract under your belt where everybody's doing what they're supposed to, it's actually much easier to renegotiate the contract for a second extension. Okay, you don't pull us out of that contract and then put a gun to that employee's head saying re-sign it or else, because you will probably end up getting worse relations and a worse deal. And I think that Trump proved that. So his quote-unquote renegotiation of the the JCPOA so far has just been to throw a war at Iran that he's now lost, that cost us upwards of $1 billion a day, the lives of 13 servicemen and women, massive disruptions to the price of gas, oil, and groceries on the global stage. And now we are giving Iran $325 billion in total, $300 billion from private investment from Gulf countries, and then $25 billion by reallocating access to some of their offshore bank accounts that we prevented access from in the past. And what do we get in return? Just just a promise that they will continue to attempt to negotiate a denuclearization agreement yet. We don't even actually get a denuclearization agreement. So in other words, Donald Trump is spending all this money and killing all these people and increasing the price of everything just to get us a promise that they will negotiate to hopefully achieve an agreement like the JCPOA. We're in a much worse position with Iran today than we were 10 years ago when the JCPOA was in place.
Well, let me put let me go off into the weeds for a second. There is something in common between Iran and Venezuela. And I believe that this circumstance had something to do with going into Iran. And it was the primary reason for going into Venezuela.
I'm not tracking. Okay, what are your thoughts? Or maybe what is that? Oil?
It was oil. Both of those.
Are you sure though? Wait. Honestly, I don't know about that, because even a part of this agreement with Iran, we're still giving them the ability to tax all of the oil that's going in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. Like, American oil companies are actually going to be hurt by this deal that Donald Trump got.
All right, hold on a second. It's not. There are international sanctions about how you can. Where'd you go?
I'm still here.
About how you can sell oil. The price is regulated internationally. Both Venezuela and Iran have been for years selling oil under the table at a much reduced rate to China. Now, wait before you say anything. The reason China needs this is because they are trying to use that oil, all the petroleum products, to power their data centers. The big race that's on right now, I don't think that the nuclear situation is really the reason that they went into Iran. It's the AI race. If we lose that race, whoever wins the AI race is going to be a total superpower. If they win it and we don't, it's over.
Okay, I'm gonna hop in here. So you actually are right about covert operations for Iran to sell oil to China. That is true. But listen, the agreement that we got with Iran does not limit, prohibit, or prevent their ability from selling oil to China in the slightest, but rather, in fact, with the upwards of the $325 billion investments into Iran that have been pledged by us and Gulf countries in the conception of this deal to end the war, that will only give Iran more money to build out better infrastructure, to drill and then sell even more oil to China. So this deal is in fact only beneficial to China in the sense that it only better enables the IRGC to continue to give more and more oil to them.
They're selling the oil at a radically reduced rate.
And this agreement will not stop that. This agreement, in fact, includes no negotiations on the prohibit or prevention of oil being sold from Iran to China, over or under the table. It is strictly and sincerely about ending the war, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and hopefully getting them to agree to a denuclearization agreement, at least on paper. But what's on paper is what matters. There's no evidence that anywhere in this agreement, from what Donald Trump has said, from what's been said by Pete Hegseth, from what's been said by J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, or what's been leaked to the media, that there are any terms or conditions of this agreement that will prohibit the sale over or under the table of oil from Iran to China.
Well, theoretically, they're not supposed to be selling under the table.
And
That's
this
an
agreement-
international. That's international.
Yeah, but this agreement won't stop them from doing that, is what I'm saying.
Right. But I think that that's one of the reasons that, first of all, that Maduro was taken out, and second, that Trump went in and took out a lot of the military and leadership in Iran.
The reason why I'm saying that you're wrong is because this deal will only better enable Iran to sell oil under the table to China.
I think the international community is trying to prevent that.
What's the evidence of
But-
that? Can you point me towards any specific section of the agreement that Donald Trump negotiated with them that prohibits the sale of oil from Iran to China? Can you give any evidence of
No,
that? Because
I don't think
evidence
that-
doesn't exist for
no.
that claim.
It's two separate issues.
But there's no negotiations, there's no talks, and there's no evidence of any negotiations, any talks, or any agreements prohibiting Iran from selling oil to China. In fact,
Well-
okay, when this war was over, like Donald Trump, made an offhand comment about how this is actually really good for China because now China is going to start getting oil from Iran again. There's no evidence that this is going to prevent the sale of oil from Iran to China. Okay, and I don't
No,
think
I
it's
don't
okay to
think it's
believe
gonna-
things without evidence.
It's not going to stop them from selling oil, just like it hasn't stopped Venezuela from selling oil, but they have to sell it at the international established prices.
They quote unquote had to sell it at the internationally established prices before they were
But they
selling it under
snuck
the
it
table
out.
to them as well. Okay, but they certainly weren't because they didn't really care about that internationally set price. And there's no terms of this agreement, once again, that is just going to make them suddenly start caring about this internationally set price of oil. There's no evidence that they're going to stop operating these covert operations. But as I've continued to repeat now, and I'll say for one last time here, okay, I really want you to listen to me this time. In fact, giving them $325 billion will only better enable them to build out more infrastructure for those underground operations.
Okay.
Okay, and it's like, we know this to be true. It's not like when Iran agrees to agreements with the U.S. that they stop doing illegal things. Okay, right? Yeah. Like after they agreed to the JCPOA, they continued to send money to Hezbollah. I'm sure that that's condemned by international law, but they did it anyways. And honestly, that wasn't the scope of the JCPOA, and that doesn't seem to be the scope of Donald Trump's negotiations today, or else it would be included within the negotiation, which it isn't.
It is in there. It's what's the phrase? What's the phrase? Come on, about supporting bad actors. In other words, they're not supposed to be supporting Hezbollah and Al Qaeda and all those other guys over there. This actually, the MOU is actually applauded by the Gulf states.
Well, I'm so sorry. Where's that in the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding?
I'm going to have to pull that up. I'll pull it up.
And also, why does
send
this
it
make
to
you support Trump? How about this? I'll let you say like a couple last things about this Iran agreement, but just know that this isn't going to make the life of me better off. This isn't going to make the life of you better off. This isn't going to make the life of the average American better off.
Right. But
Okay.
it's we're supposed to be the
So
international
I asked you for evidence that there's any suggestions in the Iran-U.S. MOU that they're going to stop funding those proxies like Hezbollah. Okay, but what I can tell you with certainty is even if that is included in the MOU, well, they're certainly not going to stop funding Hezbollah when Israel's continuing attacks on Lebanon since the MOU went into effect and since the ceasefire was signed.
Israel is not firing on Lebanon, just they're firing on Hezbollah, who happens to be in Lebanon.
Okay, so
There have
Hezbollah
no
has,
issue- they have
so a
no
member of
issue-
Hezbollah lives in like every house of like a 25-mile radius of their southern border. Every single house was just owned by a member of Hezbollah.
They're not arguing with the government of Lebanon. They're arguing with Hezbollah.
Okay, so then why is the government of Lebanon demanding an immediate withdrawal from Israel? From Lebanon by Israel.
Because they're tired of them being bombed.
Okay. So you're saying that the government of Lebanon is being bombed, so it's not just Hezbollah.
No, Hezbollah
Oh.
is being bombed.
Okay, so once again, if it's just Hezbollah was being bombed, then why is every single house in a 25-mile radius at the southern border of Lebanon flattened?
Well, gee, if I was Hezbollah, I would go. Never mind, we're not going to go there. If there was a terrorist living in the house next door to me, and I knew it, and they bombed the house and my house got hit, that's a risk.
Well, actually, no, it's not. I don't think that would happen in
Yes.
America. Listen, if like a group of like terrorists like came into America, went to a school, kidnapped everybody inside of that school, shut it down, and held them hostage. Okay, what would our government do in response? Would we just bomb the entirety of the school, killing the terrorists and the kids, or would we send in like a special black ops team to like strictly and specifically take out the terrorists while saving the lives of the kids? No, what we do is we'd strictly and specifically send in black ops teams to take out the terrorists while saving the lives of the kids. We would have just bomb and kill everyone.
Right.
Okay. So when you're saying that if you were to like live next to a terrorist, your house would be at risk of like getting destroyed and like you would be at risk of dying, like no, right? You wouldn't.
Well, if Israel's sending a missile over. Well,
Also,
anyway, that's
so, I mean-
really hypothetical.
I will listen. It's insane to like continue this rhetoric. Oh, Hamas
Right.
is just using all the innocent little fifth graders as human shields. Oh, now Hezbollah is living in like every single house in a 25-mile radius of the southern border of Lebanon. Oh, well, like clearly, okay, these are all lies. Or else, no, Israel wouldn't be sending illegal settlers to like take over houses of Palestinians in the West Bank if it was so dangerous and Hamas members were everywhere. Okay, and I don't think that it's even realistic to assume that it just so happens to be the case that there's a Hamas member underneath every house on the Gaza Strip, and a Hamas member underneath every house in the West Bank, and a Hezbollah member underneath every house on the southern border of Lebanon. No, they're very clearly and intentionally wrecking homes, destroying neighborhoods, and killing innocent people in conquest for their genocidal expansionism. But I want to refocus back on Trump. What is one good policy that you think Donald Trump has passed since the beginning of his second administration?
Well, I don't care. I appreciate 14201 executive order. I do not think that it's the men out of women's sports, if you're looking.
Yeah, okay. So keeping men out of women's sports. By men, you mean trans women. Would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president that is like publicly boasted proudly about like barging into like women's locker rooms to like look at the naked cis women and girls in that space?
Well, I think that somebody who does that is. Let me put it to you really quickly this way. Hang on a second. Let's go into Trump's misconduct. But before we do that, what do you think Jefferson, Cleveland, FDR, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Reagan, H.W. Bush, Clinton, H. Bush, Trump, and Biden all have in common?
What?
They have all been accused by multiple women of sexual misconduct of one nature or another.
Okay.
Let me go into E. Jean Carroll.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can. Sure.
Okay, perfect. So when we look at the accusations of rape against Biden, we don't find them to be credible, for instance. He was accused by a woman named Tara Reid, who then took him to court. She lied and perjured herself in court 3 times, leading to both of her 2 lawyers dropping her as a client. And then she dropped the case because her lawyers dropped her as a fucking client. And then she fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign. I find it so incredibly unfair and unrealistic for you to compare a false allegation of rape to the conclusion formed by a unanimous jury of 9 that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll by forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers, on top of the many other instances of Donald Trump engaging in sexual violence, like when he boasted about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls at the beauty pageants that he owned, or personally being named and accused by a minor in the Epstein files that we know was trafficked by Epstein, plus the million-plus mentions that were redacted illegally by the government.
I understand all of those. And the point is?
The point is that that your statement, oh, like what do all these different presidents have in common, is a rape accusation, in an attempt to downplay the fact that Donald Trump is a rapist, and for that reason he shouldn't be in public office. It was very like stark and incorrect. And on top of that, even if all of these presidents were rapists, this wouldn't mean that we should continue to make rapists president. But this would only mean we should place a larger preface on ensuring that sexual abusers like are no longer entering into the White House. You know, like what's something that like the first 10 presidents have in common? Oh wait, they were all slave owners. Does this mean that you'd vote for somebody that had a black person chained up in their basement to do their chores around their house? No, even though we had like 10 presidents in a row that were all slave owners. Okay, yeah. Well, that's because we can recognize that even though a bunch of presidents throughout American history were slave owners, that it's wrong to own slaves, and the prospect of even voting for somebody who does own slaves today is fucking ridiculous. So even if all of these presidents that you just listed off were rapists, that doesn't mean that we can't recognize that it is wrong to rape, and an essential attribute of necessary social progression and change to fight against rape culture, to fight for the betterment of the average American, particularly American women and girls, would be to stop making sexual predators president.
I didn't say that all of them were rapists. I said they were all accused of sexual misconduct of one nature or another. So please don't say that all of them were rapists, because they're not. But they are accused of sexual misconduct, which would be going into somebody's dressing room while they're changing clothes. So does that mean that I actually came to the conclusion a long time ago? By the way, I was assaulted when I was 19 as a freshman in college. And I know what I did when I was assaulted. And I don't understand why every woman in the world who is assaulted would not do this. You yell, you scream, you kick, you bite, you scratch, you claw, you scream, you kick, you bite, you gouge, you do everything you can to somebody who is assaulting you. Now, what I don't understand about E. Jean Carroll is she said in an interview, and I know the man's name and I don't remember it right off my top of my head, but I can find it. Anderson Cooper, that's the guy. That she had been flirting with Trump. I don't know if she knew who he was or not. I'm assuming she did. Flirting and having a good time, and they go up to the lingerie room. Now, to say that there was nobody around, there were no salespeople around in that department store. If you've ever been in that department store, if you walk in, you almost have somebody shadowing you the entire time. Maybe it's changed since I was there.
Then Donald Trump would have used that as a part of his defense.
Neither here nor there. Kidding and joking and flirting around, and go to the dressing room, where then he supposedly pushes her into the room and shuts the door. That's when she should start yelling. She said, I was hitting him over the head with my purse. And she also said she felt 100% responsible for what happened. Now, a lot of women do that. A lot of women don't understand that when you're flirting with a man, it can get out of, the man doesn't flirt in the same way that a woman does. It's two totally different biologies that are at work there. But why she was not clawing, scratching, kicking, biting, screaming. And then when she escaped, she said it lasted for 3 minutes. She thought, who knows? I know mine didn't last very long because I scared the shit out of the guy, I think. But anyway, she went and she was laughing when she talked to the first friend about it. And then the second friend told her not to go to the police. Why would any woman who is attacked, who is raped, one way, whichever way, would not go to the police, would not go to the hospital, first of all, and then go to the police because you're afraid of your reputation? You're going to let a sexual predator do that to somebody else? Why in the hell would a woman do that?
I thought that you were an LEO growing up.
I am an LEO.
Yeah.
No, not growing up.
Not
growing up.
either you're lying or you're bad at your job. And the reason why I say that is because if you were an LEO, then you would know just how many people are raped and never go to the cops in their life because A, they don't want to have to relive their experiences by reporting it, then testifying in front of a jury if they're subpoenaed as a witness. B, they don't want to risk pissing off the person who raped them even more and then possibly be attacked or harmed or killed in other ways. C, put the reputation on the line and have their character attacked and blamed for the rest of their life because those documents are public and they'll hear about it on the TV, they'll see it in their local newspaper, and they'll have questions and comments from all their family members and all of their friends. And D, risking the chance of this person not being found guilty because, quote unquote, there wasn't enough evidence, or being found guilty then only serving a year in jail, then coming out of jail even more pissed off. Dude, I had somebody make a credible terroristic threat against my life. He wrote a manifesto about how he's going to come and find me and kill me. Luckily, the FBI intervened and they placed him under arrest. And then they called me and they said, Dean, do you want to press charges? Okay? If you do press charges, this man will go to jail for 1 year, even when he is found guilty. You know what I said? I said, no, I don't want to press charges. I don't want to send this guy to jail for a year because I think if he went to jail for only 365 days, there for half a year, and then he gets out on probation for good behavior, he would only be more pissed off and more willing and intending to even cause me more harm. And because there are so many circumstances of rapists only going to jail for like 1, 2, 3 years, I mean, Adam Schiff, a child rapist, he got 30 fucking days in jail because of Ken Paxton down in Texas. They come out of jail, they're even more pissed at their victims, and then who knows, maybe they go try to kill them. These are all reasons why victims, in many scenarios, do not immediately report it to the police. Upwards of 60% of rape victims, in fact, never report it to the authorities in their lifetime. Now, the other thing that you had to say in there was, well, why didn't she just scream, yell, scratch, claw, kick, punch, so on and so forth? Well, I don't know. Why don't you ask the same question every time you hear an LEO? You've probably heard this in your life because you were an LEO. Tell people that if they get run up on the street, somebody pulls out a gun and points it at them, demands their purse. Oh, just give them your purse. Oh, just give them your watch. Oh, just give them your phone. Oh, just roll over and give them what you want. Oh, if you're working as a clerk at a 7-Eleven, oh, just give them the money from the register. If you're working as a teller at the bank, oh, just give them what they want when they ask you for it, because that money, that watch, that phone, that purse, that car is less valuable than your life. Also, I didn't mean to say Adam Schiff, I meant Adam Hoffman. Adam Schiff, don't sue me for libel. That was a mistake. And the reason why I bring this up is because when we look at all these other crimes, well, what's like the social response that is dictated from people in positions of authorities, LEOs, so on and so forth? To roll over, don't fight back, give them what they want because your life is more valuable. But as soon as we observe a rape victim freezing as a gut reaction because they don't know what to do in that scenario, they think maybe if they fight back they'll have it worse. Well, then all of a sudden we blame them and we say it's their fault and they're responsible, or it didn't happen at all. It is just this continued cycle of victim blaming. Why didn't she fight back? Why didn't she take it to the cops? And even when we have a bunch of really good answers to these questions, and we have the evidence to demonstrate that this isn't individual to any one victim of rape, but is actually an experience in which we see in many victims of rape, we only ensure that more men will go out there and rape women, because even when a woman is able to get her rapist found guilty in a court of law, you stop questioning him, fuck, you support him as president, and then you turn the gun on her again for the billionth time in her life. So not only does she have to relive the trauma of getting raped, not only does she have to retell that story and get criticized by the media, but she also has to face the consequence of rape culture, and which then drives her fucking mad. And by the way, that is a reason why many women don't report, because women and girls see what you guys have done to people like E. Jean Carroll, who reported and found him guilty in a court of law, which is the most they could ever hope for. And even if they were able to achieve the most that they could ever hope for, they still see people like you blaming other women in that position, saying it was their fault, saying that they're to blame, and saying that they didn't do enough and they're crazy liars. So why would they even report it to the cops in the first place? If you want more women to report SA to the cops, we have to end rape culture, which starts with keeping predators out of positions of power, especially the most important position of power on the face of planet Earth, which would be the presidency of the United States of America.
Okay, I'm not accusing E. Jean Carroll. I think what happened to her was horrible. I do have a question about the trial, though.
Which is?
It's and I really actually want to go back through and read the entire transcript. But in a New York court, which is a little different than my area, in a New York court, he was found guilty of rape and she was awarded $5 million. Wait. Then he was found guilty of defamation. In other words, calling her a liar.
Yep.
And she was awarded $83.5 million.
Yep.
Now, why is
you've researched this,
why
yep.
was it not 83.5 for the rape and 5 for the defamation?
Well, that's just going to fall down to the procedures of the civil of civil courts within the American criminal justice system. That's a question that would probably be best fit for a lawyer in the state of New York, not a debater on TikTok Live, because that's just procedural.
That would be a question for the jury.
That'd be like procedural libel information that I couldn't give you, that you'd have to ask a lawyer to see, like, well, under what confines, what is the maximum amount of money that juries can pay out for things such as sexual abuse? What's the maximum amount of money that juries could pay out for things such as a libel? I would actually assume that libel can come with higher damages than sexual abuse in civil courts because there's more demonstrable damages, unfortunately, which is kind of insane when you think about it.
That doesn't
Rape
even
should
make
obviously
sense, yeah.
It doesn't make sense, but that's just the way
Right.
that the criminal justice system and civil courts work. Now, you said a jury in New York. Do you think that the jury was biased against Donald Trump?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump's lawyers were sure. They argued that they weren't. Juror 77, who was sitting there, one of the 9, he indicated with the jury selection forms that he loved Tim Pool, watched him all the time, and thought of him as a reasonable voice in the middle that was right. Now, obviously, that's going to be the take from somebody on the right, because as me, somebody on the left, Tim Pool is a crazy man who's paid $500,000 a month by the Kremlin to spread anti-Ukraine, pro-Trump, pro-Kremlin propaganda. So if you say that he's a good moderate voice who's very sensible and on the money, yeah, you're definitely on the right. And then E. Jean Carroll's attorneys opted to get that juror ejected, okay, because he was on the right. Maybe he would have a political bias for Trump. And then Donald Trump's billionaire attorneys were able to successfully argue against that motion and then get him to stay on the jury. So we know that at least one of the 9 jurors was big time on the right, pro Tim Pool and probably pro Trump, but that juror still found Donald Trump guilty. And you should also know this as a former LEO, one of, if not the most likely to recommit after one leaves jail would be people who went to jail for sex-related crimes. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So we know if you've engaged in sexual exploitation once, sexual violence once, you're much more likely to do it again. And that's exactly why I think that the outcome of this court case is particularly convincing to me, because this wasn't a one-time thing. Howard Stern's radio show 2005, Donald Trump proudly boasted and said he found it funny when he'd sexually exploit naked beauty pageant contestants by barging into their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. So now you can agree that, well, we already know he's engaged in sexual violence at least once. He said he found it funny. He was boasting about it. This puts him at a significantly higher likelihood and a significantly higher propensity to then go on and engage in sexual violence again, which makes sense because, of course, a civil court found him guilty for raping a woman. I believe it. You should too. And I'd say you're a fool if you want it. And both dressing rooms. He sexually exploited the women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Where? In the dressing rooms. He raped E. Jean Carroll. Where? In a dressing room. It seems like he has a big association with dressing rooms and taking advantage of women and girls.
Yeah, you came to that conclusion the other night.
You've been watching. Dang.
Yeah. I think had E. Jean Carroll stopped him at that point, he may have reconsidered his actions. I do know that and I'll tell you, one of the things that I did as LEO was to go around and check up on the sexual offenders that were out on probation in my area. So I do not believe that all of them will go back to doing what they did. I don't think that 1 year is an appropriate jail sentence for sexual assault of any nature. I know of one young girl that I actually sat in on the trial. She was 12, and the perpetrator was the boyfriend of her mother, and she accused him of touching her inappropriately when she was trying to sleep. He got 25 years. He didn't rape her, he just touched her, and he got 25 years. So maybe my area is a little tougher on crimes like that. I don't know. It should be tough everywhere. You can prove that somebody did something like that. When you let them off, when there is no consequence for bad behavior, for illegal behavior, what is the incentive to stop that behavior?
Yeah. I agree. I agree. And how about it? What kind of consequence is the Oval Office? What kind of consequence is the presidency?
Exactly.
Exactly. Which is exactly why we shouldn't support Trump. What kind of consequence is giving this rapist the presidency? What kind of consequence is giving this 34-count felon the presidency? What kind of consequence is giving this guy who's held civilly liable for lying about the valuations of his properties to a bank in New York the presidency? What kind of consequence is it to give presidency to a guy who tried to overturn the results of the 2020 election? What kind of consequence is it to give a man who is now limited and prohibited and barred the federal government from ever investigating him for tax fraud again the presidency? What kind of consequence is the presidency for Donald Trump, who has also infringed on the law over 1 million times with having his name illegally redacted from the Epstein files, illegally refused to provide food stamp benefits for 12 million children during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, illegally, double tapped a boat in the South Caribbean Sea and committed a war crime in accordance with a second Geneva Convention in the ICC. My point is that we could identify so many cases and scenarios throughout the life of Donald J. Trump, both when he was a private citizen and a president, where he has brazenly engaged in corruption and illegal activities and broken the law. And that is one of the main reasons why I don't support him as president. It is rules for thee, but not for me. And there is no consequence for his illegal actions. And you are right about that. If you don't give consequence to a criminal, then they're going to do it again. So why can't we agree and say that we want to advocate for consequences for this criminal, at the bare minimum, making us at least not wanting him to be the most powerful man in the world, not wanting him to be the president of the United States of America?
Because he's not an isolated incident. Where'd you go? Quit doing that. Oh, you're getting a drink? Or something
like that. I don't know what that means. What do you mean? He's not an isolated incident.
Hey. Really? You think that all other men, all other presidents, oh Lord, look up sexual misconduct of Congress and you'll come out with
you're saying that he's not the only person who's done it. That only gives you more reason to not support him as president. Because if we know that other men are just like Trump, if we know that many other men are willing to take advantage of women and girls, if we know that many other men and boys want to rape women and girls, well, then we have to set the standard clear, and we sure as hell have to try our best to get Trump in jail, because it's not just the fact that Donald Trump is more likely to break the law again and again and again when we reward him with the presidency compared to a jail cell, but then when the nation sees us, we're rewarding a rapist criminal with the presidency compared to a jail cell. Well, that tells American men that they could go out, rape a woman, be found guilty of it in a court of law, and not have their job taken away, not have their social opportunity limited, not be sent to jail. In fact, maybe one day they'll be able to make it to the Oval Office too, which is exactly why we need to send Donald Trump to jail, which would necessitate at the bare minimum we shouldn't support him as president. Because as you said, it is not an isolated incident.
And had that happened when he started this behavior, maybe we wouldn't be in this position right now.
Jesse, thank you so much for the
Right now, you can't put him in jail because he raped E. Jean Carroll.
But what we can do at the bare minimum is not support him as president. If we can ideologically agree that he should be in jail for what he did to E. Jean Carroll, he should be in jail for what he did to the Miss Teen USA and Miss USA beauty pageant contestants, he should be in jail for his felonies, he should be in jail for his lawsuits, he should be in jail for his assault on the Constitution, he should be in jail for all these things, at the bare minimum, should be able to agree that he shouldn't be president. People who should be in jail shouldn't be president. Do you agree that people who should be in jail should not be president? Do you agree, yes or no?
that's a question if they should be in jail or are in jail.
If they
At
should
the
be
time,
in jail.
they should not be president. However, 30 years after the fact, no.
Do you think that rapists should go to jail for only 30 years? I think it should be life. But I don't think that this matters.
I think
because I don't
certain
think
parts
that there's
of
a
their
statute of
anatomy should be
limitations
cut off.
of caring about rape. I don't think that there's a statute of limitations about caring about rape. Sophia and Blast, I appreciate you guys for the galaxy. You know what? Let's see about this 30 years thing. If Donald Trump raped a child 30 years ago, would you still support him as president today?
If he had raped my child 30 years ago, I would have killed him.
Yeah, me too, right? So no, you
yeah.
wouldn't support him as president today, right?
Can I throw something in real quick, because I just saw one of my notes and this was really important to me.
Yeah, do you mind throwing that in right after I finish out this point?
I will. Hang on one. Okay, I'll hold it in my hand here.
Okay. Okay,
say
because
your
you just
question
agreed
again.
that if Trump raped a child 30 years ago, you wouldn't support him as president today. Okay, but you just got done arguing that you will support him as president today,
Yeah, that's
even though he raped an adult 30 years ago. So why
30
is
years,
it
right.
that if he raped a child 30 years ago, you wouldn't support him as president today?
I didn't say that.
So you see that you kill him. I think that not
I
supporting
said I
him
would
as
kill him.
Yeah, I think that not supporting him as president is a little bit of a lower bar
no,
than
he
not,
would be dead.
you know.
So it would be a moot point. He wouldn't
Okay,
be running for
well,
president
clearly
because he
you
would be
wouldn't
dead.
support somebody as president that you would kill, right?
If somebody did something horrific, murdered somebody, raped somebody 30 years ago, now what I want to know is what he has done in the past 20 years.
Oh, I don't know. I
15
got
years.
into politics by attempting to convince people not to vote for Obama
No,
because
I
he's
mean
black.
illegally.
Oh, what has he done illegally in the last 30 years? He's
I
infringed
don't
on the
count-
First Amendment of our Constitution, the 14th Amendment of our Constitution, threatened to infringe on the 23rd Amendment of our Constitution. He illegally infringed on the 10th Amendment of the Constitution by deploying the National Guard illegally to Illinois. He illegally refused to grant food stamp benefits to children. To children in this country during the last 12 days of government shutdown. He illegally attempted to take citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. He illegally concealed the identities and names of co-conspirators. Yes, it is right.
No. Hang on one second. That's the one I wanted to talk to you about. You talked 2 or 3 or 4 days ago, I guess it was, a young man who was a young Marine who was getting ready to be deployed in about 3 weeks. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Who was he was born here. He was an anchor baby. His parents were illegal at the time that he was born here, and you got him worried that ICE was going to come and take him because Trump's, what was it, 160? 14160?
14160.
Yeah, 160. If you go pull that up and go down to section 2.
We went over this on the live. Before that guy left, before that guy left, we had a lawyer up on the live just so we could fact check everything that he said. And he did
Go
fact
to
check that
section
out.
2.
We did this all on the live the other day. Yeah, it says that it
did-
will only
you
apply to
didn't do
people
all of
born
it.
to parents that are undocumented immigrants 30 days after the order goes into effect. And I had a
30
lawyer
days.
up. Yeah, I had a lawyer up to
But
just
you
fact
didn't
check and
say
verify.
that.
Yeah, I did. Because I had a
Because-
lawyer up to fact check and verify everything that I said in that conversation with him because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't spreading misinformation. And that lawyer
You
came
did
up and he clarified that I was wrong about saying that would have been retroactively impactful. So I had a lawyer up on the stream to clarify and correct anything that I
Right,
said that
I
was
heard him.
incorrect. And that's the thing that the lawyer corrected. So I don't know what point you're trying to get at here. This was
Well, no,
already
because-
foreseen and discussed
No.
by myself and a lawyer that I'd brought up on the live stream.
Listen. But the lawyer must have talked to you after that because you never got to subsection B, which was the 30 days. It was 30 days after the signing.
Yeah, we did get to subsection B because the lawyer specifically said that the Trump administration argued in court in accordance with EO that it only be applied to new people who were born in American soil to parents that are undocumented immigrants. I brought that lawyer up to correct me on anything if I was wrong, and I was
Right.
wrong on that, which is why I brought the lawyer up.
But you were still telling the kid. I didn't hear that part, and I wrote it down because I wanted to get to you.
Yeah, you
about
just
that.
probably left before I had a lawyer up to fact check me.
Oh no, I didn't leave.
Oh, okay.
But
So then you
the-
just happened to miss
but
it.
the
Maybe you
young-
had your volume down. Maybe you were
I may
getting a
have-
cup of water, eating some food or something, not
I
paying
might have
full
blinked.
attention.
Yeah, I might have blinked. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah,
But
we had that
I wanted to
conversation
make
live.
sure that you knew that he was not in any danger whatsoever. He
Yeah,
is an
that
American
executive order.
citizen.
Well, he was still in some danger because it sets a new precedent where all of a sudden we're just giving the ability to the president to like manage the citizenship of constituents of this nation compared to having that thing protected and entrenched in the Constitution. And by the way, that order from Trump was illegal. This is actually one of the biggest examples of Donald Trump's government overreach and proclivity to engage in criminal actions. It was criminal of him. It was illegal for Donald Trump to attempt to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. That is patently unconstitutional, and that is a right in which has been explicitly protected for the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil since 1868.
And you know who that was for?
It was for a lot of people. It was
was
primarily for black individuals,
slaves.
and it was also for immigrants, and it was for everybody, just to set forth and enshrine protection in the Constitution of what had been common law prior to that point of just solely, which comes from England, which is the notion that if you're born on the king's soil, then you're subject to the king.
Well, and actually, I'm one of the first illegal immigrants to this country. My ancestors were. I had 2 families came over on the Mayflower. So I'm big time immigrant. But
Okay, so do you think
I
that
just
your
wanted to-
ancestors on the Mayflower should have been deported and tortured in El Salvador?
in El Salvador? Why
Yeah.
did they go to El Salvador?
I don't know, just because. Should that have happened to your ancestors?
My ancestors left because they were being religiously persecuted. They were actually they had migrated from England to Denmark.
Do you agree with
No,
Donald Trump's
they-
mass deportation?
Yes.
Okay. Why? What is one way that his mass deportation has materially benefited our nation in the last year and a half? One specific way.
One specific way that the deportation.
Has made America better off, yeah.
Here my LEO is coming out of it again. They are here illegally. There is no other argument for them to be here that will counteract that. They are here illegally. I have friends who have come here legally and gone through the process, which is A, very expensive, and B, time consuming. I told one of them, who was in the process, I said, you should just drop everything, go over to Juarez, and then walk back across the border.
Can you please answer my question?
What was the question? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What is one
there
specific way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has materially benefited the United States of America in the last year and a half?
Well, we're not spending 180 billion for per year.
Oh, well, that's a lie.
It's 150 to 180 billion is the cost.
According to the report you're reading from the Republicans in Congress from the Heritage Foundation, right? $154 billion
No,
annually?
Actually, this is the hang on one second.
Or like
it's
some
the
other
budget.
institution?
Budget.house.gov.
Yeah. So you're looking at the Republican CBO committee in the House. Yeah. So that's the Republicans. Yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong. And I can tell you exactly why they're wrong, because they much so represent the cost of undocumented immigrants on the United States of America annually. Okay? Right? Because they include the cost for the citizen children or citizen relatives of undocumented immigrants within that evaluation of the total cost of undocumented immigration. So in order to get to that number that undocumented immigrants cost us $154 billion annually, you have to reclassify some citizens as immigrants. Okay? Like primarily, the bulk of that cost comes from the educational costs for the citizen children of undocumented immigrants, or the cost of food stamps for the citizen children of undocumented immigrants. So in other words, that number does not adequately and or appropriately represent the cost of undocumented immigrants.
So the children of undocumented So the children of undocumented immigrants are documented immigrants?
Yeah, because if you're an undocumented immigrant and you have a child on American soil, you're a citizen.
No. This is no.
Yes.
Because those, if they were just born in the 5 years that it's been since they were coming across the border, that's not old enough to get into school. That's not old. No, an undocumented.
There's many
immigrant,
undocumented immigrants who have been in this nation for like 40 years, dude.
I understand.
Like there's citizen children of undocumented immigrants that are like full blown like functioning adults, working jobs, graduating university. I know a handful of them.
Yeah, I know some of them over here. A lot of them are here over on school visas. Actually, two of them were on school visas.
Then they're not undocumented immigrants. But listen, my point is that that's where that cost is coming from. Also, I'm not too sure that you're too concerned about costs, considering the fact that you support the most costly president in the history of our country. Donald Trump personally accounts for 27.7% of this nation's debt, the most out of any president in the history of the United States of America. In his first term, he spent twice as much as Biden did in his first term. And so far in his second term, he's already spent in a year and a half more than what Biden spent in 4. Not to mention this war in Iran. That cost us $1 billion a day.
Yes. I
Twice as
understand
much is what you are claiming undocumented immigrants cost us a day.
that. All right. So you're saying that the economy is in the toilet because of Trump?
Yes. I'm saying that
Okay.
absolutely the economy is in the toilet because of Trump. There's not a
Okay,
singular
great.
macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago. Can you try to name one?
Yep. Hang on one second. I'm going to give you the past 50 years of the GDP, the CPI, and the unemployment. Hold on.
Okay, jeez.
Let me do it. Hey, listen, you have an eidetic memory. You've got all this, just right off the top of your head. I don't. I'm old school. I do pen and paper. So I was curious.
Yeah.
Everybody says, Trump has put us in the toilet economy. So I went back and looked. The past 50 years, I didn't go all the way back. I could, but I didn't. So GDP, I'll give you the high and the low. I'll give you the president, give you the high and the low. High is good, low is bad, right?
Okay, I'd like to know where you're going with
Sorry.
this.
Am I boring you?
I think
want
that
you
this could bore me. It could get a
No,
little
I
bit
want you-
tedious.
I
but
want you to see that every president for the past 50 years has highs and lows. Okay? And they're pretty much average. Reagan had a pretty good high. But if you went, Ford was 5.4 and minus 0.5, minus 0.5.
Okay, how about this? Can you just say your point in 3 sentences? It seems like
I'm
just
saying
might take you a number to go over all the numbers.
Okay.
You're saying that every president has a high and low. I don't know what that means though. What do you mean by that?
For the GDP and the cost, the CPI and the unemployment, there is not a radical difference between them.
How about we go over the
Between
radical
all-
difference between the economy today under Trump and where it was at under Biden? So under Biden in 2024, we added 2.2 million jobs. Meanwhile, radically different in 2025 under Trump, we only added 181,000 jobs. In 2024, after Biden passed some of his great policy to make massive investments into U.S. Manufacturers, we saw a quarterly increase in the level of private investment into manufacturers for every single quarter under his administration, the largest boom in modern American history. Since Trump was inaugurated, that has gone down every single quarter. Last year in 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years. Last year in 2025, we had the worst jobs report ignoring recessions in 20 years. Last year in 2025, we had 1.3 million layoffs and the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Okay? There's just no argument to be made that Donald Trump is beneficial to the economy because everything was actually performing fantastically under Biden in 2024 and going up in a very positive direction. Donald Trump turned all of that around.
All right. Let's just do the GDP for Biden and Trump now.
Yeah, sure. The
Biden,
GDP growth rate was cut by percent in
5
2025 compared to 2024.
5.9 and 1.9 was the low. For Trump, this past year is 1.6 and minus 0.6.
Wait. I just want to clarify. Are you saying that last year in 2025, we had lower GDP growth than the lowest GDP growth that we saw under Biden during the pandemic? So Biden during the pandemic, GDP growth was better than Donald Trump in 2025 after a massive economic resurgence and boom in response to the pandemic, which included 2 of the lowest unemployment rates in history in the last 50 years. Is that what you're claiming?
Lowest unemployment rate? No.
No, GDP growth. You said that the lowest GDP growth
GDP.
under
Okay,
under
GDP,
under Biden
yes.
was 1.9,
GDP,
and so
yeah.
far in 2025, GDP growth was 1.6. So GDP growth was better under Biden during the pandemic than it was last year in 2025 under Trump.
Right.
I didn't know that. I'm actually going to start running that as a point. I guess I appreciate you for that. Because think
I
about how
gave you
insane that is.
information,
Think
right. I
think
gave
about how
you
truly
ammunition.
think about how truly that insane that is. When the country was shut down, when people were being forced to stay at home, when no companies were in operation. A year after we had the highest unemployment rate as a country since the Great Depression, we still had better GDP growth than some random year in the middle of the century under Donald Trump, rolling off the backs of 2024, which was an historic year for jobs, adding 2.2 million to the economy.
Okay, his high unemployment rate was 6.4. The lowest unemployment rate was 3.4.
Yeah, 6.4 the day he walked into office because we were in the middle of a pandemic. That doesn't reflect on Biden. I want you to respond to the GDP point, though.
Oh, okay.
And then after this, I am probably going to move on to the next guest because it's been over an hour.
Oh, come on.
I have enjoyed the conversation, though, outside of
Can I
like the
come
rape
back?
apology earlier. I thought that was disgusting, but everything else I've
Well,
enjoyed.
no. I am absolutely for E. Jean Carroll. I'm just pissed off at her that she let things get out of hand.
Okay, we're going to talk about that real quick.
He should have been punished back then.
You're engaging in an action that is morally wrong by being mad at E. Jean Carroll for not reporting her rape to the police when it happened. There's absolutely no moral obligation that victims of rape possess to turn around and report that rape to the cops when the exhaustive cost of reporting rape to the cops is potentially so high. There's none. If Donald Trump went on to rape 50 women that he wouldn't otherwise, given that E. Jean Carroll reported it to the cops, she still wouldn't have a moral obligation to report it to the police because the exhaustive cost of not doing that could potentially have been her death. And there's a problem with that. But the problem is that exhaustive cost and those repercussions and consequences that rape victims face in America because of rape culture. So if you're pissed off at that last statement, blame it on rape culture. Blame it on the culture in which has been cultivated in this nation that gives consequences to rape victims.
I did not see a consequence to my actions after when I went and had that young man that attacked me.
Yeah,
brought up.
the same way many
they were
people.
They were going to kick him out of school. They were going to have him arrested.
You should know as an LEO that that's a bad argument. Can you agree that there's many scenarios where people will drink and drive with no consequence to themselves or others?
That's another one that I would kill if a drunk had run into my car and hurt one of my kids.
But
You
answer my
wouldn't
question there. Can we agree that there are scenarios of people drinking and driving at no consequence to themselves or others? No
Right.
accidents, like in the lines, they don't hurt themselves, they don't hurt other people. There are scenarios that we could identify where people will drink and drive with no consequence to themselves or others. But because typically drunk driving does yield negative consequences for themselves and other people, or even in just some scenarios, it yields very high consequences for themselves or others. Okay, still yet we would say that when people drink and drive, that is a very bad thing because of the negative consequences in which it could yield. Similarly, there are going to be scenarios of women such as yourself reporting rape and they're not facing any negative adversary or consequence because of that. Okay? But because in many other scenarios, just like drunk drivers, they do face negative consequences. They are hurt. They do hurt other people. It makes total sense why rape victims don't have a moral responsibility or obligation to report because of the potential costs of reporting. Not to say that those costs are true in every scenario, just saying that they're true in enough scenarios to negate any responsibility on behalf of the victim to report.
So if a drunk driver hits you and injures you, you're going to let him off?
No,
Or
I'm going to
hits
take his ass to court.
Okay. Right.
I would just
run over him.
But I'm just saying that my point is there's no moral obligation that victims have to report rape. Okay, and because there's no moral obligation that victims have to report rape, you can't turn around and be pissed off at a rape victim for not reporting.
Yes,
Because
I
it's not their fault.
As
It's
a
not,
woman,
they didn't create the system that punishes them for reporting.
then they need to change it.
I
I
don't-
wasn't right.
Yeah, so it's the
I
burden
wasn't-
of rape victims to change rape culture, and that's why you as a rape victim are making a rapist president. Your logic, your victim blaming logic, applies to yourself.
I wasn't raped. I was attacked. He wanted to, but he didn't get the opportunity.
I'd
because
still say that the point applies.
I fought and bit and scratched. He probably carries the scars today. But
I'd still say that your point applies.
Had I not done what I did, and I don't know because I didn't follow him after that, so I have no idea what his life turned out afterwards. I don't know if he ever attacked another woman. I think it scared the living daylights out of him.
Also, by the way, earlier you asked me if a drunk driver hit me, would I report them? Yes, duh. I wouldn't be shamed and blamed for reporting a drunk driver. The same way today, you are shaming and blaming a woman for reporting a rapist.
I don't shame a woman for reporting a rapist.
You just said that you were
applaud her.
pissed off at her.
I'm pissed off that she didn't, because that just incurred he incurred absolutely no consequence for that bad behavior.
I'm gonna repeat
None.
this again. Don't be pissed off at her for not reporting. Be pissed off at the negative consequences in which rape victims face for reporting, which makes many of them not report.
Maybe if we reported all of it, that we'd be out of that culture. If a man knew that he was going to get reported, if he raped somebody,
which only makes it
would
more important to dismantle the culture and which gives negative consequences for rape victims for reporting, which makes it even more important to not support rapists as presidents. You understand? You understand? You understand? Okay, that in order for us to progress in a direction where rape victims will feel more comfortable in reporting their rape, we must first have to be able to identify and agree that we're not going to make the rapist who the women report president. Like, I think that those two notions are completely incompatible with one another. You can't say on one hand, let's incentivize rape victims to report their rape, then on the other hand say, well, once they report their rape and the rapist is found guilty, we're going to make him president. Those two things are completely contradictory to one another. It's either that you want rape victims to report their rape and you don't support Trump, or you don't want rape victims to report the rape, or you just don't care if they report the rape and you do support Trump. Which one?
well, I've already said I don't care for Trump myself,
You're a Trump supporter.
but I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a government supporter.
Yeah, I don't care for Trump, but I want him to be the most powerful person alive. Listen, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation here. I appreciate you for coming up, okay?
Bye.
Yeah, take care, Beverly. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be a Trump supporter that is 18 plus and American. I tried my best with Beverly. Listen, I really think that there's a lot of things that she believed in that were pretty bad. It does seem like she did a little bit more studying than the average guest. She definitely informed herself more than the average guest. That honestly made the flow of the conversation a bit easier for me because then the guests weren't just disputing obvious truths, as it relates to the data. Joseph, welcome into You Support Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
20.
Cool, man. I got a couple people to thank here, then I'll pass the mic to you. Kate, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, been a silent viewer of you and Parker for several years now, but I just wanted to say that I was completely horrified by the clips of you being swatted yesterday. I can't imagine how scary that must have been, and I hope that you're doing okay. Well, no, that I appreciate you, Kate. I appreciate you. That's very kind of you. Joy, I appreciate you for the $5. Patricia, thank you for the $5. Ryan, thank you for the $10. Who says, unfortunately, I've released debating is harder than I thought, even if I'm on the right side of history. Do you have any advice for people trying to get better at debate? Also, you're the best. My advice for you to get better at debate is just do your research, ensure you know the facts that are relevant to the subject matter you want to talk about, and also just do it again and again and again. It's the repetition that makes it, Ryan. Jason, thank you for the $5. Allie, thank you for the $5. And Lauren, thank you so much for the $25. That is very kind of you.
So much, Lauren.
Let's get 250 Lauren W's down below in that chat for the $25 donation. Genuinely, that is so very kind of you, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you, Lauren. Let's get 250 Lauren W's down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Charlie. Thank you for the $1. And Brooklyn, thank you for the $20. Thank you, Brooklyn. Let's get 200 Brooklyn W's down below in that chat. Thank you, Brooklyn. Brooklyn with the 20 says, Beverly, please seek help, please, for yourself and the victims. You'll probably continue to blame in the future if you don't. I appreciate you so much, Brooklyn. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Fasi, thank you for the $11. I really really appreciate you so much, man. And Coach Clark with a 5 who says, donated 5 in appreciation for you saying I sound like a great coach. Have a great day, Dean. You are Coach Clark. I remember you. Hunter, thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, man, you cook so hard on Jubilee as you always do. So many one-liners from you that you had me cackling up. Keep it up, man. Yeah, my favorite is, and a moron's a moron. That's my favorite from the video. Thank you for the $10. And then Brianna and M, thank you guys so much for the $5. M, I hope that you think that the debate I had with your mom went well. I thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah, definitely. Kid Cuddy, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat who says, just saw the Jubilee. Why didn't you mention the lady with the lipstick on her teeth? Honestly, I wasn't looking too closely at their teeth. Purple with the $5 says, Dean's fluffy hair is making America great again. So true. Taffy Bot with the $10 on Super Chat says, fucking awesome. Jubilee, my jaw dropped multiple times. Yeah, that's a crazy episode, huh? Jane Isles, thank you for the $10 who says, women don't come forward for the very reason Bev is proving, because they will get attacked and blamed for what happened. Yup. Trey with the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love, Trey. And then Lord T, thank you so much for the $20 and the information about the Iran-US MOU. Lord T, you have always been very kind to me and a very good source of information. Thank you so much for that love and support. Let's get 200 Lord TWs. And then Sean, thank you for the $20 dono as well, who says, Dean, just watch your Jubilee episode and wow, great job on cooking them all. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $20, Sean. I do think that I cooked. I found that really difficult to film. That was just really hard. Aaron, thank you for the $10. Sir Duke, thank you for the $10. I appreciate y'all. We are all caught up on Venmo. We are all caught up on Super Chat. Let's quickly caught up on PayPal. Jesse with the $5 who said this guy trolled Parker on live last night. Thank you for letting me know in advance. Catherine, thank you for the $5. Then Jesse, thank you for the $20 who says love the Jubilee video. Thank you, Jesse. Let's get tutored. Jesse W said is JESSIE. Addison, thank you for the 5. And Ruth, thank you so much for the $25. Ruth, because we have moved on from that topic of discourse and the sensitive nature of your message, I am going to keep that to myself, but just know that I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Thank you so much for that love, Ruth. Let's get 250 Ruth W's. Thank you for supporting what we do. And then Stefan with the $20 says, just watch your Jubilee video. You have patience of a saint. Thank you. I tried to be patient during that filming, but it was difficult. Thank you for the $20, Stefan. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $15. Says, I just wanted to thank you for fighting for women's rights and teaching MAGA the truth. Well, thank you, Caitlin, for supporting me along in our journey here. And I appreciate you for supporting the streams. I try my best to get people on the right side of history, but oftentimes I'm not successful in doing so, as evident by that last conversation. Listen, if you are one of the viewers of the live stream and you want to support me, you want to support the live stream, you want to support us so we can continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. They are also in the pin message over on that YouTube stream, and the handles on the top of the phone screen on TikTok. Just Dean Withers, my name, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. You could attach a message, get a message across. I try to read as many of them off as possible. And like I said, it's a very best way to support what we do. Joseph, you said apparently you were trolling Parker on his live stream yesterday?
Wrong with it? No.
You weren't? It was somebody else?
Completely different, man.
Just completely
No,
different?
I swear.
Okay, I'll make that determination. Let's see. So why do you support Trump?
So I support Trump because, number one, he's fixed our nation. He's helped build our economy, strengthen our
Dude,
people.
he can't even fix the fucking reflecting pool. What makes you think he's going to be able to fix the nation?
Can I please speak? Beverly let you speak. Let me, please. All right.
I don't know. I might call for your execution like Trump did when the Democrats spoke in Congress. We'll see. Let's see how I'm feeling today. Go ahead.
So again, he fixed our nation. He's helped build our economy. And you know what? You want to go on with. He didn't help. You know, he ruined the what is it called? The reflecting pool. He didn't do that. Obama ruined the reflecting pool. If you want to get serious.
Yeah, you're a troll. That's good. Hey, that's funny.
No, I'm not. No, can I do my impression really quick?
No, that's good.
Can I do
That's good.
Can I do my impression?
No, you can't do. You can't do your impression. You're kicked. That's good though. That was funny. No, that's a good troll. That was a good one. Good one. Let's get. Oh, that's good. All right, let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream right now on the opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, here we go, everyone. We got Rebecca loaded into that live stream. It's really funny. On the opposite side of the box, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, here we go, guys. We're going to go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Grace, hi. Are you stroking your shit right now, Grace?
We are a team with it.
Oh, wow. You didn't play the clip this time, Grace. That's good. The last 4 times that account has joined the live stream, they've played this audio clip of somebody saying, I'm stroking my shit. I got lotion on it and whatnot. You know, on second thought, that actually might have been somebody else. No, that was an account by the name of Sophie that was doing that. That was somebody else. Yeah, Grace, my bad. I totally confused you for somebody else there. Yeah, my apologies for that one. Yikes. That was quite the blunder. I'm thinking of Sophie, not Grace. Yeah, Sophie's the one who joins up and plays that clip of stroking my shit. Yikes. What a blunder. Fuck. Canceled. Joshua, do you support Trump? Somebody in the chat says, why would you say that? No, because I'm on God. Look at the VODs. An account named Sophie that I confused for a Grace account. It joins every day and plays the clip that's like, stroke my shit, I got lotion on and whatnot. I'm on God. Look at the VODs on YouTube. Every single day. An account named Sophie joins and says that. Every single day. I'm actually being serious. The VODs are on YouTube. Go watch the VODs. Go watch them. Go check them out. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream.
Hi.
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, do you support Trump?
No, but I just wanted to say,
I appreciate you for coming up. Today we are just looking for Trump supporters. You take care. Dude, that was a really bad blunder, though. I'm not going to lie. I actually do apologize to you, Grace. I'm not even joking. I actually do. It's probably really uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Grace. Confuse you for Sophie. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How do you?
51.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Can you give me just 1 second?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry. You can come back up here. I'm really used to, like, trolls playing, like, music. Like the We Are Charlie Kirk song. No, you're just actually, like, a Trump supporter that's bored. Because it's the UCMCS song. Feel free to hop back inside of that queue, man. I'd love to have you back up. I'm just so used to, like, troll. Honestly, whenever I hear an audio starting to play, I always think that they're a troll. Only opposite side of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would follow the rules. Hi, welcome in. Are you a Trump supporter?
no.
Why are you in the queue?
Because I wanted to say something.
What do you want to say?
I wanted to say, I used to be a Trump supporter, but, I'm not anymore.
Are
I
you
was a Trump
Are you
supporter.
the Sophie that plays the stroking my shit audios at you?
No, I
It's another
have joined
Sophie.
before though.
Okay. Now I feel like I gotta find this Sophie just to prove that I'm not crazy. So, for everybody whose name is Sophie, who's in that queue, it's your lucky day. You'll probably skip to the front of the line. Let's go to get that next guest marker connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
When are you coming to visit me?
Yeah, Jesus. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Isaiah loading up in the box. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You're winning, Dean. I love you, Dean. You're winning. You're winning. I love you, Dean.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. That's very kind of you. Only opposite side of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Only opposite side of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Here we go. Let's go to get the next guest, S. Watts, connected. Here we go.
Hello?
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes and no, but can I say one thing, Dean?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18. There's a Discord server called LARPbase that said that they were the reason they swatted you. It's on TikTok.
I'm sure that a lot of different people have claimed responsibility for it. LARP base. Think about it. Think about it. LARP base. Think about it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Damn, banned. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. River, thank you so much for the galaxy. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are
Jesus fucking Christ. God, leave me alone. God damn it. Moving on to the next guest, we got Roger connecting. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, what year are you born in?
2007.
All right, man. You sound a little bit low energy. You got like a coffee or like an energy drink or something?
No, but I don't know. Donald Trump's just the greatest president ever.
Yeah. How many amendments are there in the Constitution?
Shit, what's an amendment?
Okay, yeah, don't worry about it. How many branches of government are there?
Shit, what's that?
Yeah, can you spell the word president?
P-R-E-S-I-D-E-N-T.
Yeah, congratulations. Wow. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
wow.
Thanks.
Wow. Yeah.
All right, what you trying to debate?
How many continents are there?
7?
Wow. Yeah. How many branches of government are there?
Shit, I don't even know what that is.
Just take a guess.
Like 8?
Yeah. Wow. You're right. Yeah.
Hey,
Wow.
what are you trying to debate me about, Dean?
Well, you said that Trump is the best president of the United States of America. Do you think that you could beat me in a debate about that? Do you think that you know more than me?
I could try.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Shit,
Take it
Dean.
away.
All right. Yeah, he's the greatest president ever. Now debate me.
Oh, yeah. So my question was, why?
Why is he?
Yeah.
Because he made UFC 250.
Yeah. Like the fighting on like the White House lawn, dude.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And
I
that
want to see
cemented him
Biden
as
doing that shit.
Biden didn't do that shit, bro. It's so true. So true. You know what? You've changed my mind.
For real? You'll support Trump?
No, Roger. Have a good one. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, please and thank you. Jay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, as always, thank you for standing up for SA victims. I'm behind about 30 minutes, but for an LEO to say, that is disappointing. Thanks, Dean. Yeah, that was really disappointing to hear an LEO say. I agree with you, Jay. Same thing to Courtney. Thank you for the $15. Who says, deadass, hard Jubilee episode to watch. You're king for getting through it, though. This dono is purely for the fourth wall breaks, straight at the camera that had me cackling. I appreciate you, Courtney. Yeah, that was a pretty hard episode of film, so I would assume it's also pretty hard to get through. But just know that I really appreciate you. Autumn, thank you for the $18 donation on Venmo, who says, is there something they didn't include in the Jubilee video that you wish they did? How long did filming take? I'm so curious about behind the scenes. The filming took about like 4 hours. One thing that they didn't include that I wish they did was after the abortion debate that I had with one of the women about how they said that there was like never a circumstance where women would need life-saving abortions. One of the other women came up and she was like, I'm a nurse, and actually there are scenarios where they do, so that last person was wrong. I mean, it would have been cool to see them include that, but I appreciate you for the $18, Autumn. Let's get 200 Autumn W's in that chat. Thank you. In with the $5, who says, thanks for trying, Dean. She says that she wants to come back to talk to you tomorrow. Would you ever consider debating her again? I would consider it, man. I consider it. Sophie, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, December 2nd.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I just think that he is a better candidate than Kamala, and I'm up here because I want you to convince me, like, why he's not.
Okay, yeah, well, let's first hear the reasons why you think he would make a better president than Harris.
Getting all the immigrants, like, deadass just kind of want them out of there.
Deadass just kind of want them out of there. Why?
Just honestly, like, it's not like, it's nothing racist, but like,
Usually when you start by saying it's nothing racist, it turns out racist, so.
No, Dean, I'm not like that. Like, I promise you, I'm not like that.
Okay, let's see.
It's just like, I'm just like anti, like, why does the U.S. have to be stuffed with all these people that aren't from here? Like, why?
Well, why does it need to be, or why is it? I don't understand the nature of your question.
Why is it? Like,
so are you asking like why immigration is like essential towards the United States of America? Because immigration is what built this country and what continues to help this country thrive. The Cahill Institute tells us that undocumented, actually all immigrants, have generated a $30 trillion surplus over the course of the last 30 years, prevented 4 recessions, increased wages 1 to 2% annually, and pay a lot in taxes and contribute a lot to the GDP. If it wasn't for immigrants, this nation would be a lot worse off.
Oh. Can I ask you a question?
I don't know, Sophie, can you?
If I was the Sophie that would play the stroking my shit right now, would you be pissed?
No.
Do you use rose toys?
Because I kind of want to prove to people that this Sophie exists. Is that you? Get the fuck out of here. That's actually so gross. You're actually banned. Okay. That is her, but she's actually banned for that because that's actually super fucking gross. No, bro, no. No, she's actually banned. Anyways, that's a Sophie that I'm talking about. That's the Sophie that I'm talking about. I told you guys I wasn't crazy. No, she's actually like banned because that's gross as fuck. Like, no, she's actually banned for that. Like, I'm not even trolling. Like, I actually banned her from the live streams. I'm not even trolling. I'm not even trolling. I banned her from the live streams. But that is the Sophie I was talking about. Just so you guys don't think I'm going crazy. And Grace, that's who I mistook you for, was that person that's banned now.
Hello, Dean.
What's going on? No, Sophie. I'm sorry. No more Sophies. Bye, Sophie.
No, it's not me. It's not me. I just want to say something.
Bye, Sophie. Bye.
No, I
sorry.
swear.
I'm sorry. Can't do it. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up in the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Faggot.
So they are a Trump supporter, everybody. We are going to ban them because, of course, they dropped a couple slurs. That's MAGA for you. They just kind of like to slur. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Hi, do you support Trump? Hello? Hello? Only up inside of the box if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Make sure that you are abiding by and following the rules of the live stream. I would really appreciate it if you guys could try your best to follow the rules. I would really appreciate it if you guys could try your very best to follow the rules. Let's go to try to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Let's go to try to get that next guest to the live stream right now. Let's see. Who is next? We got Livy connecting. Hey, Lord T, I appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, this caller and Trump supporters are why there needs to be some type of civics test before voting. News, ducks are being affected by the reflecting pool because of the hydrogen peroxide. Hashtag MAGA. Yeah, according to, like, pool people, hydrogen peroxide is, like, tearing the paint off the bottom of the pool, and now it's killing baby ducks. I saw that. Killed a baby duck. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, folks. Daniela, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. Anna, thank you for the $5. And Mark, I appreciate you for the 6. Hey, do you support... Way too much background noise. Way too much background noise. Folks, like I said, if you do want to support me, if you do want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the ats at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in the last name Withers. Sandra, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. Thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome to support Trump.
I don't know, because like the Mexicans, he's getting them out. Like I'm from UK, so I don't have like a good thing with immigrants.
Oh, he's getting all like the Mexicans out of America. When did he get your brain out of your head?
No. I'm trying. No. Since
I'd assume
like,
that
immigrants here aren't good. I'm just trying to see like.
I'd assume that like probably happens first, right?
I think Trump would do good in England. I don't know if he's doing well in America though. He seems like he's kind of doing pretty shit.
You know what else? You know what else would do good in England?
What's that?
Some education, specifically for you. I hope you go find a Dean Withers with a British accent with an affinity for tea out there, so you could have a debate with them. But today we're focusing on American politics with Donald Trump. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, so I just joined to say that you've really inspired me. And so I stopped supporting Trump because of all of your points, and I just want to say thank you, Dean.
I love that. Thank you, man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you changed your mind. I love to hear that. Thank you so much for letting me know that, Connor. I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. That's awesome.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Super out of tune. Joseph, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, you already know, but the Jubilee episode was a killer. I couldn't get over Gina trying to lean in over and over and over on the camera angle behind you to be in the shot. Really? I didn't even see that. That's funny. That's really funny. I appreciate you for the $10, Joseph. Over on PayPal, thank you, Taryn, for the $5. Taryn didn't attach a message to her donor, just sent it right on through. I appreciate you. Show some love to Taryn. Same thing to you, Robert, with $5, who says, Dean, I just started to watch you, and your streams made me realize that Trump fucking sucks, and I'd like to show you some appreciation for that. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $5, Robert. I'm so happy that the streams have helped you to open your eyes. We love that. We love that. Let's go to get the next guest, Will, connected to the live stream. Only up in the box if you happen to be MAGA. All right, folks. I swear to God, I'm trying my hardest to find a Trump supporter. Swear to God, folks, I'm trying my hardest to find a Trump supporter. It is just particularly difficult right now because the trolls have overwhelmed the queue. We will start banning people who are inside of the box that are not Trump supporters. We are going to start banning people that are inside of the box that are not Trump supporters. Hey, do you support Trump?
My bad.
Unfortunately, my bad won't cut it. Well, I guess I didn't have the rules up on the screen, so I won't ban you. We are going to start banning people now, though, folks. And by the way, if you're trolling, just keep in mind that's exactly what Trump wants you to do. That's exactly what MAGA wants you to do. They want you to come up here and troll and waste our time to prevent us from being able to change the minds of people who join in. Hey, do you support Trump?
I have something. I have notes for you, okay?
Are you a Trump supporter?
This is actually to prove my point. I'm dyeing my hair right now, so just
Are you a Trump
ignore
supporter?
that. But ready?
Are you a Trump supporter?
The date is summer of 2025, before Charlie Kirk has passed.
Yeah, wrote all that out for nothing! Banned! Moving on to the next guest, only opposite side of that box if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
What year are you born in?
2005.
Okay, and why do you happen to support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Don?
Nigger.
Okay, like I said, folks, he was a Trump supporter, but we are going to ban him for slurring. If you're watching this live stream, you're in the middle, maybe you're a little bit right-leaning, consider this. Consider the fact that a lot of people on the right are very, very racist. And maybe if you don't agree with, screaming the N-word, you should be on the left. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
I don't believe you. I think that you're trolling. Goodbye. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream, only opposite side of the box if you happen to be MAGA. I'd appreciate if you guys could try your very best to follow the rules. It's very abundantly clear to me that today you guys are struggling with that. Hey, A, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, here's to some new camping gear. I appreciate you, A. I actually think that I'm going camping this weekend, so that'll be a lot of fun. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's get 100 AWs. That's very kind of you. While we're still in the hunt for the next guest. On PayPal, thank you for the $15, Lucilia. Lucilia with a 15 says, hey, Dean, just watched your YouTube video and I thought it was amazing. The whole video was like a boiling pot of water versus 20 uncooked lobsters. Keep it up. I appreciate you, Lucilia. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah, that video was one hell of a thing to film. Let me tell you. One hell of a thing to film. I'm happy that it's out now. I'm happy that you guys get to see it. I am. Genuinely, I am. Hey, do you support Trump?
Sort of. I'm a Republican, but I'm not really a big fan of Trump.
Okay, well, I mean, if the election was tomorrow, would you vote for Trump over Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Ah, jeez. All right. All right, yeah, man, we're going to hop into a debate. First thing that we got to address, why do some of you guys, I'm talking about the audience here, I'm talking about the viewers, get so fucking weird whenever a new Jubilee video drops? I am looking at the comment section of my most recent post right now that I posted right before I went live. Top comment. Happy Father's Day, Daddy Dean. I'm not your father. Second comment. This was a video that I posted doing it before and after the shoot of the 1v20. And I said it was super exhausting. Second comment. It's okay, baby. I'm here for you. You still have time to delete your comment. Right now. We're going to stop there. I can't scroll anymore. You guys got to stop. Why don't you gotta take it away and tell us why you would vote for Trump over Harris tomorrow?
So, quick request. Can I like save my spot? I requested like an hour ago, but I gotta go put my daughter to bed real quick. I'll just re-request. If you can look for me, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that works. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate it.
Yep, take care. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Hey, welcome in, Dead Dog. Do you support Trump?
Ban me!
Jeez. Jesus. Okay. Wow. Yeah, man. Okay. Yeah, you got it. Jesus. Fuck. All right, bro. Damn. Fuck. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Oh, my God. Fucking scared me, man. Oh, my goodness. H, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yeah. How old are you?
20.
Okay. All right. Your mic is a little bit muffled. If you could disconnect from Bluetooth, take your phone case off, that would help. I'm going to thank like 2 people, then pass you the mic. PZ, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, PZ. That is very, very kind of you, and I'm very grateful for you. Thank you so much for that love and support, PZ. PZ with the $20 says, was going to comment on the woman who's arguing sexual assault with you, but once she admitted that if it was one of her daughters, she would murder the attacker. I'm 70 years old, and she left me speechless. That doesn't happen often. Yeah, I think that we saw a lot of cognitive dissonance and a lot of hypocrisy from that guest. I appreciate you so much for the $20, PZ. Please show some love to PZ down below. And I also appreciate the comment section for telling me that that last guest was the same guy who came up here and screamed the N-word. I just kicked him before I was even done thanking PZ. Let's go and get the next guest connected right now. Do follow the rules of the live stream, folks. We're looking for Trump supporters. We are looking for Trump supporters. Let's see. Who do we got? Alejandro, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Lean more Republican, but no, not really.
Okay,
Sorry.
you take care, man. Wyoming Butcher. Okay, it said that Wyoming Butcher was already connected to the live stream, but now he's like reloading in. Looking for that next guest here. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 33.
What year were you born in?
93.
And why do you support Trump?
I'm in favor of tax cuts policy. I'm in favor of some of the culture changes that he made. And,
such as?
like the DEI stuff, and I think it was getting out of hand.
What DEI stuff?
All the executive orders we saw under Biden, all the listing of the NASDAQ, all the requirements, and some of the...
Do you think that like getting rid of DEI just generally makes the economy more productive?
I think getting rid of racist policy makes people focus more on merit and actually produce things instead of greediness.
So if we're more so focused on merit than the color of people's skin, obviously the economy would be more productive because then employees would be more skilled, right?
It's not an economic contention, it's a cultural.
Okay. Well, see, I guess my thing would be I just think it's a bunch of nonsense. I think it's phony baloney. I don't think that you could point us towards any specific policy under the Biden-Harris administration that opted to hire people because of the color of their skin compared to their merit. And I also don't think that you'd be able to point us towards other policy today that specifically disputes hiring people based on anything but merit. And in fact, I would argue that under Trump today, we see more policy geared towards proactively prohibiting people from being hired based on merit, like Donald Trump's attack on H-1B visas. It is DEI for the citizen, where we're saying if we have 2 options, an immigrant from another country that's more qualified than a citizen, then we should choose the less qualified person of the 2 just because they're a citizen. Isn't that exactly what you seem to be advocating against, ideologically speaking?
Are you saying that H-1B visas have been suspended or something, or what?
Significantly higher costs imposed on employers who want to employ H-1B visa immigrants
to avoid loopholes?
Further restricting the eligibility for immigrants to come into the nation on H-1B visas.
I'm pro H-1B. I think we should have a lot of.
So then you disagree with like Trump's restrictions on H-1B visas?
No, because you're missing out the reasoning. Which the reasoning was that it was being abused by corporations to hire like low skill labor. Which the point of H-1B visas was to target specific like specialties like engineers, like people coming to certain jobs, and it was being broadly abused. So you're not really steel manning the Trump argument.
I don't know if I agree with you. The reason why I don't agree with you is because of the issue was that it was being abused to hire people that were low skilled. Then the solution wouldn't be to impose a $100,000 fine on it, but rather to re-implement better restrictions for H-1B applicants, requiring that they come into America specifically on for high-skilled jobs. What's your evidence that before Trump, H-1B visas were being abused for low-skilled employees, and now with Trump, they're just specifically being used for high-skilled employees?
I'm saying that was the argument. That was the argument from the Trump administration.
Okay, can I have evidence for that argument?
You want me to go find you evidence?
Yeah, well, I would assume that in order to prove things, you need to demonstrate evidence for them to be true, right?
I was just representing the argument from the Trump administration.
Okay, so do you agree that this argument as it stands doesn't have support due to the fact that we can't identify evidence for it to be true? And I don't know. I don't think that you just represented the argument from the Trump administration. I think that you're engaging in quite slippery rhetorical sleight of hand. I asked you if you agree with the Trump administration further restricting H-1B visa access.
And I
after
told
you
you.
said that you're pro H-1B, and you said yes, you do agree because they restricted them specifically because that program was being abused for low-skilled employees. This means that you think it is true that the H-1B visa program prior to Trump was being abused for low-skilled employees. And if you find that to be true, I'm just simply asking you for your reason why you find that to be true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to look it up, but from my understanding, the H-1Bs, the number of issuance exploded because it was supposed to be like 85,000 a year or something, and it was hundreds of thousands.
Okay. Well, we also saw American manufacturing explode. We saw jobs explode. I think that we saw the economy explode. With the growing economy, I think, of course, there'd be more H-1B visas.
It depends. It depends on the reasoning why it's exploding. It depends how you attribute it. Because if it's exploding because of pandemic-related stimulus, it's not really organic. Meaning,
well, as it stands, we don't have any evidence that it was exploding specifically because the individuals who were being hired on H-1B visas were low-skilled.
That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you're
that
saying
is
that
exactly
certain
what you said. But that was the issue with H-1B
you're
visas.
saying that
Donald Trump
certain
is fixing.
industries. You're saying that certain industries are exploding, and the reason under Biden, and you're leaving out the fact that it was mostly due to pandemic stimulus that is not sustainable. Because
so pandemic stimulus is why we added 2.2 million jobs in 2024?
I mean, a lot of that was pandemic recovery. Yeah, absolutely.
Really? Pandemic recovery?
Well, I mean,
specifically
recovery,
for unemployment, GDP growth, corporate profits, those all recovered in like Q1 2022 or Q4 of 2021.
What's the formula for GDP? Well, let's go over the attribution. What's the formula for GDP?
For gross domestic products, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I could give you like the formula for real GDP offhand.
Yeah, so GDP's it's three variables. Well, four, I guess, if you count exports, but I'm not counting. So it's consumer spending. So how much you and me spend, let's say you go get a burger or whatever. How much?
Yeah. That's what I'm familiar with is like consumer
consumption, investment. So how much corporations invest. And then the third one is government spending. So if you increase government spending, you're increasing GDP. And under what we saw under the pandemic is that, and this happens in every socialist country, that they amass tons of federal worker jobs and tons of state jobs, and they say, oh, GDP is increasing. Just because GDP is increasing doesn't mean what's happening is positive. So a lot of liberals like Dean and like you and Parker will make this point that GDP is increasing under Biden, but what they leave out is that it's completely unsustainable because what's actually happening is that the government is issuing tons of tax credits and bills and government spending that's artificially increasing GDP, when in reality, the economy is not doing well. That's why everything's inflated. So what you have is the government spending a ton of money, but it's not actually organic growth. So you can say that GDP is decreasing under Trump. You might be technically correct, but what you're missing out is that we have our federal workforce currently is at 1966 levels because Trump cut 300,000 federal workers. So yeah, you can say GDP decreased, but there's
Did
some
we have more
positive
government
elements.
spending in 2025 or 2024?
It depends on what area.
Overall government spending.
Overall, probably 2025, but it's
Did
not
we have
all
faster
government.
GDP growth in 2025 or 2024?
But you're missing the point. Not all of government spending is equal.
But all government spending is attributed to GDP growth, which you're arguing is inflationary and isn't
No,
representative
not
of
all government
consumer
spending.
spending, consumption, and investment.
Like Medicare and Medicaid, for example, are not contributing to GDP growth.
Okay, so what
Okay, yeah, so-
specific government spending contributes to GDP growth? Because when
Things
you
like, for example,
articulated
Trump
and
cutting-
enumerated, one moment, when you enumerated the four,
USAID.
one moment,
Sure.
one moment. When you enumerated the four variables to determine GDP, you said the fourth variable was government spending. You didn't say specific government
It's
spending.
exports minus
You didn't.
imports,
One moment.
the fourth variable.
You didn't say some government spending. You just said government spending. So of course the counter argument is very
let me
easy.
clarify.
We had more government spending in 2025 than in 2024, yet worse GDP growth in 2025 than 2024. So per the formula that you gave, it doesn't seem to be the case that the reason why we had faster GDP growth in 2024 than 2025 was because of rapid government spending from the Democrats. So please clarify specifically what government spending is constituted in consideration to the GDP.
Yeah, so federal workforce, federal and state workforce, like government workers, certain agencies, things like USAID would be included. Certain allocation, like, so for example, like Biden era bills, like the Infrastructure Act or the Inflation Reduction Act, they might be that might fall under under investment, because it's technically giving corporations a tax credit. So it might not increase GDP through the G.
How about this? How about instead of going over all the things that are included, because there's probably a lot of them, let's go over the things that are not included. So I just looked it up. The three things that I'm finding that are not included within like
Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare
to government spending would be transfer payments, such as entitlements, as you're saying, then interest payments on the national debt, and then subsidies like direct financial aid provided by the government to industries or businesses. So when accounting for subsidies, interest payments, and entitlements, was the GDP higher? Was government spending higher in 2025 or 2024?
So, sorry, you're saying if you discount entitlements and all that, was GDP higher or lower?
Sorry, was spending higher or lower in 2025 or 2024?
Spending under G, or what do you mean?
Spending by the government with an exclusion for entitlements and transfer payments, interest payments, and subsidies direct to industries or businesses.
Oh, that's layered. I'm not sure. I wouldn't know.
I mean, I would assume 2025. I would assume. I know that like
sure.
I know that the big beautiful bill cut like $1 trillion from Medicaid, but like that's over the course of the next 10 years. Plus, it was passed midway through 2025. So there was probably going to be like a little bit of a hit to transfer payments, but I wouldn't say that there was a large enough or a significant hit to like significantly reduce spending below the levels that it was at in 2024. Do you agree there?
Yes, but like if you're cutting things like SNAP, for example. I mean, it's a layered argument.
So you agree there about, well, let's just go through it. I'm just saying, like, without like doing any like research on like the specifics, it seems to be the case that maybe transfer payments went down a little bit in 2025, but not enough to have a significant impact on overall spending. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so the second one is interest payments. Can we agree that interest payments definitely went up because debt went up?
For sure.
Okay, and then then subsidies.
They've gone up every year.
Then subsidies. In 2025, I would say that subsidies probably stayed the same or even grew by a little bit compared to 2024. I wouldn't say that
I think they went down because energy subsidies were closed. A lot of the pandemic era subsidies were also closed, like the Tesla subsidies, for example, or the electric car vehicles.
Yeah, Donald Trump with the big beautiful bill cut like 72% of clean energy production credits. You're right. Do you know like how much those credits were? Do you think that would be like negligible on spending to the point to tip us over the edge of spending less with the exclusion of these three things in 2025 to 2024?
No, not in 1 year. These things take years. There's lag effects to all of this.
Okay, perfect. So even in consideration of the three aspects of government spending that are not considered in accounting for what government spending would attribute to GDP, it still seems to be the case that the government spending that does attribute to the GDP was higher in 2025 than it was in 2024. And the reason why I bring that up is still yet we saw that GDP growth was lower in 2025 than 2024, which points as evidence against your claim that the only reason why we saw higher GDP growth under Biden was because of inflationary spending policy to artificially increase the GDP.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's the only reason. I'm just saying that like you actually have to parse out, well, what is the attribution of higher or lower GDP, and is it positive or negative? And I would argue,
we just did.
To some extent, but I would argue like the philosophy of the conservative part of the Republican Party and conservatives in general is like we actually want to allocate more money to the private sector and less to the public sector. Just because you allocate through Democrat policy more money to the public sector does not mean it's productive. So that's the argument. So it's not like, so yeah, you can point at GDP and be like, GDP. Sure. It doesn't tell the whole story.
Well, what I'm saying is it seems to be the case that there's a higher rate of allocation of funding and money to the private sector under Biden in 2024 than under Trump in 2025, with our hasty evaluation of what led to faster expedited GDP growth in 2024 than 2025. You make a fair point, by the way. You do, right? Like if we're going to evaluate GDP growth and we're going to see if that reflects on economy is a good or bad thing, I think that a conversation surrounding, okay, well, like what expenses were made by the government that are included in GDP growth that are excluded from GDP growth, it would be necessary, 110%. But after like our little evaluation there, it seems to be the case that the private sector was definitely more productive under Biden in 2024 than Donald Trump in 2025. And this conversation extends just beyond the scope of our dialogue related GDP, but also including other things such as jobs. I mean, 1.8 million private sector jobs under Biden in 2024 compared to 164,000 private sector jobs under Trump in 2025. We saw faster real median wage growth. We saw less bankruptcies for American manufacturers, and we saw significantly more investment into manufacturing, significantly more investment into manufacturing.
Because of subsidies.
Specifically, not from government subsidies, from private expenditures under Biden
Yes,
in
because they're
2024
subsidized.
and 2025.
That's what I'm saying. It's calculated. That's what I'm saying, that I goes up like investment because it's coming from subsidies. It's not organic. Like, you're actually making my point without realizing.
Well, I mean, wouldn't like the public subsidies just be sent into like the hands of American manufacturers, and that would be counted as a public investment, not specifically a private investment? Like when I say that we
Yes, but
saw
it's
higher
through
levels of
policy.
manufacturing investment under Biden in 2024 than under Trump in 2025, I'm specifically referencing private investment as calculated by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
I understand you are, but you have to look at the incentives, because the same thing happened when the TCJA passed.
Well, I mean,
Because
wouldn't that be a
it-
good
it-
thing? Wouldn't that be a good thing if there's
It
public incentives
depends.
for private investment?
So then you were pro TCJA, which, by the way, under Biden, we were under Trump's tax policy the entire time. So like you're not going to give him any credit.
I'd rate the TCJA
right?
a C minus.
No.
Not like a D or an
It's an
F
A++.
like the Big Beautiful Bill. I don't think it's an A++ because of its
an
distribution of
A++.
tax cuts disproportionately to the top 1%. I think that
That's
the
not
main
true.
drives. Well,
We can go over the IRS numbers. It's not true.
Well, I want you to respond to my point
it's a
first.
falsehood.
I think the main drive of loads of public investment, and which then further incentivized private investment under Biden, was the CHIPS and Science Act. The Treasury says that in the
Yes.
first 3 years, it created over 500,000 jobs, including temporary jobs, and transpired over $500 billion in investment. But I've now given you like multiple data points why the private sector was significantly more productive under Biden in 2024 than 2025. What's your evidence to counter that claim and to counter the argument I gave?
Well, you gave two arguments. First of all, CHIPS and Science was bipartisan. It was actually introduced by a Republican and a Democrat. And it was called before the CHIPS and Science, it was called the Endless Frontier Act. So
yeah, look at that. Democratic
CHIPS and
leadership
Science
can
would
work
have-
with the Republicans. I love that. It's good.
Yes, I'm pro CHIPS and Science. I think that we should secure national things that relate to national security, like chip manufacturing, energy.
Okay, then you just think that the public investments under Biden were good.
I'm not saying they were all bad. I think there were some that were bad. For example, the the broadband program was complete waste. It was
Well, this is a
$42 billion. It's not a pivot.
The reason why I argue that this is a pivot is because I want you to respond to the argument and tell me why you don't think that the private sector was more productive under Biden in 2024 than it was under Trump in 2025. Like, for instance, the first data point I gave you is a jobs report. How could you possibly say that an economy that added 161,000 private jobs is more productive than an economy that added 1.8 million private sector jobs?
Well, when you're citing in a 1.8 million, what jobs, like what industry are you talking about? And like, what is the attribution of the jobs? Like,
we're talking about all industries in the private sector.
But what Biden policy added 1.8 billion jobs?
No, we can move on to the conversation about how Biden incentivized this outcome after we agreed that this was the outcome. Because remember, not only do you dispute that Biden incentivized this outcome, but also more so that you just dispute that this was the outcome. Because remember, I told you that I think that the private sector is much more productive under Biden in 2024 than under Trump in 2025. And you said it was not more productive under Biden in 2024. And then you said, you don't know that that's the outcome. That's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So if you just look up the jobs report from the BLS in 2024, it'll tell you that we had 2.2 million jobs, and then 400,000 of those jobs, according to the BLS, were public in the government. So that leaves 1.8 million of those jobs in the private sector.
And what did they attribute it to? I don't know this number, so I'm asking you honestly, like, what is the 1.8 million jobs attributed to?
All industries in the private sector. I thought I've already said that.
I know, because of what? What did Biden do that created 1.8?
Oh, I already said this too. We can move on to a conversation about what caused this outcome after you accept that this was the outcome.
Here's the problem with what you're saying that I have.
I've already clarified on this. I'll let you speak. I need to call this out. You're committing very silent rhetorical sleight of hand. Because remember, your first claim was that the private sector was more productive under Trump in 2025 than under Biden in 2024. That claim is irrespective and completely irrelevant from what caused the private sector to be more or less efficient under Biden or more or less efficient under Trump. It's stating the descriptive claim that it was less efficient under Biden in 2024. So as long as I can demonstrate that it is indeed the case that the private sector was more productive under Biden in 2024 than Trump in 2025, irrespective of what caused that outcome, then I win, you lose. So please dispute
No,
the claim
no,
that it
because
was more
here's the
productive under
problem.
Biden in 2024
Your
compared to asking
your-
me for the evidence that Biden caused it to be more productive.
Here's what I'm getting at. You're presupposing that the president creates jobs. I dispute that. I don't believe that Trump or Biden create jobs. It's the private sector that creates jobs. The only thing that Trump and Biden can do is pass policy that can incentivize or disincentivize or momentarily distort the number of jobs in the private sector, but they don't actually create the jobs. So I dispute your whole premise. I think your premise is incorrect that Biden added 1.8 million jobs.
That's
The
actually
correct thing to
not
say
the
was-
premise.
It is a premise. You're presupposing that Biden added these jobs,
No,
which is
that's not a
obviously
presupposition.
true.
That's not a presupposition
You
being
are.
made in the argument. I could explain to you very clearly why that's not a presupposition being made in the argument.
Sure.
Okay, the very clear description of why that's not a presupposition being made in the argument is because the argument is not that Biden influenced or caused or created a more productive private economy.
That's what you said.
One moment. Private industry in 2024 compared to Donald Trump in 2025. That's not what I said. Specifically, what I said is that it was more productive in 2024 under Biden than in 2025 under Trump. Now, of course, do I think that the presidents have some influence on this outcome? Absolutely. But is that the argument that I'm making right now? Absolutely not. So what I want you to dispute is the claim that the private sector was more productive in 2024 than 2025, irrespective of what caused it to be more productive in 2024 compared to 2025. Because you said specifically that it was false that it was more productive in 2024 than 2025. Also, one thing I got to call out here, I see a bunch of people in the comment section saying that I'm muting you. I'm not muting him. He's muting himself. He probably just prefers to mute himself when he isn't speaking. So we can't hear him tapping away on his computer or something.
I can stay unmuted. I just don't know if you're going to hear an echo.
I mean, it's good. I'm
happy to stay unmuted.
It's up to you. I just wanted to tell the chat.
Well, whatever. I'll just stay unmuted. But just to be clear, I never made the dispute. You got to understand, the Big Beautiful Bill didn't pass. It wasn't even active till 2026. So I wouldn't even know what Trump policy. You're making me defend 2025 as if it's Trump's year. Yes, Trump was elected in 2025, but you don't have any actual policy aside from the remnants of TCJA that would be attributed to Trump. So
the tariffs, they aren't attributed to Trump in the slightest. Okay, I didn't make you claim that the private sector is more productive in 2025 than 2024.
You made me defend that. What do you mean?
I made you say that it was more productive in 2025. I made you say that.
When did I claim that it was more productive in 2025? I
10
said
minutes
I'm
ago.
in favor.
I told you that it's more
tax cuts.
productive in 2024 than in 2025, and you said no, you're wrong.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I said it could be.
I think that you said no, you're wrong.
Okay, sure. I don't know.
Okay,
but
that's not your claim. So just to clarify,
no,
you could have misspoke or I could have misheard.
I don't think I claimed that, and if I did, all I was saying was that you're attributing things. I just wanted to talk about what you're attributing to being more productive. I wasn't making a claim that 2025 or 2024 was more or less productive. I actually, to be honest, I foresee a job reduction in the short term because of emerging technology. I think AI is actually going to be quite a shakeup no matter who's president. So it's
Listen,
I wouldn't make the claim that, yeah.
You're smart enough to know that technological advancements lead to increased productivity. And there's no way that the reason why we'd have a higher unemployment rate today is because of massive technological advancements if we also have lower GDP growth.
There is. That's what happened in 2000, and the dot-com bubble created mass unemployment for a bit because things were shaken up so much. So it's the internet did in the short term reduce jobs before jobs increased. So it's
your claim that suddenly as soon as Donald Trump was inaugurated and started imposing all of these unconstitutional tariffs that caused investment into American manufacturers to go down. Well, that had nothing to do with the disruption of the economy in 2025. Was more so to do with AI. Is that your claim?
It had a factor. It was a factor for sure.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe something that I used to
true.
dispute this is that, it doesn't seem to be the case that the primary drive of the reason why the economy was so unproductive last year in 2025 under Trump was AI, because that seems to be a global emergence of new technology. However, negative GDP growth in Q1 was exclusive to America and not inclusive of any other developed country in the face of planet Earth.
Yeah, and high rates of inflation was also exclusive to America. We were disproportionately high inflation because of the policies of the pandemic.
Okay, that's also not true. We had high inflation across the globe Did we have disproportionately
didn't.
higher levels of inflation? That is true, but it's not true that we are the only country with high inflation. Every other country in the G7 also had high inflation. Like the peak in America in June of 2022 is 9%. The same point in France, I believe it was like 6.2%, maybe 5.7%. But we did have a disproportionate rebound from the high levels of inflation onset in America faster than any other country in the G7, which I find to be of most value. I do have a question though. Are you actually a
No,
Trump
I
supporter?
disagree. Yeah, I'm super Trump supporter. Absolutely.
I just don't know if I believe you. I think that you're too intelligent to be a Trump supporter. Because obviously, you know your shit.
Dean,
Like I won't lie.
What?
I think that you're too. I think you know your shit too much to actually still be a Trump supporter. You're too smart to be a
No,
part of that
I absolutely
31%.
support Trump. Dean, let's put it like this. You call yourself a progressive. What progressive, right? Or correct me if I'm wrong. Are you a progressive?
I do. Can I ask you
consider
like
yourself-
a series? Like I'll let you finish.
Sure.
But after you finish, I want to ask you a series of questions related to your support in Trump, just to see how you navigate them. Because I think that there's a lot of very daunting and difficult tasks that a lot of Trump supporters have to either overlook or explain their way out of in order to continue their support of Trump. And most Trump supporters, because they're like very low IQ and don't know a lot, they just like don't know about these issues. And when they're presented with these issues, they like navigate around them very with like a very bad faith manner. But because it clearly seems to be the case that you're quite intelligent and you know a lot about the economy, I'd like to see what your response is to like a series of questions related to the really bad things
but let me
Trump has
understand
done
your stance
that would
first.
generally like restrict people from supporting him as president.
But I just want to understand where you're coming from. Are you do you consider yourself a democratic socialist? Or what type of progressive are you?
Well, I mean, I think that I adhere to and agree with like social democracy, but it's kind of in the air.
Like what, you point to a Nordic model or something?
Yeah, kind of. But it's like I said, it's kind of in the air, exploring like democratic socialism.
So,
like I said, it's kind of in the air.
Okay, so can you just give me a brief, how are you a progressive, and then I'll answer your questions.
How am I a progressive? Okay, well, I
Like,
agree
what
with a
do
lot
you
of like progressive
believe?
social
What progressive-
issues. I believe like fundamentally.
Like what progressive policies do you like champion, I guess?
Tax cuts for the working class, reducing income inequities between the top 1% and members of the working class. Social policies geared towards reducing levels of like discrimination in all senses, attempting to reduce the levels of racism that exist in society, increasing egalitarianism as it would relate to gender, expanding access to healthcare, ensuring that individuals have their minimum needs met, and that our government isn't just letting people die, on top of like environmental causes of like valuing maybe like the future of humanity over like an additional $1 billion for massive oil companies, plus a lot more. That's just a general synopsis. Can I ask you my line of questioning now?
Yeah, one last one. Would you support a wealth tax?
Would I support a wealth tax?
5% wealth asset seizure, like California is proposing.
I support something to tax billionaires more. It seems like a lot of people are agreeing that that thing would be a wealth tax. I just don't know for sure because I don't think I've done enough research into it. And if there's a more productive and efficient way to tax billionaires, I'm definitely on board with it. I just have to do like further research.
Okay, what are your questions?
Perfect. So my first question would be, would you ever support somebody as president if they had called for the execution of their political opposition with no good reason? Or do you value like systems and structures of democracy, freedom of speech, so on and so forth?
Yeah, I value freedom of speech, but when Trump was calling for that, he was saying because it was treason. It was treasonous to defy orders, for the military members to defy orders. So there's context that you have to add. You have to be honest.
Are you familiar with UCMJ?
With what?
The UCMJ, the Unicode
No.
form of military justice. Okay, well, it's necessary that you're familiar with the UCMJ in order to have this discussion. So that's UCMJ is like special law that applies to active duty servicemen and women. The reason why this special law exists is because, of course, there's a lot more privileges that they get that private citizens don't, like killing people in war. So we have to impose a bunch of additional legislation on them to ensure that they don't use those privileges to like do really bad things against the interests of humanity or the country, right? And one of those laws under the UCMJ is that if a member of the military abides by an illegal order, they could be sent to jail because of it through a military criminal court. It is patently illegal in the United States of America for members of the military to follow illegal orders. What does this mean? In America, if you are a member of the military and you're given an illegal order, you do not have to follow it, which means it was not treasonous for those Democrats in Congress to remind members of the military that if they're given an illegal order, they don't have to follow it.
Okay. Sure. Let's say I agree with what you're saying.
If you agree with what I'm saying, then they didn't engage in treason. Then Donald Trump did baselessly call for the execution of his political opposition.
I mean, yeah, I get the argument.
I know.
I
Like
don't know.
you're intelligent. Like exactly. This is why I said, how are you a Trump supporter if you're this intelligent? Because you have enough
Because I
intelligence
think,
to
like,
clearly
Trump-
see like the arguments. Yes.
Because like part of the intelligence, if you're going to make an intelligent argument, is that Trump speaks a lot in hyperbole. I mean, he exaggerates a lot. He says a lot of things that are actually undefensible. Like the dude's a menace. Like like he's like a walking. He's actually perfect for you guys because you just have endless content to roast him on.
So earlier when I asked you if you'd ever supported a president who like baselessly called for the execution of their political opponents, what did you say in response? Did you say you would or you wouldn't?
It depends on the context. It
Okay,
depends
well,
on the context.
The context is baselessly. That is the context. Because I agree. If a president calls for the execution of their political opposition when they have good reason to call for the execution of their political opposition, maybe their political opposition like shut up a school and like killed 100 kids in a state where the death penalty is legal, and then they say they should be given the death penalty. Okay, I'm not going to stop supporting the president because of that. Okay, the context is that it was baseless, i.e. without good reason. So specifically, what did you say earlier when I told you?
You're not attributing his thoughts on it, which he obviously believed it was treasonous for them to tell them to defy orders.
Yeah, if he didn't reasonably believe that it was treasonous, then it was baseless and it negatively reflects on him. I could give you an example of this.
Sure, but that's a different conversation. You agree?
It's the same conversation that we're having right now. In fact, my description of why it was not treasonous also amounted to granting zero credence to his claim that it was treasonous. And because there's zero credence to his claim that it was treasonous, he therefore unreasonably believed it. Like, for instance, are you a rapist?
No.
Do I have any evidence that you're a rapist?
You don't.
So if I were to believe that you're a rapist, that would be very unreasonable, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So if like if I went on my Instagram and I was like, hey, listen, all rapists need to die. This guy, what the hell is your name? This guy George down here is a rapist. Let's kill George. Okay. Well, of course, that would like very negatively reflect on me because indeed you are not a rapist, and I don't have good reason to believe that you are a rapist. So because of that, we'd say that I'd like be very poorly reflected on. My cognitive capacities couldn't be trusted. I probably don't have like too good of judgment of like the world in which I live in and the world in which is around me. And like if I was the president and I did this to you and you're my political opposition, I think that this would like definitely refute any credence to the claim that could ever be made that I'm a good president that like cares about the country. And because of how unreasonable it was for me to claim that you're a rapist and then call for your death, either I'm an A-grade moron because I believe such unreasonable, outlandish claims, or I'm like super vindictive and evil, and I'm just trying to find a way to like stoke political aggression against my adversaries, and I want my adversaries out of the picture because I want like totalitarian control. So the context is that Donald Trump said so completely unreasonably. There was no reason to believe that they're guilty of treason. There's no evidence that they were guilty of treason. And the claim that they made is made every single day by generals in the military. It's repeated when people join the military to honor their oath, and it's literally law.
Okay, yeah. Sure, I don't know. It's like you kind of went on a tangent here on like a hypothetical.
No, nothing about what I said was well, I guess I did give you a hypothetical to show you why it matters if like the claim is made unreasonably that somebody's guilty of a crime that you then use to call for their execution. But the hypothetical just wraps back into the fact that the context of the question that I'm asking you is if a president unreasonably, with no good reason, no evidence, and baselessly calls for the execution of their political opponents, would you ever still continue to support him as president?
No, but I wouldn't say there was no context and there was no evidence. There was context in which the individuals that he was calling for were calling for service members to defy orders. So there's context there.
Yeah.
That's like...
So just to clarify, the answer to my question was no, but you just don't believe that the content of my question appropriately reflects what Trump did. So in other words, it is true that if Donald Trump called for their execution with no evidence that they were guilty of treason, you would not be a Trump supporter.
Or no belief that they were committing treason, yeah.
Okay, we're not saying the lack of a belief. We're saying the lack of a reasonable belief and the lack of evidence for said belief.
Again, that would require actual action being taken to like essentially execute these individuals. That would be like, yeah, that would be...
What specifically would
like
require
an actual action from Trump? If like that would be a disqualifier, yeah, for sure.
Wait,
if he was actually like.
That's not true, because I just asked you, if he unreasonably, with no evidence, called for their execution, would you still support him as president? And you said no. Nowhere in my question did it necessitate or involve any action of actually trying to get them dead.
Wait, what do you mean?
I asked you the question, would you stop supporting Trump if he unreasonably, with no evidence, baselessly called for the execution of Democrats in Congress? And you said no. Nowhere inside of that question did I say if he actually executed them. No, I said if he actually called for their execution,
not if he actually,
baselessly with no good evidence.
I'm not saying like if he actually went and executed them, that would be that's like a totally different thing. I'm saying
right.
If he actually, there's one thing between speaking in hyperbole and like, you know, making a political statement and actually pursuing an action.
Okay, so why do you think he was speaking in hyperbole? What's the evidence for that?
That he always does. He's have you seen his tweets? Like,
do you think that he was speaking in hyperbole when he announced that he like got an MOU with Iran? No, he wasn't speaking in hyperbole because he actually did get an MOU.
I think it's a lot of political theater, to be honest. I don't think that that's going to hold.
Okay, I agree it's political theater, but was he speaking in hyperbole when he said that?
No, it wasn't hyperbole.
Okay, so sometimes Donald Trump doesn't speak in hyperbole. So how do you know that Donald Trump was speaking in hyperbole when he called for the execution of these Democrats in Congress?
Well, that's the underpinning. That's the underpinning of many political debate, right? Is like, when is he? What does he actually mean? That's like
and you made the positive claim that he was. Do you affirm that you made the positive claim that he was speaking in hyperbole?
I believe that he was. Yeah.
Okay, so you are stating that as a positive claim.
Well, yeah, I am. Do you believe that he actually intended on acting on what he said that day?
So I don't think that that's a true dichotomy. It's not either that he was speaking in hyperbole or he intended on acting upon what he said. Like for instance, somebody could say that I want to murder another person without speaking in hyperbole, but also not intending to actually murder somebody because they know if they tried, they might get killed themselves through self-defense, or if they did, they could be sent to jail or executed, right? So it's not a true dichotomy to say either hyperbole or they're going to act on the statement. Many times, people will say things that are not hyperbole that they don't intend to act on because of the consequences that they would get if they did act on, or the systems in place that would prevent them from acting on it. So I don't think that's a true dichotomy. But once again, you said it. You do believe it is true. You stated a positive affirmative claim that he was speaking in hyperbole. Do you agree that that would come along with a burden of evidence to demonstrate that said claim is true? And if you agree, can you please provide the evidence that that statement was made in hyperbole?
Yeah, the evidence would be that he and I think him under the White House insisted that he did not intend. He literally said that same day that he did not intend for them to be killed, and he literally said that the accusation was, I think, of seditious behavior, which was like more of a statement of like, it is unlawful. This video is Democrats being.
If he didn't intend for them to be killed, if he didn't want them to be killed, why would he repost a comment that says "hang them"? Words have meaning, bro.
Posted. Yeah,
like he posted about how they're seditious traitors, and then like people responded in the comment section under his post calling them seditious traitors, and they're like, "Oh my God, kill these seditious traitors!" And then Donald Trump reposted all those comments saying, "Kill them." If Donald Trump didn't want to kill them, he probably like literally like. Are you familiar with like?
Let me look it up.
Are you familiar with like the nature of X about how you could like retweet shit? He retweeted like his followers' comments saying like, "Hang them, kill them, fucking kill them." Like I'm pretty sure this is evidence that he wants them dead. I will say, and this is exactly why it would amount to him calling for their execution.
I'm looking it up because I'm just not as familiar as you.
I can actually just show you on screen.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding an Examiner titled Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second...
Bro, this does not look like hyperbole to me, big dog.
Punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Bro, in all caps? I don't know if that's hyperbole, dude. Come on.
I mean, okay, the seditious, like, he is technically correct that treason or seditious behavior is punishable by death. Yeah. That's not him necessarily calling. The tweet actually kind of, I thought it was worse, to be honest.
Do you remember my analogy that I gave you earlier?
Yeah,
About
vaguely,
you?
yeah.
Like I call you a rapist and I say that rapists deserve to die, kill you. Do you agree that it's like, I don't know, in accordance with your moral virtues, that it's technically correct that rapists deserve to die?
Yeah, I think that in a lot of cases the death penalty is warranted for that crime.
Right. So that statement is technically correct. So if I use that technically correct statement to call for your execution by falsely, with no reason, labeling you as a rapist, am I calling for your death?
Well, what if I was accused with no evidence?
If you're accused of rape with no evidence?
Yeah, like what if somebody accused me with no evidence?
Yeah.
And
So
then you're calling
in order for you to be accused of rape with no evidence, this means that it'd have to be a rape allegation that's not credible. I.e., this person accused you, then like lied, contradicted themselves, and then like fled the country to Russia, like Tara Reid. Or like the person that accused you was like obviously like doing so in bad faith, meaning that it wasn't a credible accusation, and they just like wanted attention on social media. Like this guy named Little QB who did that to me for a year straight before he finally admitted it was all bullshit, and he was trying to do this to like tear me down. So yeah, if somebody accused you with no evidence, okay, meaning that the accusation was not credible, and then I went online and I was like, you're guilty of rape, rapists deserve to die, I think you deserve to die, hang you. Okay, would that be a call for your death?
Would it? I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, it depends. It depends what you're saying. Are you saying me? Are you isolating me specifically? Are you saying?
Yeah, I'm isolating you specifically. I'm saying you are a rapist. Then I say rapists deserve to die, and then I say hang you.
That third one would be, yeah. That
okay,
third
perfect.
One.
Perfect.
The other two would not.
Awesome. Well, so Donald Trump then called for the execution because he said these people are guilty of treason. Everybody guilty of sedition needs to die. Then he reposts that comment, says hang them specifically. Donald Trump did call for their execution then.
No, because it wasn't direct.
It was direct. Who do you think them was?
Well, who
in that
was
statement,
it
hang them, it was the 7 Democrats in Congress because the person who made that comment under a post was specifically Donald Trump's first post that we showed you there, where he was responding to an article from the Washington Examiner singling out these 7 Democrats in Congress who made this video telling members of the military to not follow illegal orders. And then Donald Trump was like, oh, they're guilty of treason. And then people in the comment section were like, hang them. Like, them is indexed specifically to these 7 Democrats in Congress who urged members of our military to disobey any illegal orders that Trump could give them. So it was specific to them.
But he's not the one writing out hang them.
Yeah, he's the one reposting it, boosting it to his followers, signaling that he agrees with it. Specifically after, that was a comment in response to his post calling them traitors and then saying that all traitors deserve to die. I think that we could use a brain's inference.
You just showed it. He didn't say all traitors deserve
to
die.
I guess being a traitor is punishable by death. There you go.
Yes, he said that being a traitor is punishable by death, and then he retweeted something saying hang them.
Listen,
okay.
I'll just like revise my analogy to like I guess meet these and fulfill these criteria. So I go on Instagram, I make a post, I in my own words say that you are a rapist. I then make a second post, I in my own words say that rapists deserve to die. Rapists need to die. Rape should be punishable by death. Rape is punishable by death. Any of those statements. And then I go to the comment section under that first post where I called you a rapist, after I also post that rapists need to die, and then I find somebody saying that you specifically need to die. I screenshot that comment. I put it on my story. I repost it on my feed. I reshare somebody else's post saying the same thing. Am I calling for your death?
You're at the very least advertising it, I suppose. Yeah.
I don't think it's at the very least advertising.
You're not
I think I'm directly calling for it.
Well, it's interesting because it borders on. It's actually an interesting hypothetical because it borders between freedom of speech and incitement to violence. Like we're
not talking about the legal repercussions of the statement being made by Trump. It could be freedom of speech, it could be incitement to violence, and therefore illegal. That's not what we're evaluating. All that we're evaluating is, regardless if this is legal or illegal, is it an example of the president calling for the death of his political opposition with no good reason? I would say it is. due to the analogy that I just gave you, I think that we could prove that it is. And then your argument, oh, well, it wasn't in his own words when he said that they need to die. Okay. Well, this is like a Nazi tattooing a swastika on their arm, going out into like broad daylight, throwing the Roman salute, and then holding like a sign with a quote from Mein Kampf that says, kill all Jews. Okay. Well, oh, technically those aren't the own words of the Nazi holding up the sign in public because it's specifically a quote from Hitler in the Mein Kampf. Okay. So would we say that that's not them calling for the death of Jewish people? No, clearly that's them calling for the death of Jewish people, even though they're using other people's words to do it. The same way Donald Trump specifically started this ball by saying that these people are guilty of sedition, and then continued to roll that ball by saying that sedition is punishable by death, and then lighting that ball on fucking fire and throwing it at the American democracy, freedom of speech, and his political opposition by then reposting one of his followers' comments saying that they need to be hung.
But are you equating, you just equated a retweet to tattooing of a Nazi symbol.
No, the equate would be between the retweet and like going out in public with a sign that's quoting the Mein Kampf the same way.
Do you think those are equatable? I
think that those are equatable in the sense that if your claim was true, that wasn't Donald Trump calling for the execution because it wasn't in his own words, it's technically something that somebody else said, then you wouldn't be able to argue that the Nazi in public with a sign that says a quote from the Mein Kampf, kill all Jewish people, would be calling for the deaths of Jewish people because those technically are not the own words of that Nazi, and they're rather just like, quote unquote, reposting IRL the words of somebody else, Hitler in the Mein Kampf.
I suppose, but would let me ask you this.
You suppose? Wait. You suppose. Okay. So if somebody were to go in public with a picket sign with a quote from Mein Kampf that says kill all Jewish people, do you agree that that person would be calling for the execution of Jewish people?
Yes.
Okay. And you suppose that that's equivalent to Donald Trump's repost saying kill those 7 Democrats. So then you just conceded that Donald Trump did call for the execution of those 7 Democrats. I don't know where we go from here. I just think that you have to admit that you're wrong.
Well, do you think a Nazi tattoo disqualifies? Would you hold? So, like, I mean,
listen,
you could probably tell I'm going.
The Nazi tattoo. The Nazi tattoo wasn't the point. The point was the picket sign with a quote from the Mein Kampf calling for the execution of Jewish individuals. That was the only relevant aspect of that hypothetical as it relates to the point that's being made here about calling for the execution of Democrats on behest of Trump.
Does having a Nazi tattoo on your body, is that a call for violence?
That's a really cool pivot, and we could definitely talk about that next.
It's not a pivot. It's what you brought up.
The reason why that's a pivot is because a conceptual point of the analogy in which I just demonstrated was to show that if you could use somebody else's word to directly call for people's deaths, because your counter argument was because Donald Trump used somebody else's word, repost one of his followers' comments saying to hang those Democrats in Congress, that therefore he wasn't calling for their execution. And the analogy that I gave proved that you can use somebody else's word to call for somebody else's execution, i.e. the Nazi in public with a picket sign quoting the Mein Kampf saying to kill all Jewish people. So why don't you go ahead and concede that Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats in Congress? Clearly you recognize that that's true. You want to be trying to pivot. You're intelligent enough to know that you're pivoting. Like I've been saying from the start, you're rather a smart guy. You know what you're doing. And then concede your support for Trump as a whole, because you said if this was something that Trump did, you would stop supporting him as president. And then as soon as you stop supporting Trump as president because you lost the debate and you realize that it is true, you basically called for the execution of his political opponents, I'll happily answer your question. Would I ever vote for somebody with a Nazi tattoo in their body? Go ahead and concede.
Look,
or give a counter argument that's relevant specifically to
winning.
the claim that Donald Trump called for the execution of 7 Democrats in Congress.
Look, every time I'm in one of these debates, it's nothing but character destruction on Trump. I get it. I'm used to it. Like, I understand that that's like the thing for you guys, but it doesn't, I don't really care about winning or losing the debate. I don't think it disqualifies him. And I think that it's, could I disagree with what he said and how he said it? Yeah, but I don't think it's...
You said it was disqualifying like 10 minutes ago. That was the start, the ball that started this conversation was me asking you, is this disqualifying?
Yes, and then I said with no context, like obviously you're totally leaving out things that like he might have believed or certain context surrounding it.
We already agreed that if he unreasonably believed this wouldn't change the formula. Listen, if Donald Trump reasonably believed that they were guilty of treason, I agree. That would change the formula. But due to the fact that he did not... Because a reasonable belief is one with evidence. And there's no evidence for the claim that they're guilty of treason.
Is that actually true? Like, because so you think that everything you believe has reasonable evidence? Like, do you think that every policy prescription and everything that you believe, you have reasonable evidence to believe it?
Well, it's either that everything I believe in has reasonable evidence to substantiate it, therefore all my beliefs are reasonable, or not all beliefs of mine have reasonable evidence to substantiate it, and some of my beliefs are unreasonable. I take a reasonable belief to be a belief held with reasonable evidence, and I take an unreasonable belief to be a belief held without reasonable evidence. If that's not how you use the phrase reasonable belief or unreasonable belief, I don't even know what you could be possibly indexing those phrases to. If it's not based on the evidence that exists to support them, then what could it possibly be based on?
I'm just making a broad statement about if an individual believes, like truly believes, like Trump might have when he said those statements that treason is punishable by death, which I think most people do believe that, and he believed that that was considered treasonous to disobey order, then that context gives me a different lens of understanding.
It shouldn't
that might
because
make
it's unreasonable.
That's according to you, though.
No, it's according to the fact that there's literally no evidence to support the claim that it's treasonous to tell members of our military to disobey illegal orders. That's the standard. Not me, not my preferences, not my biases, not my emotions, but the object fact that there's zero evidence to substantiate the claim that that action is treasonous.
Disobeying military orders, you think that most people would consider that not treasonous?
It's a category error. You have to specify what kind of orders. You can't say, is it treasonous to generally disobey military orders? We have to specify. If the order is illegal, then it is not treasonous. If the order is legal, then it is treasonous. And because these Democrats specified specifically illegal orders, it is therefore true in all scenarios that what they said is not treasonous. Because there's not a single time where disobeying an illegal order is illegal in of itself. There's not a single time, not a single instance where telling somebody to disobey illegal orders is treasonous. In all cases of being granted an illegal order, you ought not follow it according to the UCMJ. And in all cases of telling members of our military to not follow illegal orders, that is protected speech under the First Amendment, corroborated by the law, particularly the USMCJ, and does not amount to any level of treason. What does this mean? There's no evidence to corroborate the claim that they are guilty of treason. For that reason, that would be an unreasonable belief for Donald Trump to hold. For that reason, that would not change the formula. For that reason, you'd concede your support for Trump.
But wasn't the order that was given legal? The orders that they were referencing, wasn't it to do with the National Guard or something?
They didn't reference any specific order in the video. There's no specific order reference. They just said, hey guys.
It was ICE related though, if I remember correctly.
No, it wasn't. They didn't reference ICE. They didn't reference the National Guard. They didn't reference any one specific order. They just said, and I quote, if Donald Trump gives you an illegal order, do not follow said illegal order.
Yeah, but they were in the same speech. I'm pretty sure it was either Hakeem Jeffries or some of these Democrats. They were saying that what the National Guard and ICE were doing was illegal.
It wasn't a speech. It wasn't a public speech. It was a pre-recorded video for social media that you could find on the internet. It's like 60 seconds long. It was pre-recorded in their fucking offices. It wasn't a public speech. It was just them saying, if Donald Trump gives you an illegal order, don't follow it. Dude, you are smart enough to get it.
Well, no, I'm getting into the new, look, you introduced this to me. I'm getting into the nuance of it. I'm happy to talk about it. I don't really like this. Look, this is the type of stuff where it's like, I get why it makes easy content or whatever. I'm not gonna lie. I care about this less than actual policy and.
You care about it enough to stop supporting Trump. Therefore, it's good for me.
No, I wouldn't stop. If the Democrats would have to get their shit together for me to.
So then you're lying earlier. So you were just lying earlier when you said if he did this, you'd stop supporting him. Why did you lie, bro? You shouldn't lie in the
because
middle of
the conditions that did this have completely changed.
Oh no, I don't think that they have at all. The conditions have not changed.
They have.
What condition has changed?
The context surrounding it.
What context has changed? Could you specify the context that has changed?
30 minutes that we spent talking about this, bro.
Can you specify the context that was changed?
Whether or not he was reasonably in belief that this was an illegal or that this was a seditious activity, what the Democrats are referencing when they say illegal orders. There's a lot of context that you're leaving out, but
I'm so sorry. None of this context has changed. From the very start, the question was, if he unreasonably, baselessly, with no evidence, called for their execution, would you stop supporting them? You said yes. And I'm still upholding today that Donald Trump, right now, unreasonably called for their execution because he unreasonably believed that they were guilty of treason. And the reason why that was an unreasonable belief is because there's no evidence to corroborate that belief. Nothing about that context has changed. I'm arguing right now exactly the context and the parameters of the question that I asked you that you said, if it were true, would make you stop supporting Trump as president.
Yeah, but you're conflating direct speech with indirect speech, like as a retweet.
You already conceded on that. You already conceded on that. I gave you an analogy that made you concede on that. A Nazi in public with a picket sign quoting the Mein Kampf saying all Jewish people should die. You said that person would be calling for the execution of Jewish people, even though those were not the specific words directly of the person.
That's not inconsistent because a picket sign is presumably, a picket sign is presumably written by that individual holding it.
Nope, they printed this quote off the internet.
Then we have a gray. It sounds like we have a gray area.
Are you fucking serious? No, come on, that's so dishonest. So you're saying if they wrote out the quote themselves, they would be calling for the execution of Jewish people. But if they screenshotted a quote from a PDF of the Mein Kampf and then pasted that with fucking I don't know, printer paper and glue on a picket sign, all of a sudden they're not calling for the execution of Jewish individuals. No, that's bad faith.
I'm half kidding, but the statement is a lot different.
What's the difference?
Anyways. Well, saying hang them Washington would is what was the one that you said?
Hang them George Washington would exclamation point.
What was the comparison to what was the Nazi one?
A quote from Mein Kampf. Kill them Hitler would exclamation point. Some shit like that. Unalive all Jewish people. You just some shit like that. Something that one-to-one mirrors the sentiment and the semantic content of the statement. Hang these Democrats.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's equivalent, but
what's not equivalent? Tell me.
Again, the context and the
the
direct
difference?
versus indirect.
What's the difference?
I've already said it. We have a disagreement. We just have.
Once again, you're saying that Donald Trump indirectly did this because he quoted somebody else's words, right?
Well, that he's under the belief that and that the context switch the context different that he's under the belief that it was treasonous behavior.
Okay. So if a Nazi quotes the Mein Kampf and is under the belief that Jewish people are subhuman, they're not calling for the execution of Jewish people.
No, they are. Those are totally different conditions. You don't.
I just mirrored the conditions, dude. The Nazis quoting the Mein Kampf and believes that all Jewish people have done something deserving of death.
Quoting the Mein Kampf.
Those are,
how
dude.
Does that have anything to do?
Because the quote from the Mein Kampf is saying kill Jewish people. The same way hang them means kill the Democrats. Absolute mirror.
Killing someone on the basis of race is very different than killing someone on the basis of treason.
Okay. Well, in this analogy, what we're positing here is that we're saying that they're under the belief that all Jewish people are child rapists. Okay.
Dude, this is actually such a false equivalence.
So they're arguing that all Jewish people need to die because they believe that all Jewish people are child rapists, and then they're quoting the Mein Kampf saying kill all Jewish people.
That is a racial
Would they be
claim.
calling for the execution of all Jewish people?
On the basis of what?
On the basis
Race.
of the false claim that they are all child rapists, which is derivative of their anti-Semitism.
You're collectivizing a group of people on the basis of race. Donald Trump did no such thing. He's
Okay. So then you're saying this has to do with race because he's unfairly claiming that all Jewish people are rapists when there's no evidence that all Jewish people are rapists. So they're probably just doing this because they're Jewish people. Okay. Well, very similarly, Donald Trump is unfairly claiming that this is because they've committed treason. But see, there's no evidence that they committed treason, so it's probably because of their party.
It's not because of their party. It's because of the act of treason.
There's no evidence that they are guilty of. You can't just basically accuse somebody of doing something that you have no evidence for and then be justified in calling for their death. You can't do that.
I'm not trying to. I'm not agreeing. I don't think what he did.
How do you deal with the complex moral dilemma of if you could travel back in time and kill baby Hitler, would you do it?
Yeah, that's a complicated one.
Would you do it?
Haven't really thought about that one.
Okay.
That's tough.
Assuming your answer to that question is yes, that you would kill baby Hitler.
Well, you're killing an innocent person at that point, but.
Okay, so let's just assume that your answer to that question is yes.
There's a huge temporal issue there. You can't predict the future. Because that's like saying
we're saying that you know the future. We're saying that you're a time traveler, and that if you kill baby Hitler, the Holocaust won't happen, and the world would be significantly better off. These are pre-accepted conditions in the hypothetical.
It's just such an insane. It's an impossible condition, though.
I know. It's just purely a thought experiment. Purely a thought experiment.
I don't know.
Okay, let's assume that your answer to the question was yes, because this is going
Sure.
somewhere. Okay? So assuming that you'd argue, yes, you would kill baby Hitler. If you believed that some random fucking baby, maybe your neighbor's baby, was a reincarnation of Hitler, and you believed that this reincarnation of Hitler was going to do the Holocaust again, and then you called for the death of your neighbor's baby, would that be wrong to do? Because you have no evidence they are literally the reincarnation of Hitler that's going to do Holocaust 2.0? Or would that be morally permissible to do? Because regardless of the evidence that you had that they're the reincarnation of Hitler, you still believed that they're the reincarnation of Hitler, and it's reasonable to kill the reincarnation of Hitler the same way you're saying it's reasonable to give the death penalty to the people that are guilty of treason.
Yeah, but your hypothetical like assumes that a person can't be changed and that we're all essentially predetermined, and I just don't agree with that. I think like
that's why we operate under the confines of the hypothetical.
But the hypothetical assumes a separate reality where we're all
yeah,
essentially
and we're saying
predetermined.
in this separate reality, okay, would it be fair for you to call for the death of your neighbor's baby because you believed with literally no evidence that they're the reincarnation of baby Hitler? I think that my question here is clear.
It's clearly ridiculous. Like, it's clearly ridiculous.
Yeah,
question.
it is fucking ridiculous to say that you'd be justified in calling for the execution of your neighbor's baby because you believe that they're the reincarnation of Hitler with no fucking evidence. The same way it's also clearly ridiculous for Donald Trump to call for the execution of Democrats in Congress because he believes with no evidence that they're guilty of treason. The only way you could justify Donald Trump calling for the execution of these Democrats is if you could give any shred of evidence that they were actually guilty of treason. If it is true that Donald Trump unreasonably believed that they were guilty of treason, then it is true that you wouldn't support him as president. So let's hyper-focus on that. Either concede that you no longer support Trump as president, or give the evidence to constitute his belief that they engaged in treason as reasonable.
There's a third option. You can believe something without evidence, which
and that is
what most people do.
unfucking reasonable.
No, that is what most people do. Most people have.
Then most people are unreasonable.
I mean, that's a good. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think most people are unreasonable. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that it'd be an unreasonable belief. Perfect.
It's like you're. It's like a false dichotomy because you that's like
what's a false dichotomy, sir?
Most things that you
Can you specify the false dichotomy, please?
That it's essentially that if he believes this, it's because he has a reasonable belief. Otherwise, he has no reason and it's wrong.
No, then it's an unreasonable belief. It's a true dichotomy. Beliefs are either reasonable or unreasonable. Do you agree?
It's a subjective, but how can you
subjective?
determine?
No. The truth makers of beliefs.
It is subjective.
No. The truth makers of this belief are not subjective. Because the truth makers of this belief
So what, are you appealing to an objective truth?
Fucking duh. What?
What?
Yeah.
Based on what basis?
Yeah, it's either objectively true or false, stance independently true or false, that these people are or are not guilty of treason. Do you agree?
That these people are or are not guilty of treason.
Yes.
You're talking about the Democrats that are calling to not obey illegal orders.
Yeah, it's not subjectively true or false that they're guilty of treason. It's not that we think they're guilty of treason. No, there's going to be certain objective facts of reality that would articulate that they either are or aren't. Those objective facts of reality would be an expression of the law that says what treason is and if they violated and or encroached on that law. Nothing is subjective about what we're saying here.
At that moment, though, because you can see an action and believe that what they're doing is morally wrong or treasonous and be incorrect. That doesn't disqualify you from having that belief, though.
What does is if it is unreasonable. Do you agree that you shouldn't hold unreasonable beliefs?
I mean, ideally, yeah.
Okay, so you agree that would disqualify them. Perfect.
But you can hold an unreasonable belief until further evidence is presented.
Bro, no.
Which most people do.
No. You should. You just contradicted yourself. I asked you if you should hold unreasonable beliefs, and you said no. Then you said, well, you should. Wait, I just want to clarify. You're saying that the president should unreasonably believe that people are guilty of treason with no evidence.
No, Dean, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then you don't believe that people should hold unreasonable beliefs until they're presented with evidence. Thank you, dude.
I'm
Just
not saying that people should. Dean, I'm not saying that people should. I'm saying that people do. For example, we might.
Wait, a description of what people do doesn't matter. People do rape.
It does.
People do murder.
It does,
people do lie. People do steal. People do kill. But if Donald Trump raped, murdered, still lied, and killed, would you still support him as president? No. So just because Donald Trump does things that other people do doesn't mean that action is thereby, by definition, not disqualifying from public office. What we should be evaluating here, once again, is was Donald Trump's belief that they're guilty of treason reasonable or unreasonable? Do you agree that there was an unreasonable belief for Donald Trump to hold?
No, I think at the time it was not unreasonable.
Okay, then what was the evidence? Actually, let's clarify what unreasonable. Do you agree that an unreasonable belief can be defined as a belief in which is held without sufficient evidence?
Or yes.
Okay, so you agree that the definition of what an unreasonable belief is would be a belief that is held without sufficient evidence. You were arguing that Donald Trump did not hold an unreasonable belief when he believed that they were guilty of treason. So this means that you do not think that Donald Trump held the belief that they were guilty of treason without sufficient evidence. So in order for him to hold the belief that they were guilty of treason, not without sufficient evidence, would mean that you think he held it with sufficient evidence. So in other words, what is the sufficient evidence that proves the belief that they were guilty of treason?
No, I would argue. Wait 1 second. I would argue that he held that belief with insufficient evidence. Yeah.
By definition, it's unreasonable. You conceded to that less than 2 seconds ago when you agreed that the definition of an unreasonable belief is a belief held without sufficient reason.
Yes. Yeah.
So you concede that it was unreasonable.
But I'm saying that at the time, yes. Okay. I don't think but then that's what I'm saying, that then the White House under him literally clarified he did not intend to call for they literally put out a statement saying that he never intended to call for their death or to kill them.
So is it your belief that he unintentionally reposted the comment that said hang them?
No, I'm not saying that he unintentionally posted it.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
he
that
intentionally called for their execution.
Based on the evidence that he had, which he believed it was a treasonous act.
But you just agreed that there was none.
But that's what is it? Thereafter. That is thereafter. That is it's an issue of time.
From Donald Trump's perspective, what was his evidence?
At the time or now?
Yeah, at the time, what was his evidence that they were guilty of treason?
His evidence was that these Democrats were making this statement in relation to National Guard being deployed, and that he was responding to, hey, if the Democrats are saying to not obey orders, that is a sign of treason.
Yeah, that's also an unreasonable belief. The reason why that's an unreasonable belief is because they did not specify anywhere in the video that they're referencing the National Guard. They just said illegal orders. Dude, we're going through the ringer on this one. Holy.
No, that at the time, I remember when this was made, it was centered around ICE.
There was no mention to ICE anywhere in the video. That's not true.
I know there wasn't, but that was the broader context was with the National Guard, and you know this too.
Are you saying that that's a broader context because they put out this PSA after he ordered the National Guard into cities?
Yes, that was the broader.
Okay, perfect. So perfect.
I'm pretty sure. So you're telling me, by the way, that in the video they don't even mention what?
They don't mention ICE. They don't mention the National Guard. They don't mention any specific order.
Anything.
They don't mention any specific order. Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So you're saying that you know
I'll
that
take
the
your
broader
word for it, but I will look it up later.
Okay.
What's that?
Now that you've taken my word for it, do you concede?
Concede what?
That you no longer support Trump because he unreasonably called for the execution of
No,
Democrats.
of course I support Trump.
All right, man. Then you just contradicted yourself. You're a lost cause, buddy. I appreciate you for coming over. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. Dude, put that guy through the fucking ringer for like 30 minutes for no reason. Let's go to get the next guest connected. No reason. Put him through the ringer for 30 minutes. For no reason. Holy. Hey, man, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, welcome in, man. I need to thank a couple people real quick. A, thank you so very much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love, A. Please, folks, I want to see 500 AWs down below in that chat. Thank you so much for that love and support. A with the $50 says, watch you on Jubilee, and I'm not going to lie. It made my blood pressure go up. As an Arab, culturally Muslim, and spiritually atheist woman, I am grateful that you push back on the unbiased anti-Arab and anti-Muslim rhetoric that was being spewed. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, A. Let's get 500 AWs. Yeah, I put a big preface on that in like one of the last debates of the video where we just had this vile lady up there arguing that like all Muslims are like Islamist extremists that want to like kill everybody who's Christian and Jewish. It was insanity. Thank you so much for the $50. I'm so happy that I also like studied how to push back on that claim appropriate beforehand. Over on Venmo, thank you, Jessica, for the $1. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. Jessica with the $1 says, I have a weird feeling about this guest, George. This guy is definitely a smart guest, and I feel icky. I think that you should kick him. It's my gut. Well, I mean, we did get rid of him just because we were going in circles for 30 minutes. Yeah, guys, that guy was definitely smart. And unfortunately, you know what that means. My 3 buckets. People support Trump because they're evil, uninformed, or dumb. It means that last guy probably falls into the first bucket. Unfortunately, like he's definitely intelligent enough in order to see the truth. He's definitely very well read on like economic policy. He seems well acquainted with the Trump administration and what they're doing. He falls into that first bucket of just being a bad guy. Literally, just being a bad guy. He's intelligent. God. Sandra, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says, just finished watching the Jubilee debate. You're amazing. Well, thank you, Sandra. I really appreciate you so much for the $15. That is very kind of you. Please show some love to Sandra down below. Susan, thank you for the $5. Joe, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Then Sarah with the $10 says, I loved hearing a real debate. Sucks that there's so few and far in between. Also, you debating all of those women was physically painful. Great job, though. I appreciate you so much for the $10, Sarah. Joe, thank you for the $8. Emily, thank you for the $5. Joe, thank you for another $10. Thank you so much, Joe. And then Stefan, thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Stefan W's in that chat. Thank you. Please show some love to Stefan down below. Please show some love to Stefan. Stefan with the 50 says, hey, Dean, you cooked in Jubilee. It was rough to watch some parts, so I can't imagine how hard it was to tape. However, the fourth wall breaks were peak, and all I could hear was the Office theme song in my head when you did. Hope you're well. Well, I hope you are well, Stefan. Thank you for the $50. It's really good to see you. And thank you for the kind words about that Jubilee video. It was a pain to film. We are all caught up on Venmo. On PayPal, thank you so much, Michelle, for the $54. Holy fuck. Thank you, Michelle. Let's get 600 Michelle W's. That is Michaela. Michelle with the 54 says, greetings from Germany. We're grateful that there's still many people like you in the U.S. Well, I'm trying my hardest out here, man. Shout out to you over there in Germany. I wish I could take a little vacay out to Europe one of these days. I'll have to. Thank you for the $54 and supporting what we do. Marco, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, nourish thine feline peasant. I would assume that's $10 for Momo, but you got it, Marco. Tylisha, I'm going to call you Ty. Ty, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, first time donating, but I was just watching your newest Jubilee. Wouldn't women be meant to raise children be more of a reason to place women in a position such as the presidency? Because by MAGA standards, they're meant to be responsible for the future of the country. Oh, I like that spin. That's good. That's good, Ty. I like that. Wilder, Wilder, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, you guys. Y'all are being so kind today. Wilder with a 50 says, hey, Dean, was watching VODs this week, catching up. Saw that you were considering taking a vacay. I know that it's hard to take days off when supporting live streams. Why not produce some interviews / debates and then broadcast them during your usual slot and take a break? I've been considering something along those lines. It's just, once again, much harder to do when you do live streams. That's one thing that I envy about traditional content creators like YouTubers, so on and so forth, is that if they want to take a break, they could just pre-produce the content that they want to upload and then head off for a weekend. And I envy that a lot sometimes. Thank you so much for the $50, Welder. Nina, thank you so much for the $5. Kylie, thank you for the $14, who says, why Dean, not vegan, Dean? I have some like minuscule disagreements with veganism. But I'm pretty pro-vegan outside of my minuscule disagreements. Like when we have artificial meat alternatives that taste, look, and cost the same, I'll definitely stop eating meat. Nina, thank you for the $5. Davina, thank you for the $3. Angelica, thank you for the $5. And with all that being said, we're all cut up. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link to my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. That is Dean Withers, my name, without the letter E in the last name, Withers. Hey, listen, man, can you thank those donors real quick?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Can you say thank you?
Oh, thank you, guys. I guess.
Okay, we got a chill guess. Okay, sounds good. I appreciate your patience. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, I agree with most of what he's doing. I think the results haven't paid out yet, but he's a hard worker, and I feel like it eventually will pay off. But the main reason I came up here is kind of to finish the last argument. I mean,
yikes.
You guys were having like a really good debate, but then you decided to like trip him up with your logic traps. And I watch you all the time. Like you debate really well, but then you do the logic traps and expect them to change people's minds. But they're just traps. They're not that persuasive.
Let me ask you a very clear question. Why are they traps?
Because you use like
what makes
false
them
equivalency
traps?
and
no. If I used a false equivalency, listen.
About at the time.
If I used a false equivalency within the quote unquote trap, then it wouldn't be a trap because there'd be a way out. The way out would be to argue that it's a false equivalency. So then it wouldn't be a logic trap. Listen, buddy. The reason why I ask you that question, what makes them logic traps, is very simple. What makes my arguments traps against Trump supporters is because they necessarily and irrefutably demonstrate a contradiction to be true of your view, an absurdity to be true of your view.
The problem is, like, logically you might be right, or technically you might be right, but in real life it's not the same.
So you're just saying that technically Trump is a bad president?
Anybody. Oh, technically, I'm sure you could find a million ways to make him a bad president.
Dude, I mean, oh no, dude, listen to yourself. You're saying, Dean, you're technically right. Trump technically sucks, but in the real world, I don't care about those technicalities.
Every president technically sucks. Everybody sucks, even you and even me.
I don't know. Give me a logic chop against Kamala Harris. Run it on me. What's the argument that necessarily entails a contradiction between my values and voting for Kamala Harris as a president when she's running against Trump?
Oh, let me finish again the last argument. With the people that he called for treason for, they basically were going around. I mean, the Democratic Party, including yourself, call everything Trump does illegal. And then they go around and say, oh, don't follow legal orders. I mean, even what he's doing in Iran right now, you guys call it legal. So what if the soldiers listened to you and stopped obeying orders because all the Democrats here are calling those the Iran and everything he's doing in Iran illegal?
Okay.
It promotes
yeah, well, that's why JAG lawyers exist. That's why military courts exist. That's why the criminal justice system exists. That's why judges exist. If a member of the military is uncertain about the legality of an order given to them, they literally just consult JAG attorneys. That's literally why they exist.
Well, the small ad didn't say to do that. It basically said don't follow legal orders at the same time. I'm sure even those
because they can't.
Things
once again, listen, have you ever been in the military?
No, I haven't.
Okay, this is why you don't know these things. The law does say that they can't follow legal orders. So then how do we bridge the gap between the law that they can't follow legal orders, and if they do, they get sent to jail, and like the position of a person not really knowing if an order is illegal or not? JAG lawyers. There are lawyers that exist in the military.
A person in the battlefield doesn't have time to consult with JAG lawyers. A person in the battlefield doesn't have time to wait until it goes to the Supreme Court and it's decided by the Supreme Court.
And then that's where they use the judgment trained to them. Just the same way a cop in the quote-unquote battlefield of the streets of America doesn't have time to call a lawyer to see if a detention is legal. That's why cops are supposed to be, okay, for everybody watching, supposed to be trained on the nature of U.S. law, the U.S. Constitution, and what would define or make an order legal or illegal. They're trained to identify these things.
But soldiers aren't really trained to be JAG lawyers. They're trained
to be lawyers, but they're trained to identify what kind of orders are legal or illegal.
Where the issue comes in is the same party that's saying not to follow legal orders are calling everything Trump does illegal.
Okay, well, that's because Donald Trump does do a lot of things illegal. He even did give an illegal order to the military. The Supreme Court gave their opinion that he was illegal when he deployed the National Guard in Illinois. So that makes sense.
Well, there you go. They're calling everything he does illegal. At the time, I'm sure
the 6-3 conservative Supreme Court? Are they part of my party?
At the time he made that order, the soldiers, the guards didn't know those orders were illegal. We didn't even know until the Supreme Court ruled on it.
Right. So because they didn't know that they're illegal, they couldn't be sent to jail for it. I don't understand how this relates to Donald Trump calling for the execution of people no good reason.
Just in general, they promoted and so I can't say the word right now. I'm so nervous. When soldiers don't follow orders, what's that shit called?
What is it? What is the argument here? I just want to know. Do you think it was okay for Trump to call for their execution?
I mean, if they're guilty of treason, then yes. If they're not guilty of treason, then no.
Okay, so it wasn't okay when Donald Trump called for their execution.
Same with the George Washington comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for pushing the dialogue further in 5 minutes, and the last guest did in 30 minutes. You just agreed that it was wrong for Donald Trump to call for their execution. Good job, bro.
I mean, it was right if they were treasonous, which he believed they were treasonous.
Yeah, but see, the thing is believing something doesn't make said something true. If I believe that you are a fucking flying pig, that doesn't mean that you're actually a flying pig. So even though Donald Trump believed that they're guilty of treason, doesn't mean that they're actually guilty of treason.
Yeah, but he also just called for it. He didn't actually execute them. That's also a big difference.
Yeah, well, not a big difference insofar as determining it, therefore the action is permissible. If somebody just says that they're going to rape a child but doesn't actually rape a child, was that still wrong?
Look, I mean, obviously...
If somebody just says that they're going to rape a child but they don't actually rape a child, is that still wrong? Answer my question. If somebody says that they're going to rape a child but they don't actually rape a child, is that still wrong?
This is why you don't win these debates.
Because you don't answer questions, I know.
No,
Here's
that's
why.
Look, I agree with you. It's bad for that to happen, but it's also a very false equivalency, which I believe the last caller even tried to call out.
The equivalency here is like very clear. Okay, you're saying that, well, it wasn't wrong for Trump to do it because although he did call for their execution, he didn't actually execute them. Okay, well, listen, I agree that actually doing things, all right, can be wrong, but also saying things and calling for things, regardless of what you do and follow up of that call, is also wrong. If somebody says they're going to rape a kid, but then they never rape a kid, they did something wrong. If somebody says that they're going to shoot up their school and they post pictures of guns on their Snapchat story, but then they never actually shoot up their school, they did something wrong. If the president calls for the execution of their political opposition, but then never actually executes their political opposition, they did something wrong. And I'll also repeat exactly what I told the last guest to you. This conversation is so annoying when it's just so clear. We have to keep in mind here that one of the reasons why maybe he didn't actually execute them doesn't have to do with him not wanting to actually execute them, but him not being able to actually execute them because of the law, because of Congress, because of checks and balances, because of the Constitution, because of the fact that that would have probably gotten impeached and thrown in jail. There are systems in place that will hopefully limit and prevent the president from calling for people, from actually executing people. But why do you support Trump? Why do you support the very worst president of your life?
No, again, well, for one thing, he's made politics so popular that we're all
Can I ask you a question?
Than we ever did before.
Can I ask you a question?
Sides, I think we've.
I need to ask you a question, actually. I know that I just told you to give me an argument, but I need to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
We see this theme from people on the right. We see this theme from MAGA that you guys don't care about words. You don't care about like when people say slurs. You don't care about when people say things that are like politically.
You're playing games with the words.
Politically, not allowed. You don't really care when people say things that are like hurtful. And now it's like you just like don't really care when like Donald Trump is calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress. So then why the fuck do you care when trans women call themselves women?
I don't care. I only care when they're trying to use the women's bathroom, and I think. Because I don't mind if a woman transitioning to a man wants to use the men's bathroom, go ahead, all you want. I just want to protect women and children, so let's leave them out of the women's bathroom. Other than that, I really don't care.
Yeah, well, it's actually beneficial to the safety of all women.
They can play with men.
Hey, listen, I'm hopping here.
Women's sport.
It's actually beneficial for the safety of all women for trans women to use a women's restroom because then we prevent more masculine people from using the space. We got to keep in mind that
How about we just give them their own bathroom?
Oh yeah, just let's segregate trans people from all restrooms and just give them their own bathroom.
We segregate men and women for a reason, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, when the women have to use one bathroom, you call that segregation?
Yes, that is a form of segregation. It is just justified segregation because we have good reason for the segregation.
And in the same way,
the argument is that we don't have good reason for segregation of trans people. Also, not to mention that we clearly don't have we also clearly don't have infrastructure for that. Like, what do you like? You just think of like all the public businesses in your town. They're just gonna like rip a new like wall in their hole in their wall and like build out like a third and fourth bathroom for trans men and women.
Listen, we could just make unisex bathrooms. How about that?
Yeah, unisex bathrooms, that are used for families that have to like change their children's diapers, that have to go in there to like help their kids use the restroom, wash their hands. All of a sudden now, if like you're like a family shopping, you're not going to be able to like change your like baby's diaper, and you're not going to be able to help your kids use the restroom and wash their hands because now all those bathrooms are specifically for trans people. No.
Okay, then let's just either let them use the men's bathroom or just have their own bath. I don't know. Like this is Sorry, I keep getting phone calls. Give me 1 second.
Listen, if you care so much about bathrooms, why don't you care about Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at their naked bodies at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA?
I don't care. You brought it up, and I was just replying to you.
You said that you do care about trans women using
I gave you
my
point of view.
Why do you not care about Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them? Unconsensually to sexually exploit them, to perv on them?
I don't know. I care, but not enough to... I don't know enough about the situation. I don't have the people. It's not so much I don't know about that, and I don't know if it's exactly. I mean, they're just what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It's just something I don't know enough about. I didn't hear the testimony of the people claiming these things. I don't know what proof they have. I mean, he could have just been walking through the locker room and then
he could have just been sexually exploiting them because that's what it mean for him as a man to walk through the locker room.
Or he might have been just trying to be shocking for shock value since he was on the Howard Stern show when he was fucking talking about it.
Could you like point me towards like one other example? Excuse me, if anybody else on the Howard Stern show falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent? One other example, please.
So I don't watch the Howard Stern show like that, but I'm sure there's a ton of examples of people just telling stories like that for shock value.
There's none. I can't even think. Listen, I can't even think.
You don't know what the Howard Stern show was.
One other example. Listen, I can't even think of one other example of any man in any interview ever falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent.
Like, if you find men that have been on TV as long as Trump has and as much as Trump has, I'm sure you could find all the same stuff, especially if they're being interviewed constantly by Howard Stern.
They give me one other example of a man falsely claiming that they're guilty of sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent and they haven't. What's that?
Look, it was founded by, like, this stuff was caught as far as Trump because he was a target and he had millions of people looking for stuff like this. I don't have the resources of the whole country trying to bring down Trump looking for things like that regarding other men.
Bro, this was you're acting like, oh, like we had to invest like the whole resources of like a whole country to like find this like random minuscule unknown clip of Donald Trump. Dude, no. This was the largest radio show of the early 2000s. I bet that there are some older people watching the stream right now that in the early 2000s listened to the Howard Stern show regularly and maybe even specifically listened to this interview that Donald Trump gave with him. It wasn't some like random minuscule hidden fact deep on the internet. No, it was very widespread.
Well, I haven't watched the Howard Stern show like that. That's why I can't give you another example. Okay?
I don't think that you could if you tried. Why don't you go on pause, do like, a couple minutes of research, try to find another clip of literally any other man admitting to sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent of it in an interview. I don't think that you're going to be able to find one. You will be able to find other men you will be able to you will be able to find other instances of men bragging about sexual violence in interviews, but they were like actually fucking guilty, right? Like somebody in the chat said Hugh Hefner did it all the time, Dean. Yeah, Hugh Hefner probably did brag about sexual violence all the time. Was Hugh Hefner innocent? No. That dude was guilty as fuck.
I guess. Anyway, the other thing, if you don't mind me pivoting, with the Eugene Carroll thing, I mean, why do we have statute of limitation? If people from 50 years ago can just show up and accuse people of stuff with, I don't think she had a lot of evidence there. I mean, I don't want to attack her as a victim or anything like that.
Then why did the jury find him guilty if she didn't have a lot of evidence?
Well, it was a civil case. I mean, there was no,
Why did the jury... Listen, I want you to answer my question. Why did the jury find him guilty if she didn't have evidence?
Because the level of evidence required for a civil case is a lot less. And, what was their choices? They weren't going to send Trump to jail for 20 years, so they didn't have that.
What is the standard of evidence in a civil court?
$5 million. It's preponderance of evidence, so 51% belief that is true.
By the way, 51 to 100. I want to clarify that. A lot of Trump supporters will use the minimum standard of evidence in a civil court to represent the likelihood that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. No, she could have shown a video of him raping her, and it still would have been proven to the standard of a preponderance of the evidence. It's just a minimum. So, do you believe, at minimum, there's a 51% chance that Trump is a rapist?
I believe that jury believes so, but
do you agree with the jury?
Jury get it wrong all the time.
Okay,
I don't believe that.
Do you think that this jury got it wrong?
Based on my review of the evidence, I think that jury got it wrong.
Okay. So you don't think that there was at a minimum 51% chance of Trump being guilty? See, the reason why I ask you that question is because Trump supporters make this point all the time. The standard of evidence is much lower in civil courts than it is in criminal courts. Okay. So you're saying that you think there's a coin flip chance that the president is a rapist? Like I don't know if I'd flip a coin for my president's guilt of sexual violence. I don't know about that one, man. But tell us, why don't you think the evidence was insufficient?
Again, another false equivalency. You're giving the evidence like a 50% score. I would give it like a 10% score of being right.
Wow. No, I give the evidence an 83% score. which is, by the way,
What's the
beyond a
evidence?
reasonable
The
shadow of a doubt.
testimony. What's the evidence? 40 or 50-year-old testimony?
Yeah, I could go over all the evidence with you. Do you want it?
No, how often is the testimony of victims and witnesses
Bruh,
wrong?
you just asked me for the evidence. I tell you that I want to give you
Go
the
ahead.
evidence.
I mean, I've seen your show before. I know what you're going to say, but go ahead. If you
Okay,
want to
so
go
then
over
you
it.
know the evidence, but you're asking for the evidence? Bro, come on.
No, I'm just saying, why do you think the evidence is a 50-50 chance of being right?
I don't think that the evidence is a 50-50 chance of being right. I think it's almost certainly correct.
50. Well, there you go. I believe it's like maybe 10% chance. I mean, she
Okay,
doesn't even know the date.
I'm gonna give you all the.
Doesn't even know the year of when the incident happened.
That's a lie.
Well, when did it happen then? Because
Well,
I was,
okay,
as far
yeah,
as
sure.
I know, she didn't
Sure,
know the
I'll
year.
quickly ask you a question. Do you agree that the definition of the word year is a container of 365 days?
Sure.
Okay. So she said that she was raped within a container of 365 days pertaining to late 1995, early 1996 during the winter.
So she doesn't know like the season, what shopping season it was, if the place was decorated in Christmas decorations, fall decorations. I mean, what did she testify to? That
Okay, wow,
would-
huge shift to the goalpost. By the way, I just specified that she testified that the season was winter, holy. But second of all, do you concede that she knew the year and you were wrong about that?
All right. Well, then, it's still a 30-year-old case, and I really don't
And
trust it.
I don't know.
Just
Did she
testimony.
just become like less of a rape victim the more time goes on?
Sorry, I got another call.
Does she become less of a rape victim like for every like minute that passes, every year that passes? I don't think so. And in fact, the
but
fact
she's
that
a
this was
less
from 30 years ago.
reliable witness.
Listen, let me finish speaking. The fact that this was from 30 years ago and she still was able to prove it to an unanimous jury of 9, including people on the right, honestly demonstrates that the evidence was very sufficient. This evidence included her own testimony that she'd kept consistent for 30 years, the testimony of 2 of her friends affirming that she'd kept it consistent for 30 years, the testimony of 2 other women also accusing Donald Trump of rape, the testimony of a psychotherapist saying that she was demonstrating signs consistent with true trauma brought on by rape, the therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump. We had Donald Trump's lies. He lied and he said that he never met her. She responded to that with a picture of them together. We have a second lie. He lied and said that he never raped her because she wasn't his type, in which but then he confused a photo of her to be his ex-wife Marla Maples. This means that E. Jean Carroll was his type. We also have the dress that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court, claiming that it had Trump's DNA in it. The court took it, did find male DNA on it, asked Donald Trump for a sample. He said, no, I won't give one. Why would an innocent man do that? That also indicates his guilt. Then we have all of his character priors. People that go to jail
What's
for
the other
sex crimes.
question? Where was this dress for the last 30 years?
People that go to jail for sex crimes are the most likely to recommit when they get out of jail. If you engage in sexual violence once, you're probably going to do it again. We know that Donald Trump has engaged in sexual violence on other occasions, referencing his proud boasts about sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owns, being named in the Epstein files over 1 million times, having a credible accusation against a minor that was trafficked by Epstein in the Epstein files. Okay, and not to mention in 2005, he said that he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, and the jury proved that he did grab a woman by her vagina without asking first. So this is all the evidence that proves beyond reasonable shadow of a doubt that he raped E. Jean Carroll. What's your response?
I mean, you think any of that evidence is enough to convict him criminally in any of those situations?
Yeah, I think that all of that evidence would definitely yield a criminal conviction, 100%.
I don't think so. I mean, most of it is just hearsay or just testimony of witnesses that it's been so long that you can't even trust the witnesses when it's like fresh testimony, because they get things wrong or they misremember and get things wrong all the time. And then let me ask you this: if the death penalty was on the line, using the E. Jean Carroll evidence, you think the same jury would have found him guilty and put him to death?
I don't talk about death and the president on the internet.
What if it's like 50 years in jail? The rest of his natural life in jail was on the line, and they could put him in jail by finding him guilty. You think they would have found him guilty with just that evidence?
Yes.
Because the only thing that came out of finding him guilty is he loses $5 million and he's a billionaire. It's like us losing $5. So if I was on the jury, it's like, do I give this lady $5 from this guy's pocket, or
That's not the instructions of the
nothing.
jurors. The instructions of the jurors are to rule if the evidence demonstrated that he raped her, not if they think that she needs money. Also, it was $88 million in consideration of the
My point
defamation
is, if his life, if unaliving him or even putting him in jail was on the line, I don't think they would have found him guilty based on that little
Yeah,
evidence.
I gave you an argument to demonstrate otherwise. Do you agree that if you engage in sexual violence once, that you're much more likely to do it again?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fantastic.
I
So he
agree.
engaged in
I mean,
sexual violence on
it's
many
not
occasions by barging
guilty,
into the
but
dressing rooms
possible.
of the beauty pageant contestants, so it makes sense why he'd rape Eugene Carroll. Not to mention that both of these
quite
two things
call
happen
that-
in the dressing rooms. He has a proclivity to violate women in
searching
dressing
the
rooms.
definition
He
of it.
violated these. He violated these beauty pageant contestants in the dressing rooms. He violated Eugene Carroll in the dressing rooms. So yeah, when we have a man who's found guilty
being a
by a unanimous
pervert.
jury of
That's not
9
being-
for violating somebody in a dressing room, but then we also have that same pervert admitting to violating other women and girls in other dressing rooms, I'm gonna believe that court. I will.
Him being a pervert doesn't make him a sexual essayer. And even in his all his accusations, I haven't found-
Whoa. I just want to clarify. You don't think that it's sexual violence to barge into women and girls' dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies?
You're stretching. No, I don't think so. I
Okay.
think it's being perverted and
Wow.
it's wrong.
Okay. So I think that the definition of sexual
at a
violence is
level of
any
that.
sexual act that's unconsensual. Do you agree or disagree with that definition?
I want to add the word physical to that, but I'm sure it is. I could
No.
give me a-
The reason why it's not just
examples.
physical is because violence is harm, and you don't need to touch somebody to harm them. You just need to violate somebody's consent to harm them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't find it to be that.
Okay,
I
name
think it
one
requires at
domestic
least,
violence shelter on the face of planet Earth that defines sexual violence is anything other than any sexual act that's unconsensual.
I mean, pervert. What do you? You see, you're stretching definition of things.
No, you're stretching the definition. Everybody agrees with me. Every DV shelter agrees with me. Every single domestic violence shelter on Earth agrees with me. You cannot
Because
accuse
there's
me
no harm
of stretching the
in
definition of sexual violence
situation,
when
there's
all
no
the
harm.
DV shelters agree with me and all the DV shelters disagree with you. You are the one that's stretching the
Because
definition
in
of
that
sexual violence.
situation, there's
You
no
are the
harm
one
in
that is breaking the
stretching
status quo.
definition.
You are.
Legally, there's harm. Even the court in the Asian Carroll case made a difference between what Trump did.
Wait. Did you just say? So you don't think the court found him guilty of rape?
I think he essayed her, or I mean, if he was guilty, essay or molestation is
I have a
what he
question.
did, but it wasn't.
Would your definition
intercourse.
would your definition of rape include the forced penetration of a vagina with a man's fingers?
I consider it has to be intercourse for me.
Okay, that wasn't a yes or no. I'm gonna ask it again. Would you include a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers as rape?
It depends how violent and how invasive it is. It depends how
Wouldn't the invasiveness just be defined by the context of
perverted to make me
forcefully
look
penetrate a
bad.
woman's vagina with her fingers? With his fingers? That's the invasiveness part? What do you mean? How violent and invasive it is? Is there a non-violent, wait, one second. Are you saying that there's a non-violent and non-invasive way for a man to forcibly penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying it doesn't count.
Okay, so then what do you mean? It
I think
depends on how
rape is
violent and
different
invasive
level.
it is.
I mean, do we not have different levels of violence and levels of murder?
Okay,
and levels of
I
everything?
demonstrate to me a hypothetical
on a score from
scenario
1 to 10,
of a man
what do you rate
forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers that you believe is not violent or invasive enough to be defined as rape.
Yeah, it's sexual. It's SA or molestation, which is just as bad.
That's
in
not
its
the
own way,
question
but it's
that
not.
I asked you. Give me a scenario of a man forcibly, without consent, penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers that is not violent and invasive enough for you to consider it as rape.
What do you mean? Like any situation where it's not forceful, where they're on a date and he tries to see if she likes him and mix out with her and eventually does that, and then at first maybe she liked it, then she said no, and then he took a second to take it. I mean, you're just gonna make me look bad because it's such a perverted thing to talk about that. There's levels to everything, and it's on the jury to figure it out.
Wait. Did you just say that if a man is having intercourse with a woman and the woman says, please stop, and the man doesn't immediately stop, that man's not a rapist?
Because sometimes you say, please stop, but like in a perverted way. Like, what's his name? Bill Barr has a very good joke about this, where he's like, no doesn't always mean no. Sometimes they playfully say no when and it takes a second for you to realize if they're actually serious or not. I mean, I know today's standards.
Okay. So you're saying that some men who have wait. So I just want to clarify that you are saying that some men who have unconsensual forced sex with women aren't rapists because no doesn't always mean no.
I'm saying women say no in consensual situations.
I just want to clarify that you are saying that some men who are having unconsensual sex with women are not rapists because no doesn't always mean no.
I mean, no, I'm just saying there's consensual sex where they could say no. And that's
where you're getting the no doesn't always mean no from. And then you're applying that to unconsensual sex. So you're saying that there's scenarios where men will be having unconsensual sex with women, and that doesn't make the man a rapist because the no doesn't always mean no.
Listen, there's a lot of things that start consensual and they turn unconsensual because either the girl changes her mind or things change or something. And in those situations, there's a gray area where you gotta like, did he reply fast enough or was he just ignoring her wishes? I mean,
bro, listen, that's some crazy shit. I don't think I think that guy's just arguing that rape isn't always rape because no doesn't always mean no. Bro, get that shit off my fucking live. Michaela, I appreciate you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Michaela W's down below. Michaela with a 20 says, watching Jubilee video, I feel like you need more compensation than you likely received. Holy fuck. That was a crazy video, Michaela. I appreciate you for the $20. Yeah, listen, guys, it's not a gray area. This is why safe words exist. If somebody says no to you when you're having sex with them, you stop having sex with them. Okay? And like specifically if like, you know, you want to acknowledge that you wouldn't stop having sex with somebody if they say no, that's when you have a verbal explicit agreement on like safe words and shit like that. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, let me just set the record clear here. If right before the intercourse, you did not have a explicit verbal conversation about the use of safe words, fully informing consent that if only the safe word is said, the intercourse will stop. If you're having sex with somebody and they say no, then you stop. All right? Super important. And honestly, dude, even to me, whole safe word thing, you know, yell and scream no, but don't stop unless I say my safe word. Even that's a little bit odd to me. You know? Just personally. Michaela, I appreciate you for another $5 saying kick this guess. Yeah, we got him out of there. Helen, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Helen. Let's get 400 Helen W's. That is a very kind donation of you, and I'm very grateful for you, Helen. Please show some love to Helen down below in that chat. Very, very, very kind of you. Helen with the $40 that's going to pull over a message here. Helen says, I was essayed by my ex multiple times. I'm so sorry. I said no, and it didn't matter. This man is insane thinking that this isn't rape. I still have trouble calling it rape, but it definitely is. It definitely is rape, Helen, and I'm so sorry that happened to you, and we all believe you. And please, don't struggle to call that rape, because it's exactly what it is. Haley with a 5 who says, have you ever considered reaching out to Stern for further response or context on the clip? It could help further shut down some of the MAGA arguments. I actually got further context. Somebody sent me like a whole transcript of the entire dialogue of that entire like conversation. It doesn't really change too much because they just kind of switched to a different subject right after. Allison, I appreciate you for the $3. Brianna, thank you for the 2. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 sent over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $10. Christian sent $10 with no message. Know that I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Lali. Appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat who says, I'm about 45 minutes behind the treason conversation. Why do all Trump supporters use the excuse if he didn't do it, though, when he actually had Bonnie investigate them for treason? On God! But Omega Star, thank you for the $10 who says no means no. I appreciate you, Omega Star. Alrighty, folks. We have around 30 minutes left on the live stream. Probably means time for one more debate. And then I'm going to hop off. I'm going to go to the gym. And then I'm going to come home. I'm going to play Wizard 101. I'm going to have so much fun playing Wizard 101 all night long. Because I've just been so obsessed recently. So obsessed with that damn game. Quite frankly, Wizard 101 is the best. Hey, listen, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to support what we do here so we could continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message on YouTube. You could also find the handle at the top of the phone screen on TikTok, Dean Withers without the letter E in Withers. Best way to support what we do. You could also ask questions, get a message across, roast the guests, make an argument. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Kenzie?
Yes.
Kenzie, why?
Yes. Hi. Did you say why?
Yeah, I said why.
Because I believe that Donald Trump is a great president. I think that he, I personally don't agree with every single thing that he says or does. But I voted for him for a few very specific reasons. For example, the work that he did in getting Roe v. Wade overturned. Charlie Kirk supported him.
Charlie
You
Kirk.
know who I am. We've talked before.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. Are you somebody like
It's okay.
important? Are you somebody like special? Do you matter?
No, I'm just saying that we've talked before.
Okay.
If you don't remember me, that's fine. I don't really care. But
You said that you support Trump because Charlie Kirk supported him?
yes,
No, I don't really think that you should trust Charlie Kirk's judgment. He was pretty insane.
I disagree with that. I believe that he's an American hero.
You think that American heroes support child torture?
I don't believe that Charlie Kirk supported child torture.
He sure did. He thought that abortion should be banned, even for children that are raped and impregnated. Forcing a raped child to maintain pregnancy for 9 months and give birth to a child is absolutely torture.
I think that first of all, he was asked that on that Jubilee YouTube account, which I'm sure that you're familiar with.
Yeah, because I was sitting in that circle 10 feet away when he said it.
Right. And you were also the same person that said that it was awful what happened to him and you cried on live. And then there's clips of you laughing when Taxpaying American was debating you.
You know, honestly, I think I'm finally at a point in time where I'm not just going to give the same response I always do to that when people bring up Charlie Kirk, because it's honestly old and everybody knows that that's some propaganda. Respond to the claim. Charlie Kirk is not an American hero because Charlie Kirk supported child torture.
No, he didn't.
Do you agree that forcing a raped, pregnant 9-year-old to maintain their pregnancy for 9 months and then forcing them to give birth is torturous?
I think that the child doesn't have to be delivered full term with 9 months. And I don't think that a 9-year-old could actually vaginally deliver a child. It would have to be a C-section.
Wow. Which would only make it more torturous. Now we're ripping up their bodies, doing this whole exhaustive, huge procedure, moving like 6 of their organs, taking 6 of their organs out of their body just to get to it. That's almost more torturous, man. Do you agree that it's like torturous to like damn near dissect the body of a 9-year-old unconsensually?
Well, first of all, people under the age of 18
Can I just get a straight question?
can't give consent.
I know, that's why I said unconsensually. Is it torturous to basically dissect the body of a 9-year-old unconsensually through a C-section? Is that torturous?
Less torturous than becoming a murderer.
So your argument is that it is torturous.
Actually, you had heard.
So I just want to clarify that your argument is that I just want to clarify that you're saying it is torturous. So therefore, Charlie Kirk did. Of course,
it's not going to be easy.
Therefore, Charlie Kirk did support child torture, but you're agreeing that it's sometimes a good thing to support child torture because you'd rather support child torture than murder. Wait, torturing a child isn't child torture?
It would be torturous to the child, but it wouldn't be more torturous than allowing the child.
Wait! I just want to agree. I just want to clarify. Is it your position that it is torturing the child, but it is not child torture?
I'm sure it isn't easy, but I
just wouldn't know. Yes or no? You remember when you just said okay? You just said that it's not child torture, and you just said that it's torturing the child. So is it your position that it's torturing the child, but it's not child torture?
Well, in the context of what Charlie Kirk was saying, no, it's not child torture.
But it is torturing the child, right?
It would be torturous, but not as torturous as.
So it would be torturing the
allowing
child.
to be murdered.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that you think that child torture is something other than torturing a child, because you're saying it's torturing a child, but it's not child torture.
So you're using it so you're using it semantically, because the claim that you made was that Charlie Kirk supports child torture, which he doesn't.
Yeah, because he supports torturing children per your previous admission.
I got the googly eyes.
Yeah, of course. You just agreed that he supported torturing children. Yeah.
He did not support torturing children.
You just said that he did.
He said the child. No, you're saying that.
No, you just said that forcing a raped child to maintain pregnancy and give birth or get a C-section would be torturous towards the child.
It wouldn't be as torturous as other things would be, which would then be allowing the child to become a murderer.
Oh, okay. So you are agreeing that it is child torture. You're just saying that it's better than murder.
Let's play
So
this
that's
out.
your position. You're saying
Right?
that it
Let's
is
play this
child
out.
torture, but it's better than murder.
Is there any clip that you can provide where Charlie Kirk said, "I support child torture"?
Yeah, the clip where he says that he supports children being forced to carry pregnancies to turn.
He didn't
after they're
say
raped.
children should be forced to carry babies. He didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
When that girl was no, he didn't. When that girl was talking to him about it, and it was actually a 10-year-old, not a 9-year-old, and I thought you were in the room with them, but I guess you weren't. She brought up 10-year-old daughter, right? His response was,
"Oh yeah,
yes, the
at 10
child
years
would
old,
be delivered.
they're just totally okay to maintain
The child
pregnancy.
would be delivered." Well, you like to play
Right.
semantics, right?
Right.
And you wanna
Yeah,
go
the
tit for
child
tat
would
on
be
something
delivered.
that
Okay.
You were
so
there
yeah,
for.
forcing that child to maintain pregnancy. Yes.
He didn't say that. He said, yes, the child would be delivered.
That's what it means to force a child to maintain pregnancy.
But that doesn't mean, oh, I support child torture, because he
It
never
does.
said that.
It's because
I would actually-
forcing the
I would
delivery of a
actually
child
argue with
from a
I would
pregnancy
argue that
onset by rape
murdering a
is child
child would
torture.
be the
It's not
ultimate form of
murder.
torture.
It's not murder.
You believe it's human. I heard.
Yeah.
I was listening to you earlier.
It's not murder.
On your
Hey,
abortion
if you
stance.
needed one of my kidneys to live, do you think that it'd be okay for the state to force me to give you one of my kidneys?
The kidney thing. You're also going to bring up the burning building. Would I rather
No, answer my
save-
question. Answer my question.
Would I rather
If you
save
needed one of my kidneys to
5-year-old
live,
child or 10
if you
embryos
needed
to-
one of my kidneys to live, would it be okay for the state to force me into giving you one of my kidneys?
No, because it's not murder.
Okay. So in other words, you're saying that I shouldn't have an obligation to give you my bodily resources to you to live. So then why do you think that rape kids have an obligation to give their bodily resources to a fetus to live?
Well, as somebody that's pro-life, I can understand if there's...
What's the difference?
As somebody that's pro-life, I can understand if a child's life or the woman that's carrying the child, if their life is at risk, I can understand why we would need a medical procedure. However, the difference between what you're saying, what I'm saying is that...
Jason, thank you for the $10 over on
believe
Venmo.
that it's
The
murder,
$10
but
donor
you
over on
believe
Venmo
that
says
it's,
computer. Appreciate
human,
you so
right?
much for the $10 on Venmo, Jason. Let's get 100 Jason W's in that chat. Kinsey, could I get a quick W, Jason, from you?
W, Jason.
Thank you. Back to the debate.
You're welcome.
So,
Yes.
are you a human?
Yes, I am.
Are you valuable?
I believe so.
Do you have the right to life?
In America, yes.
But I shouldn't be forced to give you my kidney for you to live, meaning that it'd be okay if I let you die.
I can't imagine that you would in that circumstance
And
anyway.
it'd be
but
okay if I let you die. The state shouldn't be able to force me to make you live by giving you one of my
if
kidneys.
we were the last two people on Earth and it was like your
Are-
kidney
we're
or
not
I
the
would
last
die,
two people on Earth. What?
Well, then I can get a kidney from somebody else if you're not going to get it.
I'm the
Like, give
nope,
it to me.
nope. You need my kidney to live. Only me.
What if you need my lung because of your anxiety pen usage?
Yeah, should the state be able to force you to give to give me your lung?
I wouldn't think that the state should be forced to, but I would do it out of the kindness of my heart for you.
Perfect. So what you're saying is that
Do you
rape
say thank you,
children shouldn't be
Kenzie?
forced into maintaining their pregnancy.
You need to
The
say
state
you need to
shouldn't.
say thank
Do you
you,
agree?
Kenzie, for
Okay,
giving
listen.
me your lung.
Do you
because of my
agree?
anxiety pen.
Do you agree that the state shouldn't be able to force rape children into giving their bodily resources to the fetus to live?
If the child carrying the baby if their life would be put at risk.
In cases where it wouldn't be put at risk.
Like that's why I'm no
Dude,
longer
just
an
I'm
abolitionist.
asking you yes or no questions. Should the state be able to force me to give you one of my kidneys so you stay alive?
No.
Should the state be able to force a raped 10-year-old to give a fetus their bodily resources so the fetus stays alive?
Well, the fetus and the child. Or
Answer
just
the
fetus?
question.
What do you mean?
The fetus.
So you don't care about...
And no, I want an answer to the question. Okay, we're going to restart because you're not giving me an answer. From the top. Should the state be able to force me to give you one of my kidneys so you could live?
No.
Should the state be able to force a raped 10-year-old to give a fetus their bodily resources so the fetus could live?
If the child that's carrying the baby isn't put at risk, then yes.
So why should the state
This
be able
is
to
why I'm not
force...
an abolitionist anymore.
Why should the state be able to force the child to give their bodily resources to the fetus, but the state shouldn't be able to force
providing me with
to give you my kidney?
So you giving me your kidney wouldn't then have your life be put at risk. So if we're talking about allowing the 9 or 10-year-old to carry the child, if their life wouldn't be put at risk, fine. But if the 9 or 10-year-old child has
I know. Are you answer the fucking question? In both scenarios, my life isn't at risk if I give you one of my kidneys. The rape child's life isn't at risk if they take that pregnancy to term. Why should the state be able to force the child to give their bodily resources to the fetus so it can live, but the state shouldn't be able to force me to give you my kidney so you could live? What's the difference?
I don't recognize bodily autonomy in the case of pregnancy because the child and the carrier of the pregnancy are two completely different people.
Are you a completely different person than I?
Yes, but your kidney isn't.
Okay.
Right?
Is a rape victim's bodily resources a part of the fetus?
No.
Okay, so no difference. What's the difference?
There isn't bodily autonomy for the child that's carrying the pregnancy
Why?
and the child that's in the womb.
Why?
Because it's not the child's body that's being dismembered, for example, during a D&E abortion procedure.
Okay, I'm just trying to get.
Which is the
no,
same
no.
reason
We're
why.
talking about. We're talking about the abortion pill.
Me.
We're talking about the abortion pill. We're talking about the abortion pill. You cannot answer. Tell me why it is not okay.
Cutter, yes or no.
Tell me why it's not okay for a 10-year-old to refuse to give a fetus their bodily resources by taking an abortion pill, but it is okay for me to refuse to give you my kidney. What's the difference?
Because there's no comparison between a embryo and a kidney.
The comparison wouldn't be between the embryo and the kidney. The comparison would be between an embryo and you.
What do you mean the embryo and me?
Okay, listen, I will give you the logical parallels. So the first scenario, rape victim giving bodily resources to fetus. Second scenario, Dean giving kidney to Kinsey. In the analogy of me, kidney, and Kinsey, I'm equivalent to the rape victim. The kidney is equivalent to the bodily resources. Kinsey is equivalent to the fetus. So I'm not comparing a kidney to an embryo. No. I'm comparing you to an embryo, kidney to the bodily resources, and me to a rape victim. So what is the difference between
I don't understand the point
between the
that you're
belief?
trying to make.
Holy shit. Wow, you were really goofy. So let me try to just repeat it, I guess, since you're so unintelligent. The point that I'm trying to make is we asked you clearly, if the state should be able to force me to give you my kidney if you need it to live, you said no. Then you said clearly,
no, because if you give me your kidney, that doesn't put your life.
Should the state be able to force a rape victim to give their bodily resources to a fetus so the fetus can live? And you said yes. In both scenarios, if I give you my kidney, my life won't be at risk. And in both scenarios, if the rape victim gives the bodily resources to the fetus, the rape victim's life won't be at risk. So why do you say yes in the scenario of the rape victim, arguing that the state should be able to force them to give their bodily resources to the fetus, but no in the scenario of me and my kidney, the state shouldn't be able to force me to give you my kidney against my will?
Because there's more that goes on in a pregnancy than just bodily resources. We know that the child in the womb is separate from the child in this analogy that you're giving, which is a terrible analogy, by the way. And in fact, if we were going to talk about kidneys, I'd rather use the analogy of
there's only one child. There's only one. The only child is a fetus. Kinsey, you are the only person outside of the fetus in the analogy.
Stop interrupting me.
You're already wrong. There's not two children in the analogy. There's only one child, the fetus.
Stop interrupting me. Let me finish.
I just had to correct you because you're just not tracking.
Well, but stop. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, just tell me the difference.
Can we change the analogy from the kidney to me giving you a lung for your anxiety pen?
No.
Why not?
Because it's my analogy.
Well, I want to use my analogy.
No, you're going to use my analogy.
Your lung collapsed.
Nope, you're going to use my analogy so we could use one example and stay on topic with one example so we're not muddying the waters and obfuscating from the point by introducing random bullshit like you're trying to do right now because you know that you're fucking scared. Once again, I will repeat this, Kinsey, for the last time. You're saying that the state should be able to force a pregnant rape victim into giving their bodily resources to a fetus against their will. But the state should not be able to force Dean into giving Kinsey his kidney against his will. In both scenarios, we have a life, the fetus and Kinsey, that needs something from two others' lives. Bodily resources from the rape victim, kidney from Dean. You're saying that in only one of those two cases, should the life with a means required to sustain the other be forced into providing those means, the rape victim. Meanwhile, in the other scenario, they shouldn't be forced into providing those needs. Me and my kidney. For everybody watching this live stream, are you guys clear on the analogy that I'm making? I just want to make sure that I'm being clear. I want to make sure that everything that I'm saying is being understood, something that you guys can track, something that makes sense, something that is understandable, because I just have to continue to re-explain it to Kinsey. Is this super easy, everybody? This is super easy?
I understand it now. I understand it now.
Okay. So what's the difference between these two scenarios that in one situation justifies forcing the rape victim to give up their resources, but not forcing me to give up my resources?
Because you giving me your resources wouldn't put your life at risk. But a child carrying the pregnancy full term would put the child in the womb at risk. But you as the provider of your bodily autonomy, you giving me your kidney wouldn't mean that the kidney or your life would be put at risk. It's my life that's at risk, which is what the fetus's life would be at risk. But instead of giving the kidney, you're then saying you have to use the bodily autonomy in order to sustain the life that's already inside of the child, not transferring bodily autonomy from one person to the other. And you agree that the fetus in the womb is a separate human from the child.
Hey, bro, right? Yo, listen. For everybody watching,
answer the question.
Did that shit make sense to anyone?
Answer the question.
No. I don't even understand what you said.
Of course you say no that you want to. I know you don't.
I don't even make Kinsey.
I'm sure you don't.
What you just said didn't make sense to a singular person in the stream. That was completely incomprehensible. That was word vomit.
No, it wasn't.
Find one person watching the stream
Do you want me to re-explain
that understood what you said. No, I don't want you to re-explain it. I want you to find one person watching the stream that understood what you said, that is willing to come up on the live and repeat what you said. We have 12.2 thousand viewers, Kinsey. If what you said was not word vomit, you should be able to find one person to join the live stream and repeat what you said.
Why do I have to do that for you?
Let's do it together.
I don't have mod powers, so what do you mean I need to find somebody and
just
bring
like
them
shout
up?
out their name. If you understood what Kinsey just said, put a yes in the chat. Dude, there's no one. Kinsey, there's no one.
Oh, there's somebody.
All right, we did. We found one
There's
person in the chat.
another person.
All right, yeah, we found one person in the chat saying yes. I am Rice. Age.
16. Oh my god.
10 seconds or less. Repeat what Kinsey said before I kick you for your age.
They said they're 16. They said they're 16.
I just wanted to quickly
Fan of
prove.
TV girl. Help
Okay.
with Abster_LR. The green and black logo. That person doesn't have a name on their account. But yeah, the fan of TV girl. Mike just said yes. DDT said yes. Just Be Named said yes.
Wait. We're going to load up the panel with the people saying yes in the chat. Put a yes in the chat
Will
if you
Reed
understood.
said yes.
No,
User says yes. Maddie said yes.
Okay. Guys, don't unmute. All right, don't unmute. When you join the live stream, don't unmute. We're going to load up the panel with people in the chat saying
Murph
yes.
said yes.
Yeah.
Fiona said yes. J2
Don't unmute.
said yes.
Don't unmute. We're going to go one person at a time to repeat what she said.
Yo, you're fucking crashing out, Dean. Oh,
Yeah, check
my
this
God.
out. No, we're going to
I'm
go.
glad I was your last debate of the day. I know you're good
Here, guys.
entertainment for me.
Here, guys.
Maddie said yes. Jordan
Yeah.
said yes.
Yeah, don't
Rock
worry.
said yes.
Don't worry. We're going to load up the panel with people saying yes. And then we're going to have them go one.
I can't wait. I
one
can't
at a
wait.
time to try to repeat what
Dean,
he
can
said.
you send me the clip of this later so I can post it?
Yeah. You can find it on the pod.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll
All right,
follow
we're gonna
you
go.
if you'll send
All
it
right,
to me.
all right. We have our 5 representatives from the chat that said that they understood what you said. Mike,
Period.
you're first. I'm gonna unmute you. Repeat what she said.
Alright, so she said
something about hating babies. Probably.
Kinsey, is that what you said?
No.
Okay. Mike didn't understand what you said. Let's go to move on to the next person. Isaac, I'm going to send you an invite to turn your mic on. Isaac, repeat what she said.
I don't got a clue what she said. Kenzie, you're a dumbass.
He cooked your ass! He cooked your ass! Oh my god! Alright, next.
Funny.
Alright, this person does have a name. No name. Repeat what she said.
We are Dean with us.
Okay, they don't know what you said. Hendrix, I'm gonna go to put you off mute. Repeat what she said,
That's
Hendrix.
funny.
Kenzie said,
Fucking love you guys. Breland, you're next. Repeat what she said.
Kenzie, you're a stupid twat. We are trying.
Okay, Kenzie, I don't think that these people knew what you
Oh,
said.
that's so funny. Can you please, Dean, can you please send that to me?
It's on the YouTube. Kenzie, can you just admit that it was word salad?
I mean, according to you, sure.
No, not according to me, according to everyone.
Well, it's not going to upset my spirit or my soul.
Okay, but what it demonstrates is that you're an ineffective communicator.
Okay.
Do you accept that you're an ineffective communicator?
In your standard, sure.
No, not in my standard. According to the standards of 13.2 thousand people.
Well, you didn't ask every single person watching
We
it.
could continue to find a sample size. Let's find a sample size.
But it's all of your goons, obviously.
Okay, if all of the viewers were all of my goons, then you're one of my goons because you're one of the viewers. Obviously, not everybody in here is quote unquote one of my goons.
But somebody on the panel is different from somebody that's viewing.
Hey. The people that are on the panel come from where? The fucking chat.
Oh my God, Parker's here. Hey,
P.S.
Parker.
Can you repeat what Kinsey said? P.S.
I was waiting for Parker to go live today. I wanted to talk to him more than you, but you were live.
That's
and
a
he wasn't.
9-year-old. Hey, Parker.
What's up, Parker?
So we seem to be like having like an issue here with like communication and comprehension skills. So Kinsey like just spewed some word vomit.
Mm.
And no one can make sense of what she said. Would you like to try to make sense of what she said?
You've asked so many people to say specifically what she said. Let's now ask her to repeat what she said.
Yeah, I was going to do that anyway. So the analogy was if my life, which would be comparison to the fetus in the womb of a 10-year-old, if Dean should be forced by the state to give me his kidney in order to keep me alive, which would then be transferring bodily autonomy from him to me to keep me alive. In the analogy he was giving would be, why are you guys making that face? That's literally what he said. That
transferring bodily autonomy doesn't really. It's not really.
Yeah, I was like, can you clarify what that means, Kenzie? What is transferring bodily autonomy?
Well, in order for him to give me his resources to keep me alive, should the state force him to do that against his will?
Okay, so like you would limit his bodily autonomy.
Okay,
Isn't Dean's argument no, right? Isn't your argument no as well? There should be no legal forcing of you to give up your kidney to another person that needs it.
Yeah, I said no and he said no.
Oh, okay, so then if you don't believe in that obligation, which I would argue is less excessive than pregnancy, then why do you think that someone should be forced to go through a pregnancy against their will, right? Given that they've been assaulted and give up their internal bodily resources?
Because the kidney wouldn't be comparable to the resources that the child would have to give to the fetus in the womb.
Because wait, I'm sorry. I would say pregnancy is a harsher obligation than giving up a kidney.
Because him giving me his kidney...
Wait, do you disagree with that, Kenzie?
Well, no, not necessarily, but him giving me his kidney...
Wait, you think that pregnancy
Parker,
is...
let me finish a sentence.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify.
I know. I just want to be able to finish. I know it's difficult for the two of you to let women finish in general, but in order for us to continue with the conversation before I get dropped inevitably, I'd like to be able to finish at least one sentence. And that face you're making, I love it. I love that I have to explain Dean's point to you. I don't know if you were listening or not, but it's okay though. He said that he'll clip it and do it later, and I'll tag both of you in it. It'll be good fun and good entertainment for me. I want to grow my platform. Back to what we were talking about.
She's so
him giving
delusional.
me his kidney.
She's so
him giving me again. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Do you want to continue talking about this or not? It's okay if you don't want to. I mean, I'm ready for it, but you two aren't.
Go ahead.
Dean, are you good, dude? Holy shit. Okay. Cool. So, him giving me his kidney wouldn't put the kidney or him at risk. But the child carrying the baby in the womb, the bodily autonomy argument doesn't work because the child in the womb is a different body from the child carrying the child in the womb.
Wait, that's actually not the consideration right now. The consideration is
But the kidney isn't independent
the question we're
life.
asking, Kenzie, the question we're asking is how harsh is the obligation? Is it harsher for there to be like the law forcing you to give up your kidney to someone who needs your kidney to survive, or forcing a great victim to go through the context of of a pregnancy against their will, which they'd have to incur financial costs associated with it, psychological costs, physiological costs associated with it, which could be detrimental to an individual's health. And I would argue that those particular costs are significantly going to outweigh the cost of having to give up a kidney, right, to someone who would need it.
It costs more because it's two lives that are being taken into consideration. And in the example of the kidney, it's also two lives, but
Wait,
the other
Kenzie,
life.
yeah, in both scenarios, like someone's going to die if you don't give up the resources.
But if Dean gave me his kidney, his life wouldn't be put at risk for it.
Exactly, but yours would be saved, right?
Mine would be saved, but I don't need him. He's not the only person.
The scenario that we're bringing up.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
There's tons of people on the planet that could donate me a kidney, but there's not tons of people on the planet that could carry the child that's in her uterus. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we're like assuming in this scenario that the only person who's a match, right, would be one person on the planet. And if that was true, should you be legally forced by the government to give up your kidney? I think most people would argue no, but we would obviously intuit that, again, giving up a kidney is not as harsh as going through pregnancy for 9 months in birth.
But the point that I'm making is that the kidney and me as the example aren't equivalent because Dean's life wouldn't be put at risk in order to give, because he's got two, I'm assuming.
What if this just be
someone's
more
life
reason?
is at risk if they go through a pregnancy. So again, you're just explaining how pregnancy is even harsher of a risk and obligation to maintain, specifically to uphold someone's life, than giving up your kidney. So if you're not legally obligated to give up your kidney, why are you legally obligated to go through pregnancy?
Because the pregnancy takes into account another life.
Yeah, but so does the scenario with the kidney. If you don't give up the kidney, the person dies who didn't get the kidney.
But that doesn't apply to what I'm saying, and I know that you guys don't know what I'm saying either. No, it doesn't.
It directly
giving
applies.
me his kidney doesn't put his life at risk, correct?
Yes, but it puts your life at risk because if you don't get his kidney, then you are going to die because you require his kidney to survive. Again, we're bringing up a scenario where, again, he's your only match on the planet. He's the only person that could give you a kidney to survive. And you said he shouldn't be legally obligated if you require his kidney in order for you to survive. Like, you're going to die if you don't get the kidney.
Well, it's
in the scenario, if he doesn't give up the kidney or fulfill this particular providing of resources to another individual, that individual will die because they didn't get the kidney. In the same way that if the individual who's pregnant doesn't give their resources to the embryo, right, then the embryo will die.
Well, let me ask Dean this. Dean, if you weren't required by law to give me your kidney and you were the only match that I could have, would you give me your kidney?
Completely irrespective of the conversation.
Answer yes or no.
To you, probably not.
Well, then there you go. And that's why these conversations don't mean anything. Because
they do mean something, Dean, because my answer could be
Dean
yes and it wouldn't change the
life.
debate.
Because if that was switched,
one moment.
Dean, I would give you my kidney.
Let's just like replace you
and
with somebody.
And if you impregnated me, I wouldn't murder your child.
Okay, ma'am. Let's calm down. Let's just replace somebody like you with somebody that I maybe care about a bit more, right? Like my girlfriend.
Well, I value all life, which you don't,
if my girlfriend needed my kidney to live, right, I'd probably give it to her. But I still don't think that the government should be able to force me to give my girlfriend my kidney.
Yeah, that would be ludicrous, right?
Would you force your girlfriend to give you one of her lungs if yours collapses from your anxiety pen usage?
I don't think that the government should be able to force my girlfriend to give me one of her.
Did you hear anything he just said? He said it shouldn't be forced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard what he said.
So what's a rebuttal?
Okay, so you heard what he said, but you still chose to ask him that question for what reason?
Because it's just good entertainment.
What? No, it wasn't.
I mean, I'm entertained.
It was.
All my friends are.
It kind of stopped being funny after
we're waiting
the
for like a
second
productive flow of the conversation, right?
I've given you many opportunities to do that. I've been insulted, berated, stalked, laughed at. It's getting to the point where it's
Damn, we got a victim
the
on the
only
live,
point
guys.
that, again,
We got a victim on the live, everybody.
Interrupting. No, a survivor, but okay. I think it's interesting how you choose to ignore the fact that the kidney.
Kenzie, can we get back to the point that I was making?
That's literally what I'm doing. Stop. So the kidney and the fetus, or the kidney and me, transferring a kidney.
No, you're misunderstanding that.
So you're saying that
Have fun, Parker.
You're saying
Have fun, man.
an organ donor is the same equivalent to a pregnant woman, right?
So
Look at them, they don't know.
in the scenario, yes, that would be they have an obligation to uphold or fulfill. That if they don't uphold this obligation under your perspective, then it's going to lead to the death of the other individual, because they're the only one that could fulfill this particular obligation to necessarily save the other individual's lives.
And by the
No
way,
other
So you
person
agree?
can.
By the way, I'd also like to
I-
clarify. I'd like to clarify.
Well, no, I want to be
Like
able to respond to
pregnant
Parker.
women kind of are organ donors. Yeah.
I want to respond to Parker.
I would say that yes, an organ donor is an equivalent
Here
to a
we go.
pregnant woman. Pregnant women are organ donors. Yes.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They are donating their uterus, which is an organ, alongside bodily
But that doesn't
resources,
mean that they're
which are
permanently
produced
taken.
by other organs to
What
the
are you
fetus
talking about,
for
Dean?
9 months.
A pregnant woman is
Mhm.
not an organ donor. The child's body is separate from the mother's body.
Just like
Would you agree?
the person the organs are
body
being
is
donated
dismembered
to
during
has a
DNA?
different body than the donor.
Answer
Can
the
you re-
question. Whose
An-
body is
after you
dismembered
respond
during a
to the argument?
Whose body is dismembered during a DNE?
Well, I mean, who is like an overstatement? Fetuses aren't people. Its body would be the it of the fetus. Now, can you please respond to the
And
argument?
you recognize that a fetus is a small human.
A very small human, yeah. I don't think that all humans
So it is a
are
small
people.
human.
Yeah,
And
not
you
all
agree
humans
that
are
abortion
people.
is taking of an innocent human life, correct?
Yeah, base. Let's do it.
It's based, but I heard you say earlier when you were giving your pro-choice
By the way, you're
stance.
running from the argument.
I'm not. We're exploring
you
the
are.
argument. We're locked arms going through the Yellow Brick Road together. That's what we're
Hey,
doing.
Parker,
I don't
has
think
she-
you're
So
addressing
you're
the
saying
argument
that-
either.
Parker, has she been able to
What?
successfully describe why she thinks that I shouldn't be forced to give her my bodily resources?
Why
but
are you
rape victims
asking
should be
him for
forced to give
validation
fetuses
when I'm
bodily
right here?
resources? Do you think that she's explained
Not
that,
at
Parker?
all.
I love
Okay.
that
Not
you
at
brought
all.
Parker
So,
up
so
to
Kenzie,
continue
let's do it
debating
again.
when you know you couldn't.
Why should I not be forced to give you my bodily resources, but rape victims should be forced to give fetuses their bodily resources? Why?
Because the fetus has more value than the kidney does. The
Okay,
fetus
do you
has
have value?
more value.
Do you have value?
Why do you keep asking me that?
Because the fetus
I think I have
is a
value.
comparison to you.
Kenzie,
And
we're
I
not
support
comparing the
life,
fetus to the
liberty, and the
kidney.
pursuit of happiness.
We're not comparing the fetus to the kidney. We're comparing the fetus to you.
I know you're comparing the fetus.
Does a
to
fetus
me.
have more value than you?
No.
Okay. So if I shouldn't be forced to give you my bodily
have the
resources to
same
keep
value.
you alive, if I shouldn't be forced to give you my bodily resources to keep you alive, why should rape victims be forced to give their bodily resources to fetuses to keep the fetuses alive? If a fetus
I've
is no more or
said
less
this
valuable than you, what's the
several
difference?
Times, and I know you two don't listen. Okay,
Yeah, what's
I've
the
said
difference?
it several times now. The
Yeah.
difference is we're talking about two separate lives.
Yeah,
I
the life of you,
wouldn't
the life of the
need
fetus,
your
the life of me,
kidney
the life of
to-
the rape
This is
victim.
what happens. This is why you guys can't get anywhere in a conversation.
Wow, I just think
It's
that you're crashing out.
ridiculous.
Calm down.
It's I'm not crashing out at all.
Yeah, you are.
You
You're
crashed
crashing.
out. You had to bring Parker up
Crashing.
here because you couldn't finish
Crashing.
debating me.
Crashing. Who's
Crashing,
debating
I
you
love
right
that.
now?
Both of you at the same time.
Really? Yeah, Parker
2v1.
right now is debating you right now.
Kenzie, he had already made this point before I got here. Like him,
Oh, I know.
he did not ask me to come up here because he thought he was losing the conversation. If that's what
Oh,
you
I
were
didn't
trying
think
to
that he thought
imply,
he was losing it. I just think that he's tired of talking to me and brought you up.
Well,
that would be pretty reasonable. Yeah, I mean, I could understand that. I'm
I
already
didn't even
tired
want
of
to talk to
talking to
you
you as
today. I
well.
wanted to talk
Yeah.
to you, Parker, on your
So
panel.
can you explain to me why I don't have an obligation to give you my bodily resources, but rape victims have an obligation to give the fetus their bodily resources?
Because you're not putting it in the same moral worth. I don't need to have only your kidney in order to survive.
That's a pre-assumption.
But the fetus in the womb can only grow in that person's womb.
So assuming.
And there's no bodily autonomy in the case of pregnancy.
So assuming that I'm the only person alive that could give you a kidney to live, should I have an obligation to give you my kidney?
If you were the only person, only match, which you already said that you wouldn't, then yes, I would say that you would be forced to. Okay. Because you literally said, I asked you this. No, stop. I asked you this. I said,
that's insane. Do you know Max Urbius?
If you weren't forced, stop. I said,
Max Urbius?
If you weren't, listen to what I'm saying.
Do you know Max Urbius?
Stop interrupting me.
Do you know Max Urbius?
Stop interrupting me.
Do you know Max Urbius? Do you?
Parker.
Do you know Max Urbius? Do you know Max Urbius?
Do you know how to shut your mouth and let a woman finish talking? No, he doesn't. It's okay.
Do you know Max Urbius? Do you?
Why can't you answer the question?
Just say no. Just say that you don't know who Max Urbius is. Just say it.
I'm not answering that.
Okay, so Max Urbius is a 14-year-old that needs a stem cell transplant. And see, the thing is...
Not relevant to what we're
talking
about.
It is. And his stem cell type is very rare.
No, it's not.
His dad has collected 40 million samples from 40 million different people across the globe. Chances are, if there's a match alive, there's only one. If we identify that the one match for Max Urbi to save his life was in America, should the American government be able to force that person to give their stem cells to Max?
I'm not answering that question.
Yeah, because it absolutely destroys your argument. Thanks for the concession. What's next?
You're welcome. It's not a concession.
It is.
But it's okay.
It is, because the reason why you want to answer is because it destroys your argument.
When you constantly interrupt and berate, then it is you actually conceding. That's what it is.
Yeah, so true. Projection.
But in order to...
I'm not the one saying that I want to answer the argument.
Look, he can't even.
Holly, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Cassandra, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Tip, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Lance, thank you for the $10. Who says, right now I'm watching your 1v20. Holy shit.
Lance,
that many women would sleep with Trump. I almost vomited. Bro, that was crazy, Lance. Tom, thank you for the $10. She says we have to drop the kidney thing. This lady's not getting it. Yeah, probably.
No, I'm
Carrie,
not
thank you for the $10. She says just finish your
either.
new surrounded video. I feel like I need a vacation after listening to that nonsense. Thank you for spending time debating so many rusted doorknobs, as I'm doing right now, Kari. Thank you for the $10. Sarah, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sarah. Michael, thank you for the $2. Kendra with a 1. Eric with a 50 cents. Brittany with a 5. Mads with a 2 cents. Adriana with a $5 over on PayPal. Thank you. And then Mads with a $1. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Omega Star says, I love you both, Dean and Parker, but you can't have my kidneys. I won't have any left. Thank you for the $10. No, thank you for the kidney. Let's go. If you want to support me, help pay for, I don't know, my therapy or some shit that I probably need after this crazy lady, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio on TikTok, pin message on the YouTube stream, and the ad's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok. It's right there. Dean Withers without the letter E in that last name of Withers. It really does support us. It enables us to continue to do this on a day-by-day basis. I'm very thankful for all the love. Thank you guys so much. Huge W's for all the donors down below. God, Kenzie, feel free to continue to run from the argument.
W the donors. W all the donors. Good for you guys.
We love to continue to run from the argument. That's fine.
You're the one that ran when you started, thanking your supporters, which I am too. I'm glad that you're successful in what you do. Good for you. And if you needed a kidney or my lung, and I was the only match for you, and I wasn't forced to, I would give it to you. So
would you give me one of your kidneys?
No, but do you think you should be legally forced?
Thank you, Kenzie.
Parker, check this out. Would you give me one of your kidneys, no questions asked?
Well, why would you need... I'm confused on why you're asking that in the first place.
If I told you that I needed one of your kidneys, would you give me one, no questions asked?
Probably not. I don't understand why that's...
Wow, you're a really fucking evil person. You're a really evil person. See, you don't value life. You don't value life.
You don't value life. You're pro-choice.
Yeah, remember when you told me earlier when I told you that I probably want to give you one of my kidneys? You told me that I don't value life.
I know you don't value life because
apparently you don't either. You're gonna give me one of your kidneys, no questions asked. And you don't value a big human. You don't value a big human, Kenzie.
You would probably take my kidney and try to sell it to one of your donors or something to get more money because you don't have a real job, and that's fine.
Wait, Kenzie, do I have a real job?
Well, your name is Parker Get a Job, so I don't know.
Wait, I think that my job is realer than yours, Kenzie. I have a real job.
I don't think women should have jobs, so that doesn't really insult me at all.
What? Kenzie, why should women not have jobs? I think that's a crazy argument. Let's run through this, Kenzie.
Because I'm an anti-feminist and I believe women are better at home raising children.
Why are you not at home raising a child right now?
Just because you believe that, why does that mean all other women should abide by what you think is best for your life?
I never said all women need to. I said, in my opinion, I don't think women should have jobs. No.
Yeah, that's your opinion about what women should do. So I'm asking you, why do you have this opinion about other women and what they should do just based upon what you feel like is best for your life?
I think women are happier at home raising children than
I think that
working
women are
jobs.
happier doing
How
what
are
they
you going
want
to say
do.
they're happier doing this rather than them themselves?
Well, I think that they are happier doing that.
Says who?
It says me, in my opinion.
Why?
Because that's what I've collected anecdotally throughout the years, that women are typically happier when they're at home raising children versus seeking positions.
No, just people
of
in
power
your
or
lives have been happy doing that. Now, it depends on the person. If a person wants to do it, that is great for them. If a person doesn't want to do that, that's great for them. What about specifically this means that people have to or should abide by what's best for you as an individual?
Well,
like,
I'm not saying that women
assuming-
can't have jobs. I just don't think. Please let me answer.
Assuming
Parker's
that like
question.
a woman.
Dean, let me answer Parker, please.
Well, I'm sorry. No. So assuming that a woman wanted to go into the workforce, this probably means that they think they'd be happier in the workforce, right?
They probably think that, but then if they get the point past their childbearing years and look back on their life and regret not having a family, then I think that's just exponentially
Wow.
sad.
You know that people that work and have kids, my evidence of this would be men. Because you're saying that men should go out and work while the woman stays at home and has the child. So men work while men have kids.
Well, actually,
and since you don't think much of pregnancy, childbirth, you just kind of demean that all. You don't really think it's too valuable. You don't think it's a big experience.
I want to quit my job.
You don't think it's an exhaustive experience.
You
don't think that like it matters too much. It's not that exhaustive or anything. Well, then we can compare men to women in this sense because apparently according to you,
I don't think
men
women
put
should
just
be,
as
like,
much effort into childbirth as women, right?
I don't think women should have this like elevated position in society where they think that they can have access to a medical procedure that intentionally unalives an innocent human, regardless of if the man wants to keep that child or not. I don't think women should have to sign. I don't think women should vote if they don't have to sign up for the selective service like men. We have all of these different things and how women are elevated in society at the expense of men and their masculinity, which isn't toxic.
Wait. Women shouldn't be able to vote?
I don't think women should vote unless they also have to sign up for the selective service. I
Do
don't
you
think
think the
that's
selective
fair.
service should exist?
I mean, I don't really know that much about the military.
But other people are
but-
disqualified from the selective service, like people with disabilities. Should people with disabilities be able to vote?
Well, the law that we have is that men have to sign up for the selective service to vote.
Yeah, but
and
like
if women
Your
want to be
whole
treated
argument is
equally,
that people don't get
if
the right to
women
vote
want to
unless
be
they
treated,
have.
if women, well, that's the same reason why we don't have kids that vote, right? We
No,
have
no,
laws that
there's many like
enforce
adult
these
men that
different
are
things that we
that,
have
like,
in our society.
There are many adult men who have disabilities that like aren't
I
signed up for the
understand
selective
that.
services.
Stop
So should they be able to vote?
Stop interrupting when I'm talking.
Should they be able to vote, Kenzie?
Should men with disabilities be able to vote?
Yeah, men with disabilities that are disqualified from the draft, should they be able to vote?
If they're disqualified from the draft because of a disability, then sure.
Okay, so people that are disqualified from the draft should be able to vote. So why should women not be able to vote?
Because women want equality. And if men are held to a standard in society like being drafted, then women should also receive the equal treatment and be drafted as well.
I'm not going to be drafted. Your president dodged the draft. Okay, so this isn't applicable to any person. This is this is just virtue
Which
signaling.
God bless.
Also, we
Donald
should just,
Trump,
like-
by the way.
You think
We
we
should just
encourage
abolish the
something
draft.
by signing up for selective service? That's never impacted my life ever. That's never impacted Dean's life. That's never impacted literally almost every single person in this live stream who's a man's life.
I don't know. It has
Right, but if,
the draft has
one of your
impacted my life, man.
girlfriends, if Dean's girlfriend or I don't know,
Which
if
is
Parker
which
has
is
a
why
girlfriend or
which
not.
is why I think that the draft should be abolished.
You know I meant directly, right?
Yeah.
But
I just think that
Parker,
the draft
do
should be
you-
abolished.
I know
Would
Dean says he
would
has
that be
a
equality?
Parker,
Hey,
has a
listen.
girlfriend?
Hey, listen. Would that be equality to just abolish the draft altogether?
I mean, I don't think that we shouldn't like not have a draft, but I don't think that women should receive equal treatment in society unless they're going to be held to the same standard. It's contradictory.
Yeah, I think
they
that
want
women
equal rights. And we have them, but we don't use them.
I think that
How many
women and men
are
should
in
be held.
blue-collar jobs?
Listen to what I'm saying
How many
here.
women pour
Listen to what I'm
concrete?
saying here. I think that women and
Listen
men
to
should
what
be.
I'm saying.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I think that women and men
Oh
should
my
be held
God,
to the
Dean.
same standard about the draft, and that is that they can't be drafted. I think it is very immoral to draft anybody.
Do you think we should draft like fetuses that survive abortions?
No,
Why not?
because fetuses can't fight wars, idiot.
Oh, whoa. Why are you calling me an idiot? That's mean.
Because you just implied that fetuses can fight wars.
No, I asked you if you think that they should be drafted.
Yeah, I probably don't think that things that can't fight wars should be drafted into wars.
And you think women can fight wars better than men can?
I'm saying that nobody should be drafted into wars, woman or man.
Woman or man.
Yes.
They shouldn't be drafted.
Nobody should get drafted. Draft should be completely abolished.
Why would we abolish the draft if we
because
need
it's very immoral.
We don't need the draft.
No, stop,
we don't.
stop,
Wait,
Parker.
Kenzie,
Is the draft more Parker? Stop. Is the draft more immoral than abortion?
Yes, duh.
But it infringes upon their bodily autonomy.
I don't think that fetuses have a right to bodily autonomy, Jester.
Of course you don't. But you do believe that they're humans, right?
Yes.
And that they're alive.
Yes.
So how can you not support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness if you aren't pro-life?
Because they lack the capacity to intellectualize. They're not the type of thing that you could do wrongdoing upon, Jester.
So if somebody's born with a lower intelligence level, which let's give me the example, right? If you knew that I would turn out this way, do you think my mom should have aborted me?
Well, I mean, I think that you are fundamentally misunderstanding what the capacity to intellectualize means.
Just answer the question.
No, because that's not what the capacity to intellectualize means. The capacity to intellectualize is a reflection of one's capacity to like reason from proposition to proposition, be sentient, like abstract, like mental state, so on and so forth. It's not like.
But like, if you
indicative
knew
of,
that they would be
mental
able to
disability.
survive outside of the womb, regardless of if they would have,
Yeah.
if they would be in foster care, if they would be.
Yeah, if they could survive outside of the womb, but they don't have the capacity to intellectualize, abortion's still not wrong.
What if they don't know? Like, what if there's a woman that doesn't get like checkups or any like prenatal care? A woman that has like not ectopic. What's it called?
That's a bad
What's
argument.
There's a Dr. Phil episode on this.
I could tell you why this is a bad argument.
I'm sure you can.
The reason why this is a bad argument is because you're specifically assuming ignorance on the thing that I think determines the value of a life. Like,
But like, if I was pregnant,
like,
and I didn't have
let me
any
ask you a
prenatal
question.
care,
Do you think it's
and
bad?
And my child was born with like
let
Down
me
syndrome, and I
let me
didn't
give you
consent
let me
to have my
let me give you
child
let me
born
give you
with
like
Downs.
let me give you an example. Do you think it's
Oh, I
bad
love
to
your
dissect?
examples are fucking useless.
Do you think that
dude.
it's bad to
Your examples
dissect?
Are terrible.
Do you think that it's bad to dissect dead bodies for scientific purposes?
No, not necessarily, because we have
Okay. So
women
you'd be
that are,
so
like,
you'd be
people that are
yeah. So
people
you'd
that
be
need to be like
okay.
exhumed for like further medical testing.
So
and
you'd
things
be
like
okay.
that, or, like,
So
victims of
you'd be okay.
crime.
So you'd be okay with dissecting a dead body for scientific purposes, right?
If somebody like needs to be exhumed
Yeah.
in order to continue like a
Yeah.
criminal
Just say yes.
investigation.
My answer is yes. Is your answer yes?
Well, to dissect a dead human body for science.
Yes, for science. Yeah, but for like
I
good
mean-
benevolent reasons.
For good benevolent reasons. Well then sure, but that's why we have like the human
Okay.
body
Would you
exhibit
still
in
say?
Atlanta,
Would you still
where
say
people
that it's?
donate
Would
their
you
body
still
to
say?
science.
Would you still say that it would be okay to dissect that dead body if you didn't know it was dead?
No.
Right. Because you'd say the thing that makes it okay to dissect it is that you know that it's dead. Very similarly, when I give you my standard insofar as why I don't value the life of a fetus, i.e. it is the case that it lacks the capacity to intellectualize, which could basically just be reduced down to sentience, right?
But if it can,
and then you're saying, well, what if you don't know if they lack this capacity or not?
If it has a heartbeat, it can empty its own bladder, it has brain waves.
Yeah, I just
It
don't
can
care.
recognize the mother's heart. It can feel pain.
I just don't give a fuck. If it's not the type of thing
I know you don't give
that
a
can
fuck.
that
I know
can
you
that,
don't
that
give
there
a
could be
fuck.
wrongdoing upon, then I
You're the
don't
party
think
that
it's
celebrates
wrong to
death.
kill it.
You are the party that
You
celebrates
literally
death.
support Trump, who celebrated the death of Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller.
Don't pivot to Trump. I'm talking about you two.
That's your president.
And God bless him.
God bless people who celebrate death.
Clip.
He and Charlie Kirk are both American heroes, and they.
So,
should
God,
be-
so then how do you feel about the fact that he celebrated the death of Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller?
I don't even know who those people are. What are you talking about?
Robert Mueller, who investigated Trump, what he says was the Russia investigation. He said that he was glad that he was dead, just because he's like an independent that was like looking into him and investigating it.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Okay. What about him calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders?
Pause, Parker. Hitting the pause button. Dean. Can you hear me? Am I muted? No, I'm
You
not
could
muted.
address me
Dean,
by
can you hear
Mr. Withers.
me? Mr. Withers, can you hear me?
Yeah, because we're basically in like a college class here, professors and student. What's your question?
I mean, I'll call you Big Daddy Dean Withers if I need to. I just want to ask you this question.
All right. Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. I'm gonna go start my live. Absolutely unhinged end to the stream here.
Go start your live, Parker. Go start your live. I'll send you.
Appreciate you having me on. Also, W for your appearance on Jubilee. You did great, bro.
Hey man, I appreciate you, Parker. You're
course,
awesome.
bro.
Wish you the best of luck on your stream tonight. Thanks for coming up, dude.
Of course, man. I'll see you later, bro.
Yeah, see ya. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, man? Why do I do this to myself? Sometimes I just have this pressing like force of reality, an existential crisis, where I will momentarily have this second of existential consciousness, see myself from the outside, and I ponder, why do I do this to myself every day? Why do I do this? God. Morgan, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Says, also, does Kinsey vote? Oh, true. Should ask. Cameron, thank you for the $5. Kel with the $5. Molly, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, Molly. Who says, this woman sounds the same as Islamist extremists, who I'm sure she condemns. Probably. Thank you for the $25, Molly. You're the goat. Thank you for the $10. I'm just gonna call you M. I appreciate you so much for the $10. And I agree, Kinsey was disgusting, M. Claudia, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Morgan, for the $5 as well. Eli with the 2. And then Cassandra with the 2. Thank you so much, you guys. Over on PayPal, holy fucking shit. Aaron, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Aaron, you are the GOAT. That is ERIN. Please show some love to the legend Aaron down below in that comment section. I am so fucking grateful for your support. That is genuinely so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Aaron down below in that chat. Aaron with 100 says, I hope that she's a troll, but either way, she's going to look back at this and realize how stupid she made herself look. No, she's not a troll. She's just genuinely a moron. Adriana, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And Shirley, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal as well, who says, anti-feminist woman is like anti-vegan chicken. Dude, for real. Yeah, it's so true. Thank you for the $50, Shirley. And then Jesse with the 20 says, tell Kinsey I want what she's on. I don't think that you want what she's on. No, I don't think you want that at all. No, please take that back. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support, folks. I'm going to go and call it here for a night. Go raid Parker. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. I'll be back tomorrow with some more debates. That's all from me for the night. Peace, love. Good night and goodbye.